Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, and the little sister he pampered. It's thanks to our naivety and innocence that we can experience the greatest of joys. I wish I had known that sooner and learned to cherish that time with them while I still had it. An incredibly sad smile appeared on Zadiel's face. He remained where he was standing and did not get close to the family. The Neo-Demon knew, deep down, that everything he was seeing was an illusion. However, his senses and even his own instincts were telling him that this was reality, and he felt a force working on his soul pushing him to forget the world outside and take this beautiful dream as a reality. The moment his will showed the slightest sign of instability, he would be defeated. After a couple of minutes, the family finished playing, and they continued with their lives. They behaved just like in Zadiel's memories. The parents went to work while the children carried on with their studies, and they would occasionally take trips together. They laughed, got sad, fought, and everything a normal family would do. Zadiel kept watching the family of four but never got close or interacted with them in any way. The Neo-Demon felt that the moment he took that step forward, he would fall into a pit from where he would not be able to escape. With every passing second, Zadiel felt more and more detached from reality and pulled into this dream world, but his will remained strong. One day, as Zadiel was seeing the family having dinner together, darkness filled his sight, and he felt the pressure that had been assaulting his mind from the beginning disappear. Everything returned to normal the next second, but the Neo-Demon could see the cracks that were forming around him. Zadiel realized what was happening, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. I guess they have fulfilled their goal. It was clear to Zadiel that the dream world the sage had pushed him into was crumbling, which meant Sigrid and Aaron had managed to change their fates and destroy machinations made against them. Zadiel wanted to take one last look at them when all of a sudden, the force that had been attacking his soul for years came back hundreds of times stronger. The Neo-Demon clenched his fists and bit his tongue to resist, but nothing appeared to be working. The difference between reality and illusion became null, and then it happened. He saw how the little girl, who could not be more than 6 years old, came to him and extended her hand. "Big brother, join us." She spoke with a cheerful voice, and her smile was incredibly pure and innocent. Zadiel's entire body trembled, and he felt like someone was ripping his heart from his chest. He only needed to raise his hand to touch her but was able to resist. Why do you resist? Surrender and you can be with them forever. Pure happiness awaits you if you stop fighting. It may be a dream, but sometimes a dream can be more real than reality itself. Zadiel felt those words appearing inside his mind, trying to break his defenses and affecting his judgment. A second later, the entire family walked to the child's side, and the older man looked at Zadiel with a kind smile. "We miss you, son." Zadiel's eyes widened when he heard that, and then he saw how the cracks filled everything around him, including the family, and a moment later, they became dust in front of him. The Neo-Demon saw the dust rise to the sky and he could not help but sigh. "I miss you too." Zadiel understood that they were not real, but he truly desired for things to have been different. Those were the first and last words Zadiel spoke inside the dream world before it collapsed, and he was released. The time Zadiel spent inside the dream was several years, but less than 10 minutes had passed in the real world. Zidora was extremely confused by what was happening. It was not weird for Zadiel to stop during his work, but she noticed immediately that it was not a wave of pain the origin of his condition. Zadiel did not respond no matter what she did. Even when she sent her consciousness inside the Neo-Demon's body, Zidora was not able to find anything. Eventually, she communicated with Tado and told him to come to their location since the Lich's knowledge about the soul was greater than hers. Zidra's consciousness was fully active as she protected the Neo-Demon and saw something that shocked her. Zadiel's eyes twitched, and tears came out from them before he woke up. The Magus saw that Zadiel's eyes were empty, but the truth was it was just a curtain that hid the absolute hate and rage he was feeling at this moment. The Neo-Demon did not even look at Zydra and just waved his hand and inscribed the last part of the runic formation. The runic formation did not disappear into the ground as the previous one Zadiel had created. He walked forward into the runic formation, and when he was in the center of it, this one began to glow with an impressive red light. The entire continent trembled as the runic formations Zadiel created appeared once again and connected each other until they became a single rune. Without caring for the confusion of the woman in front of him, Zadiel slammed his hand into the ground and activated the rune that occupied the millions of square miles of the Forn's continent. Activate rune, usurpation of the world consciousness. The rune in the Forn's continent shone with a light so powerful that it could be seen even from outside the crystal wall, but that was nothing compared with what happened next. Giant runic lines that reached the deepest part of oceans, covered every piece of the earth, and filled the crystal wall appeared in the Beta Heavenly World. Chapter 281, a might that eclipsed the sun. A few moments before Zadiel activated usurpation of the world consciousness, inside an underground room of an immense castle, there was a slim man wearing a suit who had his hand over the head of an unconscious person. Golden chains were penetrating the body of this man, and Oliver and Thomas were standing by his side, like two faithful watchdogs. The angelic paragons had their eyes filled with boiling asphalt and an emotionless expression on their faces. From the sage's hand, pulses of dark aura were being released into the clone's head, and boiling asphalt invaded his body and mind, ready to take control of them once Zadiel's soul showed the first sign of weakness. Without any warning, the sage's body started to tremble and cough uncontrollably. The mask he was wearing broke into hundreds of pieces before falling to the ground. His face was composed of thousands of small mutant leeches that formed 3 orifices. The 2 that were filled with a white light should be the eyes, and the last one packed with spikes was taking the form of a monstrous mouth. He was so hideous that even a mane would be considered pretty in front of him. Mouthfuls of black blood fell from that repulsive mouth. The blood behaved like acid as it burned the floor. Despite the havoc that was occurring inside his body and consciousness, the sage did not take his hand out of the clone's head, but the pulses of dark energy had stopped. It took a moment for the sage to regain control of his body, and the first thing he did after that was closing his eyes and focusing all of his power on the law of fate. It only took him a moment to realize the origin of his injury. He looked at the clone, and his eyes narrowed. "I suppose you were the one who helped those 4-eyed pests." "Not bad, but hardly enough to defeat me." The sage's voice was rough, and was having a hard time maintaining his body straight. He won't be able to keep the deep dark dream much longer due to the chaotic energy running in his body, but that did not stop him from using every single ounce of power he had during these last few moments. The power in the dark aura and the amount of boiling asphalt that headed to the clone's body and consciousness increased exponentially. As long as Zadiel's soul fell into the deep dark dream, and he obtained control over this singularly, the positive feedback he would obtain from the law of fate would be enough to heal all the damage he had received from the backlash. Unfortunately for the sage, the neo-demon's soul stood strong despite everything he did and was able to escape from the dream world he had put him into. The sage took his hand from the clone's head, and as he looked at him, immense rage could be seen in those orifices filled with white light. Once again, his efforts had been bested by the man in front of him, and this time he suffered actual injuries due to his failed machinations. He was someone who had provoked the doom of countless beings, many of them soul law domain existences, and yet his plan had been thwarted by a rank 3 life form again and again. No matter how powerful was Zadiel in his previous life, the sage could not tolerate being humiliated like this. "Humphrey, you are naive if you think I am defeated. The only thing your tricks will achieve is to buy you some time. I was going to let you live in a beautiful dream once you surrender, but I have changed my mind. Once you accept the dream as a reality and fall to my control, I will make sure you see them die over and over again until the end of times." It was clear that when it comes to viciousness, the sage did not fall short compared to archdevils. All of a sudden, while the sage envisioned the hell to which he would submit Zadiel, his eyes widened. Part of the reason was the surge of energy he felt in the direction of the Forn's continent, but more importantly, he had lost his connection with the exterior. It felt as if a curtain had covered the entire Beta Heavenly World, blocking everything. The connection birthed from my soul should be impossible to block. What is happening? The sage was not accustomed to things being outside of his understanding. However, he did not have time to figure out the origin of the interference before the appearance of giant runic lines that covered the sky, the ocean, and the earth. Hundreds of them even passed right through the castle in which he stayed. This scene truly surprised the sage, and he was not the only one, since this scene left every single intelligent being in the Beta Heavenly World stunned and confused. Before the sage could even start to comprehend those runic lines, a power assaulted his consciousness and soul and attempted to knock him out. This force affected everyone in the Beta Heavenly World, and one after the other, they fell into unconsciousness. Just as the force was about to defeat him, the sage roared. The golden chains were expelled from his body, and he returned to his original form as an amorphous entity made of tentacles. By doing this, he lifted all the restrictions that there were on his power and revealed his identity to the world consciousness. The sage's power rose to rank 5 in an instant and did not stop until it reached rank 6. Thanks to his surge in strength, He was able to resist the force trying to subdue him but could barely move his body or use his energy. He planned to draw the attention of the world consciousness and be expelled into the void before trying to figure out what was happening inside the beta heavenly world. The next second, a world-shattering pressure assaulted the castle where the sage resided. However, unlike the emotionless and robotic response that the world consciousness would usually generate, this power possessed pure killing intent and unbelievable wrath. What is this power? Although the pressure the sage was feeling was similar to the one originated by the world consciousness, it behaved differently. Instead of trying to expel him, it pushed him to the ground and incapacitated him. The upper part of the castle became dust due to the pressure, allowing the sage a clear view of the sky, and what he saw shocked him to the core. There was a black hole in the sky. It was less than 4 meters in diameter, but its strength was so immense that it eclipsed the sun and filled the entire beta heavenly world with darkness. The only light that was able to escape its might was the one given by the runes that covered every inch of the world. In the center of this black hole that appeared to be able to shatter this entire world, there was a man. He was wearing a robe made of shadows filled with red lines that extend all the way to his skin. Although his face was full of wrinkles, his aura was so majestic that it gave the illusion he was the absolute ruler of existence, and even the universe could only look up to him. Although he could only use his eyes to identify him and age had changed his appearance, the sage was able to figure out the identity of the person inside the black hole immediately. What? Are you? The sage's identity was so special that trying to make him feel afraid was almost impossible, but when he looked at Zadiel's body inside the black hole, he felt 2 red eyes staring back at him. Those eyes contained unspeakable cruelty, and they infused terror into his soul. His instincts were telling him that a destiny a million times worse than death awaited him if he allowed himself to be captured. Although this will cost me greatly and will delay my plan for a long time, I can't let this monster get his hands on my soul. The sage acted decisively and detonated the energy inside his body and soul. The sage felt his existence collapsing and was seconds away from total annihilation. Despite the pain he was feeling, he was happy since it would only last a moment. However, he underestimated his opponent. Zadiel saw how the sage's body was crumbling apart, and with eyes void of all emotion, he rose his hand, grabbed the air, and twisted to the left side. The soul and body of the sage that were crumbling apart stopped their destruction, and in the next second, the damage began to disappear. He could only watch in despair as his injuries vanished because he had lost control. Once the sage was in peak condition, Zadiel clenched his fist and released a power that froze his enemy's body, energy, consciousness, and even soul. As the sage felt his ability to think become slower and slower, a final thought appeared on his mind. He fixed my body by reverting time, and now he is freezing time to trap me. I am doomed. Chapter 282, Black Hole Runukset. Zadiel took a step forward and appeared right in front of the sage's frozen body. The entire room was covered with the black hole that surrounded him, but nothing was affected. The Neo-Demon had complete control over his power. He analyzed the amorphous entity for a moment before touching him with his palm. Threads rose from his robe and covered the sage's body. Zadiel's shadow robe was made of billions of runes so small that even the consciousness of a soul law domain existence could not detect them. Not even a rank 7 life form could free himself from this. Although it may be overkill using that much power on the sage, who had his soul frozen in time, Zadiel was not willing to take any chances with him. Zadiel did not even look at the unconscious dukes in the ground since their destiny was already sealed, and there was nothing they or anyone else could do to change it. The Neo-Demon approached the clone and then tapped his head. A wisp of energy entered the clone's body and decomposed him into 2 orbs of energy, one blue and another golden. An instant after their appearance, the orbs entered Zadiel's body, the golden one headed to his heart while the blue reached for his head. A pleasant expression appeared on the Neo-Demon's face as the life force and soul he used to build the clone returned to him. It was only because they belonged to him that Zadiel was able to absorb them directly and not suffer any form of contamination of his life force or alteration in his personality and ego. The wound on his soul was healing, and his life force was returning to its vigorous state. It was only now, as he waited for all the damage he had inflicted on his existence being fixed, that Zadiel took a moment to go through all the messages and information that the artificial intelligence chip had shared with him. BIP. Host has activated the key runic formation and sent the driving force to initiate World Rune, usurpation of the world consciousness. World Rune, usurpation of the world consciousness, and the supplementary core runes built in it will begin their activation immediately. World Cloak activated. Every type of communication coming in and out of the world has been blocked. The beta heavenly world is completely isolated from the rest of the universe. World Dream activated. Every sentient being will be pushed into an illusion realm where their memories will be modified. World consciousness has been put into stasis mode, and the host's consciousness will proceed to invade it. Host's consciousness has occupied the world consciousness and taken full control over its power and authority of the world's origin power. Warning: Host's soul is too weak to resist the pressure of manipulating the world consciousness and mobilize the world's origin power. Black hole runic set activated. The runic set allows the host to resist the pressure of the world consciousness and drive the world's origin power. The runic set enables a great display of offensive and defensive might but doesn't allow subtle control over the forces of the universe. Unimaginable energy was infused into the runic set during its creation and has gathered power over millions of years, but the amount needed to use it is tremendous. Once the power storage is reduced to zero, the host connection with the world consciousness will be stopped, and this one will be left in a dormant state. Current power in storage, 100%. Current power in storage, 99.99%. Current power in storage, 98.7%. Freezing a rank 6 life form in time used less than 0.1%, but utilizing a power that would incapacitate a being of law was more than 100 times costlier. It makes sense, after all, the difference between a soul law domain existence and a being of law is immense. Zadiel was truly happy with the information he received from the artificial intelligence chip since it meant that everything was going according to his plan. He would not need the help of the black hole runic set if he had reached rank 7, but trying to drive the entire power of a middle world with the current power of his soul would be like using the operating system of an ancient phone to make a supercomputer work. It only took a moment for Zadiel to mend the damage to his life force and soul. His youthful appearance returned, and his soul had become stronger. He still needed to fill his consciousness with Abyss aura and finish the transformation of his brain so it could withstand elemental chaos to reach peak rank 3, but that procedure would be faster now. Once he had taken care of the sage and retrieved the life force and soul of the clone, Zadiel did not waste more time with them and teleported to the sky above the Forn's continent. The Neo-Demon closed his eyes, and in his mind appeared every single member of the heavenly race inside the Beta Heavenly World, but he did not stop there. He raised his arm, and from the palm of his hand, a gravitational force that covered the entire world was released. As soon as Zadiel did that, flashes of light appeared all over the world and headed in his direction. Their speed was amazing, and less than a second after he raised his arm, some of those flashes were already in front of the Neo-Demon. It was only when they stopped that you could see what those flashes were in reality. They were wings that had been ripped from the back of members of the heavenly race, and that was not all since soon hundreds of thousands of space rings began to appear along with all types of precious resources. The items formed giant mountains in front of Zadiel, and they were large enough to cover the entire Forn's continent. The Neo-Demon's eyes glowed, and a wisp of energy was sent from the black hole into the items. That wisp of energy was thinner than a hair, but it absorbed every single item that was in front of Zadiel. Once it finished its purpose, it took the form of a black ring. The Neo-Demon took the black ring and analyzed it. The dimension inside the ring could not contain life and was unstable, but it was large enough to collect most of the wealth of the Beta Heavenly World. Once he saw everything was in order, Zadiel made the ring disappear from his hand and reappear on Dandy's finger. The next thing Zadiel did was to send his consciousness into the ring in his hand. Inside the ring, there were all types of weapons, runes, and resources. In a corner, away from the rest of the stuff, there was a white egg resting above giant pink cubes and carcasses of magic creatures. Each of those giant pink cubes contained the same energy as a million magic crystal. This was the nest Zadiel built for Sophia once he knew about her plan. The white egg was swallowing the energy of the cubes and magic creatures, constantly enhancing the power of the woman inside it. Zadiel took a black box from the ring before making it appear around Ezequiel's finger. The Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed as he focused on the box, and then he made threads emerge from his robe and cover it. The power in these threads was twice as strong as the one he used to contain the sage. I am 99% sure it doesn't have the energy to act, but I can't take the risk of it interfering during my transformation. With those preparations finished, Zadiel once again closed his eyes. This time he focused on the members of the Magi invader force, which included the people of his clan. An invisible power took control over their bodies and made them fly into the world gate, where they would be transported to the Magi world. There was a small number that remained where they were. Those were the people Zadiel had marked to get rid of like Uluizer. The memories of everyone had been altered, and the moment they woke up in the Magi world, they would remember that the Beta Heavenly World suffered a cataclysmic event due to the acts of a being of laws. They managed to escape just before the world was destroyed. Zadiel left a message inside the mind of Ezequiel, Dante, and a few others, explaining what happened here and instructions on what they needed to do. As he saw the people leaving through the world gate, a group of individuals appeared on Zadiel's mind. They are all rank 0 life forms, so if I leave them here, they will die the moment I begin with the next phase of my plan. Before, Those people would not even have crossed Zadiel's mind, but the experiences inside the deep dark dream made his heart a little less cold. The amount of energy needed to help them is negligible, and those who were able to survive under the hand of the heavenly race should have strong wills. Truthfully, Zadiel had already decided to help them the moment they appeared on his mind, but by finding a practical reason, his decision was easier. After leaving with Dante the instructions of how to handle them, Zadiel made his power cover every native in the world and sent them to the World Gate. Chapter 283, Neo-Demon vs. Archangel. The number of natives could be counted in the millions, so the amount of time needed for all of them to pass through the World Gate would be a little long. Luckily they were all rank 0 life forms, so the energy needed for them to travel to the Magi world would be less than the one used by rank 4 Magi. Zadiel left a fragment of his consciousness monitoring the exodus of the Magi invader force and the natives before taking a step forward and disappearing from the sky above the Forn's continent. The next instant, the Neo-Demon appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers deep into the Beta heavenly world. A solemn expression appeared on his face since, despite the great power he controlled now, the next task would force him to display all of his might. He was currently in the core of the Beta heavenly world. Rivers of molten metals with a temperature higher than the surface of a low-world sun were rotating around a giant sphere full of golden liquid covered by a white membrane. The runic lines that covered the sky, ocean, and surface of the world had also reached this place. The golden liquid was pure origin power, and it was the life force and origin of the Beta heavenly world. The white membrane could be considered a shield, and its defensive might was so great that even a strike carrying the full power of a rank 7 life form would find it hard to harm it. The Neo-Demon stared at the golden liquid for a moment before looking away. His soul was too weak to absorb even a wisp of the world's origin, not to mention that consuming it indiscriminately would shorten this world's life and make its advance to a high world almost impossible. The sphere of golden liquid released radiation powerful enough to melt rank 4 life forms in a matter of seconds, but most of its energy was stopped by the membrane that surrounded it. What passed through the membrane was also considered origin power, but its quality was hundreds of times inferior to the one inside the world's origin. However, it was this energy that nurtured every life form in the world and also the power that soul forging, law engraving, and soul law domain existences used to nourish their true souls. The Neo-Demon's consciousness was concentrated in the area around him. The power and pressure it generated were so strong that it froze time, and the rivers of molten metals halted their movements. Zadiel's eyes narrowed as he focused on the location he had obtained from Martin's mind. There were only two things that were not frozen in time. One was the world's origin, and the other was a drop of blood that was constantly rotating and swallowing origin power. The drop of blood was the Garden of Creation. The one constructed by an archangel with the shooting star bloodline. There was a powerful cloaking spell around it, and finding it without knowing its exact location would be extremely hard and take a lot of time. Although his eyes could not notice them, Zadiel could perceive the 81 feathers flying around the drop of blood. The black hole runic set gave him immensely powerful physical abilities, but his eyes could not see those feathers. Zadiel walked until he was 100 meters away from the drop of blood. A cold light filled his eyes as he concentrated on the feathers. Even though all of them only had power equal to the peak of rank 4, the Neo-Demon knew that the reason for that was the seal the Archangel left in them to stop the world consciousness from recognizing them as a threat. And that was not all, since in the feathers there was a piece of consciousness belonging to the being of laws that built the garden. It was not able to perform complex thoughts, but it would react to any danger that was great enough to put in danger the life of the Archangel inside the Garden of Creation. Leaving this type of defense inside the middle world may seem too much, but each Garden of Creation would give birth to an Archangel. This level of protection was normal for someone who could reach rank 7. This layer of protection was a secret that not even the 7 angelic paragons who guarded the Garden of Creation knew about. Truthfully, the 7 were just a smokescreen meant to give the illusion the Archangel was only guarded by a bunch of rank 4 life forms. Zadiel closed his eyes and focused his mind on the black hole around him. A pulse of energy was released from the shadow robe and fused into the black hole. This happened over and over again, and although no change could be seen in the black hole, layers of unimaginable power were accumulating inside it. A few minutes after every single member of the Magi invader force and the natives left this world, Zadiel opened his eyes, and in them, a monstrous battle spirit could be seen. The Neo-Demon took a step forward, and the instant he did that, he felt that the world turned gray. Zadiel could not move his body but was still able to think and perceive his surroundings. His consciousness showed him how in this gray world where everything was in a stagnant state, the feathers around the drop of blood fused and formed a man. He had black hair, a beautiful face, and a body with just the right amount of muscle. The most shocking thing about him was the 8 white wings filled with silver lines that came out from his back. His eyes were empty, showing the lack of a soul. The only thing this man recognized was the threat to the Garden of Creation that was in front of him. He flashed to Zadiel's direction, and although it appeared as if it was taking him a long time to cross the 100-meter between them, he was actually moving faster than time itself. The fastest bloodline that exists in the universe, the Archangel's shooting star bloodline. That thought appeared on Zadiel's mind as he saw the man's fist approaching his face. The power in that fist may not appear impressive or carry majestic lights, but due to its speed, once it connected, the damage it would generate was more than enough to pulverize an entire continent. Despite the danger he was facing, Zadiel was calm. The Neo-Demon waited until the man entered the range of the black hole, and then his eyes glowed. 666 layered abyssal waves. In the black hole, a power so great was released that it was able to act in the gray world, where only the Archangel's incarnation could move. Every pulse of power Zadiel had accumulated inside the black hole was released at once. The Archangel's incarnation was caught in pressure so immense that his speed began to slow down more and more. The gray world vanished once the Archangel's incarnation speed became slower, and Zadiel's body was finally able to react to his opponent. The fist kept moving forward, but right before it was able to land, the Neo-Demon managed to grab the neck of the Archangel's incarnation. Not fast enough. Zadiel's eyes were filled with killing intent as he squeezed the neck of his opponent and then teleported both away from the core of the Beta Heavenly World. The Neo-Demon brought them right above the crystal wall. Zadiel could not move farther away since he would lose his connection with the world consciousness and control over the world's origin power. He also needed to maintain himself close enough so the power of the world cloak would continue hiding him and blocking any signal the Archangel's incarnation could generate. The Archangel's incarnation showed no expression on his face, despite withstanding a pressure that was about to crush him. Realizing he could not win, the energy inside the incarnating began to gather and was about to explode. Zadiel knew that would happen and acted immediately. The black hole began to spin, and all the energy that had been released inside it transformed into gravitational force. The Archangel's incarnation was assaulted by a temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees above absolute zero, while space-time twisted in forms that could not be described with words. Despite being protected by the crystal wall, the energy generated by the black hole provoked storms that covered the entire Beta Heavenly World. Fires filled every continent, and the oxygen reached temperatures that would burn the lungs of a rank 0 life form. Luckily for the world, the black hole became calm 1 second later. Zadiel was regulating his breath in the center of the black hole. The Archangel's incarnation, on the other hand, was compressed into oblivion. I used almost 13% of the power stored inside the black hole runic set. To have left an incarnation so powerful, he must have created his own Omega Law. Zadiel did not waste more time thinking about the power of his enemy and returned to the core of the Beta Heavenly World. Chapter 284, The Sun Cocoon. When Zadiel returned to the core of the Beta Heavenly World, he saw the runic lines that covered the entire world had begun to enter the drop of blood now that the feathers of the Archangel were no longer protecting it. The Neo-Demon nodded when he saw this and walked until he was in front of the Garden of Creation. He touched the drop of blood and was transported to the dimension inside it. What appeared before Zadiel's eyes was a plain full of plants and trees that extended for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Most alchemists would go crazy if they saw this scene since some of these resources were the main ingredients for rank 6 pills, and even a high world may not have them. There was an impressive golden tree in the center of this dimension. It extended for hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky and had a pink aura surrounding it. This aura would enhance the law perception of anyone who meditated inside it. Despite the hundreds of giant branches on this tree, there were only 5 small apples in them, and only one of them was ready to be reaped. This was the sacred soul tree. It was currently in its sealed state, but once the Archangel is born, it would show its true might, and then it could be considered a heavenly object to any life form beneath rank 7. Despite being in a state of perpetual night, the Garden of Creation was filled with light. This was due to the white cocoons that filled the sky. Most of them gave the illusion of being stars while a smaller number resembled moons. The most impressive of all was right above the sacred soul tree, and that white cocoon could be considered a sun. Zadiel focused on the sun cocoon while runic lines filled the Garden of Creation. They even entered the white cocoons containing angels and angelic paragons, but strangely they did not touch the cocoon that belonged to the Archangel. There is nothing in this world that can hide from me, so you 7 should show yourself. Nothing answered Zadiel's words. The Neo-Demon just shook his head, and without taking his eyes from the sun cocoon, he waved his hand. 7 flashes of light fell from the sky and crashed on the ground around the sacred soul tree. They were the 7 angelic paragons who had fused with the Garden of Creation and were tasked to guard it until the Archangel was born. They were all rank 4 life forms, but they shared their life force with the Garden of Creation, so despite having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, they still had a youthful appearance and thriving vitality. The training conditions inside the Garden of Creation were great, So despite being soul-forging existences, their true battle power was equal to a rank 5 life form at the second engraving stage. Unfortunately for the 7, they were facing someone who had just destroyed the incarnation of a being of laws who had created his own Omega Law, so there was nothing they could do to resist. Zadiel could have killed them if he wanted with that attack, but he chose not to do it. Although you were only clueless pawns, you have protected the sun cocoon for hundreds of thousands of years, so I can grant you mercy. It was only after saying those words that Zadiel looked away from the sun cocoon and focused his consciousness on the 7 angelic paragons. Is there any of you who has not been infected by him? Confusion appeared on the faces of the angelic paragons, but Zadiel did not care about that and concentrated on their emotions. Hearts filled with unshakables and a phobia and a mentality that doesn't allow them to see any other race as anything more than animals, whose only purpose is to grant them entertainment. Zadiel's eyes filled with disdain as he understood their souls. In the Neo-Demon's mind, judge an individual based on the race they belong to or the place they were born was stupid. He was the perfect example that great powerhouses could rise from the lowest of life forms. A beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes noticed the scorn Zadiel gave them, and her eyes filled with hate and killing intent. She understood very well that it was unlikely for any of them to survive, so there was no fear in her heart as she yelled. How does a beast like you dare to look at us like that? We may fall here, but your fate will be even worse. Of all the worlds you could have picked to meddle with, you made the worst mistake of your life by choosing one dominated by the glorious heavenly race. Our mighty archangels will make sure you and everyone you love will suffer forever. When Zadiel heard those words, he could not help but show a smile on his face, and his entire existence began to display a profound and intense sense of fulfillment. You still don't understand it, right? This is not just a random world I had chosen to invade because your race was inside it. I guided that stupid angelic paragon to this place and made sure one of your archangels would build a garden of creation in a world whose origin and entire existence had already been altered by me. Zadiel felt immense pride as he spoke those words. Even for him, tricking one of the most powerful races of the universe into giving him the peace he needed to complete his bloodline was an amazing feat. The fate of the 7 angelic paragons was sealed, and they would not be able to share any information they obtained, so who better than them to brag about his achievements? This world's original name was Juxus, and he found it when it was still a low world. The world consciousness it possessed back then could not even perceive him, so with the immense power he controlled as the incarnation of death and destruction, he inscribed the world rune, usurpation of the world consciousness, and changed its origin. The moment that the heavenly race found this world, Zadiel had already entered the eternal river of the afterlife a long time ago, but to the incarnation of death and destruction, time is just a minor obstacle. His immense power allowed him to see the future and even act on the life forms in it despite being millions of years apart. The universe will resisted all types of interference from different timelines, so despite being one of the most powerful beings on the universe, the most the incarnation of death and destruction could do was guide the path of a rank 4 life form in the direction he wanted. And even then, if that life form ended up being harmed in any way, the backlash he would receive was powerful enough to kill a rank 9 life form. There was nothing special in the angelic paragon named Gonzo. He was just the first member of the heavenly race that appeared close enough to Juxus that Zadiel could guide him to the world without needing to burn his soul. When the woman and the other members of the 7 heard Zadiel's words, they were horrified. If his words were true, then they are in the presence of one of the most cunning minds of the universe. Someone patient enough to wait millions of years to achieve his goal. What do you want? The woman's voice trembled as she made that question. It is not obvious. The reason I tricked your kind into terraforming a world altered by me is to obtain the thing only archangels can build, the Garden of Creation. More concretely, I wanted the bloodline inside the sun cocoon and a bloodline inside the moon cocoons for my kind. That is lie. Poisonous hatred appeared in the eyes of the woman when she heard that. The idea someone could get their hands on the bloodline of their race was unbearable for her. No one can obtain the bloodline of our kind. Once one of us dies, or our bloodline is implanted into a different race, it will be burned until nothing remains. Zadiel's smile grew wider when he heard that. The words the woman spoke were something every individual in the universe considered an absolute truth, so the feeling of achieving what everyone believed impossible could not be described with words. It is true that once one of your kind is born, any alteration to their bloodline would result in the destruction of this one. Even I cannot change that, but what if I act before your bodies and bloodlines are completed? Shock appeared on the woman's face, and she turned to the sky and saw how runic lines were invading the cocoons. A being that is still in his intrauterine stage is hundreds of times more susceptible to mutations than someone who had already been born. The runic lines have disabled the part in their bloodlines that induces self-destruction and also put the soul of the angelic paragon into a dream from which they would never be able to awake. Our little talk ends here, goodbye. Zadiel clenched his fist, and the black hole around him released a power that annihilated the soul of the seven. Not even a being of laws could bring them back to life, since nothing of them reached the eternal river of the afterlife. Chapter 285, Artificial Bloodline. After getting rid of the seven and annihilating every individual that wasn't unconscious or confined, Zadiel could finally start with the last phase of his plan, get his next bloodline. It has developed a lot over these last few decades, but it will need at least 10,000 more years before reaching maturity if it only depends on origin power. Zadiel was not disappointed that the Archangel had not reached its final state yet. When he had just entered the Beta Heavenly World, the Archangel still needed around 1,000,000 more years before being born, but his actions in this world reduced that time greatly. Zadiel rose his hand, and with a smile on his face, he clenched his fist. Without a warning, the hundreds of thousands of angels inside the cocoons were crushed until the only thing that was left of them was pure energy. The Neo-Demon race needed bloodlines, but even the strongest of the bloodlines inside the star cocoons was only a king bloodline. Zadiel only cared about the Emperor bloodlines inside the moon cocoons, and since he had that deal with the Scientia Kingdom, even the bloodlines of angels of supremacy were not important to him. Under the control of the Neo-Demon, the energy that those angels generated was sent to the sun cocoon, and this one fiercely devoured it. When Oliver had asked about the hastened birth of the Archangel mentioned in the prophecy, the seven told him that the Archangel would feel the death of his people and wake to deliver punishment. The Duke wasn't able to figure out a hidden message, but it wasn't his fault. How could he know that every time a member of the heavenly race died inside the Beta Heavenly World, the Garden of Creation would absorb the energy they released to the world as their bloodlines are ignited and send it to the sun cocoon? The war Zadiel initiated inside the Beta Heavenly World resulted in the death of millions of members of the heavenly race, which hastened the development of the Archangel, and now by using the special features of the sun cocoon, he gave it the final push forward. After devouring all the energy of those angels, the sun cocoon trembled, and then it shined with an extraordinary light that filled the entire Garden of Creation. All the trees and plants touched by that light appeared to have awakened from a long dream. They grew and began to release all sorts of nourishing energies to the air. The most impressive was the sacred sun tree. Its pink aura became almost 4 times stronger and passed from a gaseous stage to a semi-liquid one. Its roots, trunk, branches, and twigs grew until they were double their original size. The crown of the sacred sun tree surrounded the sun cocoon, and the branches near it formed a majestic throne that was filled with pink runes. Zadiel did not care about the changes in the Garden of Creation, and even the soul throne that could enhance his law perception by a factor of 10 barely entered his sight. All that mattered to him right now was the sun cocoon, and excitement filled his eyes as he pictured the bloodline inside it. The Neo-Demon flew until he was right in front of the sun cocoon and then directed all the power of his consciousness on the life inside it. By tapping into the strength of the world consciousness, Zadiel's perception crossed the plane of subatomic particles, and he could see the fundamental forces of the universe that formed the Archangel's body. Zadiel's entire focus was on the bloodline inside the Archangel. This Garden of Creation was built by a being of laws who had the shooting star bloodline, so what Zadiel should see was a metaphysical manifestation of the superluminal law and the Aeon law. However, what appeared in the Neo-Demon sight was a giant star carrying the power to swallow all life. Its goal was to push existence to entropy and bring forth nothingness. Despite being the embodiment of death and destruction, there was no evilness in this star. It acted more like a cosmic force that sought balance. Inside the star, there were white lines that covered every piece of it, and the power inside them was wider and harder to comprehend, but it was a force connected to every life form in the universe. Excellent, the power is even stronger than what we originally believed it could reach. Although it is not as strong as a primordial bloodline, it should be at the absolute peak of the second-order law bloodlines. I could not expect less from the first artificial bloodline of the universe. Although they are truly annoying, those grayish bastards are the best when it comes to creation. A wide smile appeared on Zadiel's face as he perceived the power and laws inside the star. The bloodline inside the Archangel was not the shooting star bloodline, nor the bloodline of the incarnation of death and destruction. Zadiel's demon bloodline was not impressive, and at most, it could be considered a third-order law bloodline. Of course, this was still amazing since there is almost no law bloodline in the demon race, and there is also the fact that although demon bloodlines can be upgraded by absorbing bloodlines originated in Abyss and Baatar, it is almost impossible for any of them to pass the Emperor level. The shooting star bloodline was impressive, especially the constitution it granted to the owner, but what the Neo-Demon sought was the culmination of duality, something that could fuse with his Daybreak bloodline and help him take one step closer in that direction. Unfortunately for Zadiel, such a bloodline did not exist in the universe. Not even the ones birthed by that giant sun fulfilled his requirements. But to the incarnation of death and destruction, there was not such a thing as impossible. Since the bloodline that he wanted did not exist, he would create it. The bloodline running inside the Archangel was one Zadiel built with the help of the Bear Neloths. The greatest magic knowledge was used to create a bloodline in which he deposited all of his understanding of the three great laws he used to wreak havoc in the entire universe. Due to the nature of that bloodline, it needed an incubator to be completed, and which better than the sun cocoon in a garden of creation. The reason why the Rukongai did not enter the sun cocoon was that there was no need to act in it since the Archangel had fallen in Zadiel's machinations hundreds of thousands of years ago, the instant the garden of creation fed him with his first stream of origin power. The moment the incarnation of death and destruction inscribed the world rune, usurpation of the world consciousness in Juxes, he had also left the artificial bloodline in the world's origin. This one remained dormant until the being of laws of the heavenly race terraformed the world, and then piece by piece, it began to enter the sun cocoon mixed in the origin power. Zadiel created a hole in the sun cocoon and saw a man sitting inside it. He had black hair that extended all the way to his waist and a beautiful face. However, despite his youthful appearance, he had pale white skin and cloudy eyes, as if he lacked the most important thing to a living being. The reason for this was his soul, that was just an agglomeration of soul force incapable of forming an ego. The state of the Archangel's soul was not a mistake. The artificial bloodline only needed a container and had made sure the life form containing it could not develop a consciousness or individuality. The Neo-Demon did not care about the Archangel's appearance. His eyes were focused on the wings in his back. They were 8 magnificent wings, filled with dark crystal feathers, each of them carved with thousands of small white runes in constant movement. Those wings gave the illusion of being the night sky during a meteor shower. A destructive aura surrounded them, and their defensive power was not inferior to a pseudo-rank 5 artifact. Zadiel entered the sun cocoon and closed the entrance behind him. He sat in front of the Archangel, and his chaotic core began to rotate and release a swallowing force. The Archangel's body trembled, and then dots of red energy began to arise from him and travel to Zadiel's elemental chaos heart. Those dots contained the body, soul, and energy of the Archangel, and they were slowly nourishing the Neo-Demon and changing his bloodline. I have eliminated everything that could be used to track me, and my transformation will take a while, so I guess it is time to leave. Zadiel snapped his finger, and then the Rukongai that filled the Beta Heavenly World irradiated a light so potent that it could be seen for millions of kilometers past the crystal wall. A golden sun filled with life and creation and a star of death and destruction that could cover it. I like the way that sounds. That was the last thought Zadiel had before the entire Beta Heavenly World disappeared, leaving an empty section of space surrounded by elemental chaos. Chapter 286, Wait Book 5. The New Lords of Baatar and Abyss. 6 months have passed since the World Gate on the Sinnoh's Magic Tower received hundreds of thousands of people in less than a day. Such a massive influx of life forms drew the attention of the powerhouses in the Empire, mostly because more than 90% of them were aliens, foreigners from a different world. At first, things were fairly calm since the ruler of the Sinnoh's Magic Tower was a law-engraving existence, and his authority in the Empire was large enough to quiet all other rank 5 life forms about things happening in his territory. Since the aliens were all rank 0 life forms and Heinz communicated that the Daybreak clan would handle them, no rank 6 powerhouse bothered with them anymore. However, soon things began to escalate rather quickly. It all started with inquiries about the absence of Uluizer and several other rank 4 Magi. Rumors spread about Heinz being responsible for their disappearance since the only thing they all had in common was the fact they acted against the wishes of the cultivator once this one left the Beta Heavenly World. Normally, Heinz would not bother with rumors, but they began to gain notoriety. Before long he was called to the capital to help with the investigation. Rank 4 life forms were important for any organization, so an inquiry had already been done soon after the Magi invader force passed through the World Gate. According to the reports, a being of laws had found the Beta Heavenly World and attempted to break the crystal wall to absorb its origin and natural energies. Disasters filled the world as these two entities fought, and they all decided to escape. No one knew where Uluizer and the others were during that time, but they were sure that neither Tato nor anyone else attacked them since they were all together and Lich was the one who guided all the people out of the world. As for the natives, it turns out that Zydra and Zadiel had spent the last few years rescuing them, and they were allowed to use the World Gate under the authority of Zydra, Zadiel, and Tato. That story was truly fantastic and a little hard to believe, but every single person told the same and with complete honesty in their hearts. The demise of Uluizer and the rest was considered bad luck since they should have been harvesting some resources and were trapped during the battle between the being of laws and the world consciousness. The case was closed, and there should be no need for Heinz to go to the capital. It was easy for the cultivator to notice that someone was going after him and wanted to blame him for the deaths of Uluizer and the rest. Truth can be changed, so there was a possibility of indicting him with a totally false crime the moment he made any mistake. Despite all that, there was no fear in the cultivator's heart. Things could have been difficult if he was still a soul-forging existence, but he had reached rank 5, and despite all the rules in the Empire, the one that reigns supreme is that power is everything. The moment Heinz reached the capital, he was immediately received by a group of investigators that was prepared to bombard him with questions. Before they could even start, the cultivator released his killing intent and showed the immense difference in power between them. The investigators were all rank 4 life forms, but they found it difficult to form complete sentences in the presence of Heinz. Less than an hour after he arrived in the capital, Heinz was already back in the Sinnoh's magic tower. Although he was able to handle that situation without a problem, Heinz understood that the one going after him was someone with influence and power in the Eternum Empire. The City of the Sun was immense, so it wasn't hard to manage the hundreds of thousands of natives from the Beta Heavenly world. The life of the natives had been so horrible that just having food and enjoying the sun was heaven for them. They were given the Sunlight Champion Path technique, and they all trained like maniacs. The reason for their attitude was simple: the weak are the ones who desire power the most. The number of warriors in the City of the Sun began to grow at an accelerated rate, but not much time after Heinz was summoned to the capital, problems also arrived at the Daybreak clan. First, it was their commercial routes in the Empire. The items were being stolen continuously, the demand for anything originated on the Daybreak clan diminished greatly, and the clans and families that had made deals with them broke their business relationships. After that, began the allegations against the Daybreak clan for their disgusting act of allowing inferior species like dwarfs and magic creatures to join them and obtain the citizenship of the Eternum Empire. No rule forbade those actions, and Zabiel was certainly not the first to allow not-human beings into his clan, but that mattered little, and the accusations only grew. Indictments against the Daybreak clan did not only originate from the Eternum Empire. In the Ai dynasty, the Blood Eye clan began to complain about Zabiel's disregard for the life of the members of the dynasty and demanded retribution for his horrendous acts. That wasn't all, since the patriarch of the clan also accused Zabiel and his people of interfering with the holy trial and forcing eye holders to it. Sigrid and Aran immediately came forward and denied the words of the Blood Eye clan, making clear that Zabiel had only helped them and that the decision to take the trial was theirs and no one else. The siblings had gained fame after achieving a Tier 3 completion and were made honorary members of a clan led by a soul law domain existence. Their status was high, and their words should have been more than enough to silence the Blood Eye clan's false accusation, but things didn't go as the duo hoped, and the charges against Zabiel remained. There was someone in the darkness inside the Ai dynasty, suppressing the voice of the duo and enhancing the one of the patriarch of the Blood Eye clan. Due to Zabiel's absence, the current leader of the Daybreak clan was Ezequiel. His prestige was second only to the one of the ancestor, and not even Dante could compare with the supreme neo-demon. The defamation campaign against the Daybreak clan only grew as time passed, and the public opinion of them became worse and worse. Ezequiel couldn't care less what other people thought of him, and the pressure he was facing due to the countless accusations was insignificant in his mind. With Heinz in the Sinnoh's magic tower, no one would dare to attack them, and even if they did, the defenses of the City of the Sun were powerful enough to resist the spells of a rank 5 life form. Their income was affected due to the damage in their commercial routes, but the wealth that the Daybreak clan had accumulated was large enough that they did not have to worry for years. The true damage the Daybreak clan was taking was negligible. However, their enemies took the next step this day. The supreme neo-demon was in the sky of Wasteland. He was looking at the 47 mangled bodies beneath him. They were dark elves, dwarves, and gnolls, all of them sunlight champions, who had came to search for new people who would like to join the clan. How bad is the state of their souls? Ezequiel's eyes showed nothing, and his voice carried no emotion at all. Two people were accompanying Ezequiel. They were Tato and a man with a brutish appearance and a body full of muscles. Both were rank 4 life forms, but they stood one step behind the supreme neo-demon and displayed a respectful attitude. The Lich's eyes glowed as he focused on the bodies. After a moment, anger appeared on his face before sighing. Their souls were not broken, but whoever attacked them made sure to destroy great parts of their consciousness, so even if we revived them, they would remain in a coma forever. The perpetrator was likely a rank 3 life form, and he wasn't able to shatter their souls. I see. Pick up their bodies and reconstruct them. We will decide what to do once my master comes back. Ezequiel's eyes were still calm, but that was just the peace before a massive storm. Even though the dead were not neo-demons, they were members of the Daybreak clan, and that made them his people. Tato nodded and stored the bodies inside his space ring. Has there been any message from the Lord? The one who spoke was the muscular man. He was not that skilled in containing his emotions, and a thick killing intent surrounded his body after he saw the broken corpses. Nothing, but it doesn't matter. We were told to wait, and that is what we will do. Ezequiel's voice carried an unquestionable resolution. Tado and the man nodded after hearing his words and flew back to the City of the Sunday. Chapter 287, Right High. A world with a diameter of several hundreds of thousands of kilometers was traveling through a dimension filled with space storms. Those storms had enough power to crush a rank 5 life form in an instant, but they could not trespass the crystal wall. The world was the Beta Heavenly World, and it was displaying greater void teleportation. This was an ability only those who had reached grand completion and fully understood the law of space could perform, something that allowed you to travel galaxies without the need for external help like world gates. Normally, a small individual traveling using this ability was challenging, but an entire world doing it was mind-blowing. Despite that, the Beta Heavenly World reached a speed faster than rank 7 life forms. This was one of the many examples of the immense power in the world rune. After almost 7 months of traveling millions of times faster than the speed of light, the surroundings that had always been space storms changed. In front of the Beta Heavenly World appeared a white net. This size of this white net was so immense that the entire Beta Heavenly World could not compare to a millesimal part of it. Each thread was thinner than a hair but had more than enough power to split the world apart. It is said that space fragments were the sharpest thing in existence, and space storms were an agglomeration of that. However, this net cut through space storms as if they were nothing and swallowed the broken pieces to increase its power. Not even a being of laws who had created his own Omega Law would dare to test the durability of his body against those white threads. Just when the Beta Heavenly World was about to crash into the net and be disintegrated at an atomic level, the threads rearranged themselves and formed a portal allowing the world to pass. Less than a nanosecond after the world passed, the net returned to its original form and became once again impenetrable. Inside the sun cocoon in the Garden of Creation, the last drop of the energy that contained the entirety of the Archangel's existence entered Zadiel Naduk's terminus Daybreak's body. In the bloodline heart of the ancestor of the Neo-Demon race, there was a golden sun that represented life and creation and a dark star that was the embodiment of death and destruction. The dark star's size and power were not inferior to the golden sun, and it was covered with white runes that carried a strange force. Zadiel had fully absorbed the artificial bloodline, but things were not over yet. The chaotic core continued to spin faster and faster as it worked to fuse both bloodlines into a single entity, something much greater than the mere sum of their individual powers. Slowly the dark star came closer to the golden sun until finally covering it. The instant that happened, a new force purer and greater than the one each of the heavenly bodies originally possessed was born. An eclipse appeared inside the Neo-Demon's bloodline heart. The white runes that were originally in the dark star began to change and grew into a much more complex form of themselves while a dark purple light filled them. The new purple runes did not remain inert, and they took the appearance of all kinds of life forms. You could see humans, dragons, leviathans, elves, titans, and even stars, moons, and worlds. Everything that had ever lived and died could be seen in them. From the eclipse, a dark purple flame was born that inundated Zadiel's body. This flame not only strengthened the Neo-Demon constitution but also tempered every organ and piece of flesh in him. Zadiel felt a power birthed from life and death, and that surpassed creation and destruction inside him. The sun force that was stronger than Abyssal could not compare with this purple flame. The Neo-Demon's body had experienced changes after absorbing the Archangel. He now had 8 amazing wings on his back. The 4 wings in the left were made of dark crystal feathers, while the 4 in the right were made of golden crystal feathers. Both sets represented opposite powers, but each feather was filled with purple lights that resembled hundreds of shooting stars. Slowly Zadiel's eyes were opened one by one. The first was the Eye of Life and Creation on his forehead. The power in it had grown grayly, and you could see arcs of golden light coming out from it, each of them filled with a rejuvenating power. The moment the left eye was open, a power that was the antithesis of Zadiel's vertical eye was released. The eye was completely black with a single white dot in the center, and an aura full of death and destruction was around it. A dark aura and golden arcs filled the sun cocoon the moment Zadiel's opened his vertical and left eye. They were constantly crashing and releasing thunderous explosions, each of them wanting to prove superiority over the other. Zadiel did not care about the fantastic phenomenon around him. He gradually opened his right eye, and the moment the eyelid separated, a purple force appeared in the sun cocoon. The right eye wasn't entirely open, and yet the purple power that it released was so powerful that it forced the dark aura and golden arcs back to their origin. Its strength appeared to be indisputable as it overpowered life, death, and even creation and destruction. Finally, the eye was entirely open, and an incredibly powerful law permeated the entire Garden of Creation. The plants and trees reacted to this power. Their stems and branches moved with the winds, and they appeared to be bowing to a higher entity. Zadiel's right eye was a mass of raging purple energy that twisted until it gathered in the center, forming a shining sphere. Instead of an eye, This appeared to be the entrance to a plane where life and death were just a single entity, and they had become a power that nothing could stop and affected everything that had ever lived. The next moment, the purple light twitched, and Zadiel's body trembled. He was forced to close his right eye due to the immense pressure his body and soul were withstanding. The eye of life and creation disappeared, and his left eye returned to normal. However, the right eye remained active, filled with purple energy. The Neo-Demon was not able to fully control the power in the right eye. This problem did not frustrate Zadiel. Happiness filled his heart, and a great smile appeared on his face since this meant the power his right eye was currently displaying was at a rank above his own. If he was able to launch an attack with it, it could endanger the life of a soul-forging existence. Awesome. As expected from the power containing the law of life and law of creation from my first bloodline and the law of death, law of destruction, and soul law of the artificial bloodline. The strength of the incarnation of death and destruction was birthed from the fusion of death, destruction, and soul, but the might Zadiel felt in his right eyes was greater. Of course, it could not compare with the power the incarnation of death and destruction was able to display at the end of his life, but the potential and room for improvement were higher. Chip, show me my current power. Immediately after giving the order, Zadiel felt a scanning force permeating his body and consciousness before hearing the robotic voice of the chip. Bip. Analyzing the host. Name, Zadiel Daybreak, race, Neo-Demon, rank 3 out of? Bloodline/Animus, rank 3, strength, 379.2, physique, 779.5, speed, 589.1, abyss aura, 514.8, force, 753.2 mind force, 298.6 consciousness solidification, 100% elemental chaos body, 100% the host has reached the absolute peak of rank 3 in the Neo-Demon path and has at least reached the potential level on some of his laws. The chaotic core is currently stopping the host from undergoing the baptism of the universe will and awakening his true soul. The host must travel to the Neo-Demon realm and undergo the 3 severings and form the 9 apocalypse star heavens to become a rank 4 Neo-Demon and gain the title, Doombringer. Zadiel's stats were truly incredible, and no rank 3 life form should be able to reach that type of power before having awakening his true soul. If he was able to control his right eye, he could face a newly advanced rank 4 life form. The thing that was out of his expectation was the great development of his speed. My speed had always been around the same as my strength. Such great progress should be due to fragments of the shooting star bloodline that remained inside the Archangel. Although I would not be able to connect with the laws of the bloodline, it will enhance my constitution. Zadiel did not waste too much time thinking about his strength and proceeded to leave the sun cocoon. We should have already passed the absolute shattering shield and enter the Neo-Demon realm. It is time to advance to rank 4. Chapter 288, The Neo-Demon Realm. The moment the Beta Heavenly World entered the white net, its speed began to slow down before leaving the dimension full of space storms and returning to the main plane of existence. The majesty and power of what surrounded the Beta Heavenly World were so amazing that words can't do it justice. 9 high worlds filled with strong natural energies and origin power could be seen. The laws in these worlds were highly developed, but not all were in balance. One of them was filled with volcanoes and firestorms, while another had water natural energy overpowering everything else. The lack of balance in some of these worlds did not make them inferior to the others. Actually, this type of world was highly sought by those with a bloodline or that train laws related to the elements and its fundamental forces. Although none of those 9 high worlds could compare with the principal world of the universe like the Magi world, it would be easy for them to nurture life forms until the peak of rank 6. Surrounding these 9 high worlds, there was an astonishing number of 81 middle worlds. Each of these worlds was incredibly old and had swallowed incalculable amounts of elemental chaos, purifying it with their crystal walls until only the purest energy and laws of the universe were left. The laws and origin in these middle worlds were much more developed than the Beta Heavenly World. It would not be weird if they can become high worlds after a couple of millions of years. Each of the high worlds had 9 middle worlds surrounding them, but the chain did not end there since every single one of those middle worlds had 9 low worlds rotating around them, reaching a total of 729 low worlds. The 9 great high worlds were not the core of this chain. That position belonged to the unbelievably large white sun, around whom every single one of the high worlds orbited. From the white sun, a giant pillar of energy emerged and connected with every high world. Then from each of the high worlds, another pillar smaller than the original appeared and reached the middle worlds around them, who did the same to their low worlds. If you were able to see the white sun and all the worlds around it in a single shoot, you would notice that they formed what could only be described as a runic formation the size of a galaxy. The void around the white sun and the worlds were filled with elemental chaos just like in any other part of the universe, but here it was at least 50 times greater in density and quantity. The only beings beneath rank 6 who could endure it would be void creatures. Of course, that was before the birth of the Neo-Demon race. Other than elemental chaos, the void had hundreds of thousands of stars. Some of them were very small while others could be compared to moons, and there were a few who could compete in size against low worlds, and it wasn't wrong to consider them suns. The amount of land that could allow even rank 0 life forms to prosper was immeasurable, and it would be easy for trillions of lives to exist and grow in it. However, whether it was in the void or inside the more than 800 worlds, not a single sentient life form was present. And that was not all, since if you were strong enough, you would realize that every celestial body had their consciousness in a stasis state. Encompassing everything was the white net, the absolute shattering shield. A defensive mechanism that even being of laws would be hopeless to break, and that possessed cloaking abilities unlike any other the universe had ever seen before. This was the greatest creation of the incarnation of death and destruction, something in which he used everything he owned. The Neo-Demon Realm. From the White Sun, a giant arc of energy was released, and it instantly covered the entire Beta Heavenly world. The power in that arc of energy was more than enough to disintegrate a middle world, but instead of attacking the world, it released a scanning force that covered every single part of it. Not even secret dimensions inside the Beta Heavenly world could hide from this. Zadiel, who had just left the sun cocoon, felt this scanning force analyze every single part of his existence. It analyzed the primordial essence in the deepest part of his soul, examined the primordial core inside his elemental chaos heart, and even established a connection with the AI chip. There was nothing the Neo-Demon could do to resist this power, and he did not try to do it. He knew exactly what was happening since he was the one who programmed this action in the first place. A second later, a robotic voice appeared on Zadiel's mind, but this one did not belong to the AI chip that had accompanied him from his first life until now. BIP. Primordial essence matches the soul aura from the incarnation of death and destruction. Primordial core is present in the elemental chaos heart. The connection was established with the original AI chip. Identity verified. Neo-Demon Realm Artificial Intelligence, NRI, greets Zadiel Daybreak, ruler of the Neo-Demon Realm. Transferring full authority of the realm and initiating defensive protocols around the ruler. Task completed. By using his AI chip, the ruler can transmit his orders to the NRI and use the full power of the Neo-Demon Realm. The moment any threat to the ruler's life is detected, the NRI will act immediately without asking for confirmation. This is done since events could happen so fast that the ruler could die before even realizing what had happened. Warning. Live forms foreign to the Neo-Demon race were detected. Initiating extermination protocol in 3 seconds. Cancel that protocol. Use your force to monitor all life in the Beta Heavenly world and incapacitate anything that is not unconscious or restrained. Zadiel immediately spoke once he heard the robotic voice. BIP. The ruler's authority was used. Core directive. Eliminate the presence of any type of sentient life in the Neo-Demon realm, foreign to the Neo-Demon race. The core directive will be temporarily annulled regarding the Beta Heavenly world. New task established, full surveillance of the Beta Heavenly world and incapacitation of any being who is in the condition of forming thoughts. A smile appeared on Zadiel's face as he heard the always reliable voice of the NRI. Along with the Neo-Demon race, the Neo-Demon realm was Zadi's greatest achievement. One had the potential to reach the peak of the universe while the other was already a weapon powerful enough to butcher beings of laws. In his past life, there was no one who Zadiel had truly trusted, so he left the realm, and everything in it to the thing that had accompanied him from the beginning of his journey, the always reliable AI chip. Using the power of the incarnation of death and destruction, he made a copy of his AI chip in its highest level and fused it with the Neo-Demon realm. Without any warning, the arc of energy that had covered the Beta Heavenly world began to pull the world into the White Sun. Zadiel realized what was happening, and although a word of him could stop it, he just waited. The White Sun was the core of the Neo-Demon realm. It should be one of the most powerful things in the universe, and it swallowed the Beta Heavenly world as if it was candy. No damage occurred in the Beta Heavenly world, not even a crack in the crystal wall once it was fully immersed into the White Sun. BIP. A new minor dimension was formed inside the White Sun to hold the Beta Heavenly world. Zadiel nodded when he heard that and began to analyze his next step. The main issue in his mind was the sage, but for what he had planned for him, it would be better if he had reached rank 4 first. The Neo-Demon did not waste time and sent a signal to his chaotic core. He disappeared from the Beta Heavenly world only to reappear immediately after in a completely black dimension. He was still in the White Sun, in a dimension he had chosen to call True Neo-Demon Doomsday Chamber. The only people who could enter this place are those who are about to awaken their true soul and undergo the 3 severings and form the 9 apocalypse star heavens. If they leave the chamber alive, they can truly be considered Neo-Demon and earn the title of Doombringer. From that day, they would become the greatest weapons of the Neo-Demon ancestor and deliver absolute destruction to those who oppose him. Zadiel sent the command to the chaotic core, and this one no longer blocked his laws from interacting with his soul. The laws that Zadiel had managed to comprehend to the potential level acted on his primordial essence, generating a chain reaction that drew the power of the great universe will. The advance to rank 4 of the first Neo-Demon had begun. Chapter 289, True Zadiel was in a meditative position inside the black dimension, and his face was perfectly calm. One's soul is constituted by the primordial essence formed by the fusion of a piece of the parent's primordial essence and soul force belonging to the eternal river of the afterlife. Only the core of your soul can be considered truly yours. Once an individual reached peak rank 3 and comprehended a law to the potential level, his soul would undergo a qualitative change. Under the guidance of the universe will, his primordial essence would begin to consume the soul force that was granted to you by the eternal river of the afterlife. When this process is done, your primordial essence, the part that is the core of your existence, would have grown powerful enough to be solidified and form the true soul. This massive change is the reason why rank 4 life forms are so powerful and can have access to devastating powers like law avatars. Zadiel's primordial essence was currently swallowing the soul force around it in a ferocious manner. This process generated an immense strain on the individual's consciousness and life force, but the Neo-Demon was in the prime of his life, and his consciousness was extremely sturdy, so he faced no problem. After a couple of hours, the soul force that belonged to the eternal river of the afterlife was gone. In Zadiel's soul dimension, the only thing left was a sphere of shining light. Right now, what should happen was the universe will tempering the primordial essence and forming the true soul. However, before that mighty entity could act, a greater power presented itself inside the Neo-Demon realm. It forced the universe will away from the white sun, but not before taking control of its soul tempering capacity. The reason why a Neo-Demon needed to undergo their advance to rank 4 inside the Neo-Demon realm was that they needed the help of a force that could overpower the universe will, and that was the incarnation of death and destruction's Omega Law. The moment the Omega Law appeared, Zadiel's face became solemn as he prepared to face the unique transformation that a Neo-Demon had to endure. Under the control of the Omega Law, a giant whip of elemental chaos entered Zadiel's body and reached all the way to his soul dimension. There it began to feed the Neo-Demon's primordial essence. Any other rank 3 life form would have their bodies destroyed the moment this dense and volatile elemental chaos entered their bodies. However, from the creation of their elemental chaos heart all the way to the completion of the elemental chaos body, Neo-Demons had been training for this moment. This was a race that dared to use elemental chaos to temper their brains with the goal of enhancing the compatibility of their primordial essence with his power. Zadiel felt a great pain attacking him, but the years he endured with that horrible wound on his soul had already prepared him for this, not to mention that this sensation was several times fainter. As time progressed, the pain increased just like the size of Zadiel's primordial essence. After 3 months, the Neo-Demon's face was pale, but his entire focus was on what came next. The nurturing phase had ended, and a thin white light appeared in Zadiel's soul dimension. The power in it was so great that space-time twisted and broke inside the true Neo-Demon Doomsday Chamber. Luckily, it also released an aura that protected the Neo-Demon. This white light could be considered the sharpest blade in the universe, and with a speed that could amaze even an archangel with the shooting star bloodline, it split the giant mass of primordial essence into 3 equal parts. Ah! Zadiel released a cry of pain as the white blade cut his primordial essence. He bit his tongue to maintain his focus while he waited for the agony to end. No matter how many times he experienced it, having your soul split apart was not something he could get used to. Zadiel had allowed a stream of elemental chaos, something that could rot the body of a normal rank 3 life form, inundating his primordial essence only to split it apart when it reached its maximum size. One of these primordial essences was golden, the other was blue, and the last one was black. He had accomplished the first and deadliest part of the 3 severings. What came next would not put his life in danger but was going to determine how solid his foundation would be. Just like the universe will was going to temper Zadiel's primordial essence into his true soul, the Omega Law was going to do the same with each of these pieces and create 3 different paths of power by harnessing the unique powers that each of them had. The first would carry the Neo-Demon determination and perseverance, the part of him that always pushed him forward. Inside Zadiel's soul dimension, something that had never appeared before in the universe was going to be born, a true will. The true will is the metaphysical representation of Zadiel's will, using his primordial essence as the core material to form it. It granted many skills such as enhanced resistance to pain, protection against mind-controlling abilities, scanning powers, and you can even impose your true will on the elements around you. However, those were just auxiliary abilities whose main focus was defense. The true will had 2 fundamental purposes. One is to grant the Neo-Demon the capacity to suppress the consciousness of heavenly bodies and consume them. The other is to make sure no change in ego or personality occurs in the rest of the primordial essences. Just like any other path of power, the true will must be trained. Not because your will was strong meant that your true will would become strong immediately. Nevertheless, a firm will help to reduce the presence of bottlenecks as you advance in the ranks. The first 5 ranks of the true will are Star Holder, Star Defiant, Star Breaker, Moon Shatterer, and Sun Collapser. They were all divided into early, middle, late, and peak. The true will must always be the strongest of the paths of power, and Neo-Demon had to avoid a problem with his ego and help the other 2 paths to advance faster. This is the reason why Zadiel cared so much that his people would have resolute hearts. Training the true will was exhausting since it needed origin power and the tempering of powerful negative emotions. However, now that it had yet to finish its formation, Zadiel could use elemental chaos to increase its power. Unfortunately, although that type of strengthening was fast, it was also incredibly painful. Unlike the agony that Zadie endured in the Beta Heavenly World when there were times of rest, this pain would be present each second. There was no fear in the Neo-Demon's heart as he sent the command and made the elemental chaos that filled his body enter the golden sphere of primordial essence that would become his true will. Zadiel's body shivered once that dangerous energy touched the golden primordial essence, but the next second he became solid as a rock. He was enduring the kind of pain that would drive even monsters crazy. By the time the first day had ended, Zadiel was clenching his fist and teeth so hard that blood fell from his mouth and palms. In the middle of the 9th day, the Neo-Demon began to shake uncontrollably and did not pass long before he could not keep his body straight. Despite all that, Zadiel did not stop the stream of elemental chaos. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That was the only thought in Zadiel's mind when the 20th day was reaching its end, and he kept pushing forward. Right when the 21st day started, Zadiel's body stopped shaking. The Neo-Demon had fallen unconscious. The Omega Law stopped the golden primordial essence from swallowing any more elemental chaos since it could collapse now that Zadiel was no longer using his determination to keep it steady. Using the tempering abilities that it had taken from the universe will, the Omega Law began to give form to the true will. The sphere of golden primordial essence was condensed until it formed a small golden humanoid. This humanoid had no features at all, and the aura around it was very mild. This was the aspect the true will would present at the first rank, Star Holder. However, a change began to occur in the next moment as all the energy Zadiel was able to give it proved its effectiveness. The true will began to gain form and slowly became a perfect copy of Zadiel, down to the smallest detail. The golden humanoid taking form meant that the Neo-Demon had reached peak Star Holder. However, things did not end there because the true will began to open his eyes. It took a long time until they were fully open, and the moment it happened, the eyes of Zadiel, who was still unconscious, began to glow with golden light. He had reached peak Star Defiant and could thoroughly suppress the consciousness of a star inside his body. By reaching peak Star Defiant, even if the other 2 paths of power reached the rank 5 level, the Neo-Demon would have no problem keeping their ego in check. Nevertheless, Zadiel's true will had yet to finish his transformation. The eyes of the true will were empty, but a second later, a spark of light manifested itself in them. That moment an aura was released from the golden humanoid that appeared to tell he was the one and only king of the soul dimension in which he resided. Nothing could defy its will, and even the consciousness of a million years star could only crumble under its might. By enduring more than 20 days of unimaginable agony, Zadiel had managed to push his true will to the low star breaker rank. Chapter 290, Eyeholder Army. In the territories controlled by the Eye Dynasty, near the border of the Endless Forest, there was a powerful army assembled. It was formed by 100 Eye Kings and 10 Night Tyrants. The most impressive characteristic of this army was the fact that all Eye Kings were in a formation. They were channeling their power into the Eye Tyrants, granting them immense strength and an almost endless energy pool. This was an army that could crush any force that was not led by a rank 5 life form. They could even face a weak law engraving existence if they were willing to pay a high enough price. At the lead of this army was a middle-aged man with black hair and 2 red bloodline eyes. This person was the patriarch of the Blood Eye clan, Fins Santorum. There was a smile on Fins's face, and thrill could be seen in his eyes as he analyzed the force he would soon be commanding to butcher hundreds of thousands and fulfill his revenge. Unlike the patriarch of the Blood Eye clan, none of the other Eye Tyrants showed happiness. There were a few that did not even bother to hide their annoyance and helplessness. Those feelings were not limited to the rank 4 life forms since some Eye Kings were also displaying those emotions, but they did a better job hiding it. Fins was too drunk in the feeling of power to notice or even bother with the attitudes of the people in front of him. With this army, it won't be hard to butcher that man's clan, and I may even be able to handle that pest that had been bothering me all this time. Humphrey, Everyone was saying that the blood dye would disappear, but we will rise stronger now that I have found a new backing. What a large group, but you are all too green to call yourselves an army. I can say with certainty that you won't last a month in the Death Army. When Fins heard those words, his entire body froze. He recognized that voice immediately since it belonged to someone who had constantly appeared in his nightmares. The Eye Tyrant turned and saw a handsome young man with gray bloodline eyes looking at him from the sky. The young man's slaughter aura was so brutal and unrestrained that it formed a mantle around him. One person facing an army of 100 Eye Kings and 10 Eye Tyrants, and it was the latter the one that was actually showing apprehension. There was no Eye Holder who did not know who this man was. The greatest genius in the Eye Dynasty in the last 100,000 years, someone who earned the title of captain in the Death Army before he was 10, the only person to obtain a Tier 1 completion in the Holy Trial for those with an Emperor bloodline, Gwen Zinter. You. What? What are you doing here? Gwen's presence shocked Fins. Their mission was a secret, and no evidence was supposed to be left from their actions, so he could not understand how Gwen had even known they would be gathering here. It is pretty simple. I am dissolving this group. All of you, return to your clans immediately. Gwen's attitude was overbearing, and it was clear his words were not a request but an order. The rank 4 life forms narrowed their eyes when they heard Gwen's command. Although they did not want to be here, they could not just leave without a good excuse, so they focused on the leader of the army and waited for his response. Fins' body was trembling due to the anger that invaded his heart. Even though the man he hated with all of his soul was in front of him, he knew perfectly well that killing him was impossible due to the life-saving cards he should have, not to mention that only trying it would doom him and his clan. However, the next second he thought about the army at his disposal and the man that handed it over to him, and courage filled his heart. With what authority are you ordering this army? Your status may be special, but you are just an Eye King and should not meddle in matters that concern us, Eye Tyrants. Fins felt immense satisfaction when he spoke those words. A mocking smile appeared on Gwen's face when he heard that, and the look he gave to the patriarch of the Blood Eye clan was the one people would give to a buffoon. I am using my authority, and by the way, who told you I was an Eye King? The moment Gwen spoke those words, a powerful soul pressure originated from him, and the slaughter aura transformed into a curtain that covered the sky above the army. The faces of the Eye Kings became pale, and some of the weakest ones fell to the ground and coughed blood. The situation of the Eye Tyrants was better, but they all adopted a solemn posture since this power meant that Gwen Zinter had awoken his true soul. Despite the immense difference in age and the fact he had just entered rank 4, he was the strongest Eye Tyrant present. Impossible. You are not even 100 years old. How can you be so powerful? Fins was shaking, and his eyes were completely open as he could not believe what was happening. He was at the peak of rank 4 and was more than 20 times older than Gwen, and yet this one could overpower him easily. Haven't you heard? I am a genius, now leave. Gwen spoke in a completely disinterested tone, and it was clear he did not put Fins in his sight. Do you think you can face all of us? Fins screamed with all of his power, and you could see the hate in his eyes. However, the most powerful emotion right now inside the Eye Tyrant was regret. He cursed his past self for not strangling this person on the crib when he had the chance, and now that he had already spread his wings, not even his backer could help him. When Gwen heard those words, a peculiar light filled his eyes as he focused on each Eye Tyrant and the strongest Eye Kings. When the Eye Holders noticed this, shock appeared on their hearts. Gwen was actually analyzing whether or not he could face all of them alone. The rank 4 life forms silently cursed Fins and mobilized the energy in their bodies. The army and its formation should be more than enough to kill any soul-forging existence no matter how powerful they were, but for some reason, they could not stop fear from arising in their hearts. Gwen's bloodline eyes began to shine, and the power of his soul increased. The slaughter aura that covered the sky grew stronger, and it released a pressure that struck all Eye Kings, greatly weakening the effectiveness of the army formation. His skin became blue and golden tattoos filled his body. The Eye Tyrant's physical might grew immensely, and an astral dominion with 9 layers materialized behind him. The top layer had already become solid, and everything about it appeared to be formed by broken souls. If I am willing to lose my body and do some harm to my life force, I am 90% sure I can kill most of you, with only the fastest ones being able to escape. Gwen's voice was cold, and his entire body released killing intent and battle spirit. However, the next second the energy inside him calmed down, and the astral domain disappeared. A smile appeared on Gwen's face as he spoke the next words. But why would I fight alone when I have my clan with me? 7 figures appeared out of thin air, and they positioned themselves around Gwen. They were all Eye Tyrants, and although their bloodlines could not compare with the one inside the young man by their side, they all had their own slaughter aura. Each one of them was someone who had ended millions of lives and faced countless life and death battles. The moment these 7 people appeared, The members of the Eye-Holder army felt terror invading their hearts. Gwen was powerful enough to handle all of them, and if the 8 worked together, then they could butcher them with ease. Chapter 291, Pawns in a Greater Game. After the appearance of those killing machines, the Eye Tyrants in the Eye-Holder army looked at each other and nodded. As for Finns, he was still trying to understand what was happening, and no one bothered with him. An old Eye Tyrant walked forward and bowed to Gwen. Of the members of the army, he was not only the strongest but also the one who had fought the most. He was also the only one who had an aura that came anywhere close to that of the monsters in the sky. We will respect the will of the True Lord and leave immediately. We hope that the True Lord is not left with a bad impression of us due to the events occurring today and understands that unlike you, we cannot disregard the stars, moons, and suns of the Magi world. The Eye Tyrant focused on Gwen and waited for the answer to the message he just sent. Gwen's eyes narrowed when he heard the words of the man. After a moment, he nodded with a serious expression on his face. Don't worry, I understand. Leave now. Thank you. All the Eye Tyrants, other than Finns, bowed to Gwen and left with the Eye Kings that were part of their clans. Finns could only see how this happened, and although he attempted to communicate with the other Eye Tyrants, none of them bothered in replying. Soon, the only ones facing Gwen and the 7 killing machines by his side were the Patriarch of Blood Eye Clan and the 10 Eye Kings that had been brought by him to this place. Go on, run away. Gwen's voice reached Finn's, and the feeling in this one's heart could not be described. The one you took as the greatest enemy of your life cared so little about you that although he could kill you easily, he allowed you to escape. Let's go. He gave the command for his people to leave, but he felt something wrong as he noticed that they all remained motionless. The Patriarch of the Blood Eye Clan frowned as he saw the empty look in the eyes of his subordinates. He used his consciousness to examine their condition and fear filled his heart. Their souls were crushed, and the broken pieces were being absorbed into Gwen's heart. Is there a problem? Gwen's voice was cold and full of tyrannical might. Finns could not stop his body from trembling due to the hate in his heart. He did not lose control and knew that the most important thing was to return to his clan alive. Looking down, to hide the nasty expression on his face, he flew away as fast as he could. One of the 7 people around Gwen focused on Finns, and the slaughter aura around him condensed into a short spear. Boy, shouldn't we handle him now? The one who spoke was a short but bulky man with a great scar covering his face and a large beard. The bloodline inside this person was very odd since although it had properties belonging to the Eye-Holder race, it also had qualities of the dwarf bloodline. These unusual characteristics in his bloodline were probably the result of his parent or ancestors belonging to different races. Although the Eye-Holder race as a whole did not discriminate against this type of people, there were bloodline extremists who felt nothing but disgust against them. Gwen did not mind the carefree tone and nickname this man used with him. Each one of these 7 individuals was a soldier of the Death Army who had fought by his side. Some of them had even died helping him when he was young, and he paid an immense price to bring them back to life. The bond they have formed was thicker than blood since they knew that no matter how dangerous things were, they would always be there for each other. He is just an insect and cannot escape my grasp, but killing him would provoke some people who I am not ready to fight yet. Besides, if I really wanted him dead, then I would not have stopped this army from marching to the City of the Sunday. When the man heard those words, he tilted his head, and confusion appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Ghostly, you cannot speak like that to little midget. You know that although he is the 3rd strongest, he is the number 1 in stupidity. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman that appeared to be in her late 20s. She had a muscular, 190 centimeters body with abundant and feminine curves. Although there were small scars all over her body and her skin was gray, that only helped to improve her charm. Who are you calling midget, gray cow? The dwarf Eye Tyrant responded immediately. Anger could be seen in his face, and the muscle on his body grew 1 size. How did you call me? You filthy midget. The woman also responded aggressively, and the energy inside her was ready to explode. Despite the violent behavior of the duo, the others only laughed. This was normal behavior for them, and some were even making bets on who would win this time. Gwen was also smiling when he saw this, but the next moment he shook his head. This is not a place where we can relax. Hockey, tell me, what would happen if you attacked the City of the Sun? When they heard those words, everyone, including the woman and the short man, became silent and focused on the person Gwen just spoke to. He was a bald man with a great beard and square face. There was nothing distinctive about this man other than the fact he only had his right bloodline eye, and not even the eye socket of the left one was present. Hockey's slaughter aura was calm, but that did not mean it was weaker than the one of the others. Gwen and the rest knew that it presented itself that way due to this man's granular control over every part of his existence. He was the 2nd strongest of the 8 if you only consider battle power, but his greatest forte was his assassination techniques, which allowed him to once kill an injured law engraving existence during a world war in a high world. What was even most shocking about this man was that he possessed the weakest bloodline of the 8, a rank 3 bloodline. He reached his current strength with unwavering determination. Since his body and soul could not grow stronger, he mastered every technique, dominated every weapon, and learned every piece of magic knowledge that could help him display greater power. If Gwyn was a heavenly genius who used his unbreakable will to take advantage of his great talent, the Haki was a normal man who used his unyielding determination to break the limits the universe had imposed on him. If it was in direct combat, Gwyn was confident in obtaining an absolute victory, but if Haki attacked him from the darkness, then not even becoming a rank 5 life form would make him feel secure. The defenses of the city and its monitoring capabilities are too well done, and no flaw is present in them. Every member of the Daybreak clan can be considered a moving scanner, and they are connected to what I can only assume is a superb system with a reaction speed equal to a rank 5 life form. I would die before even reaching the core of the city. Haki's words shocked the others, but he had not finished yet. And I am not even taking into consideration the more than a dozen powerful beings that reside inside it. The people around Gwyn understood Haki's capabilities, and if even he would perish under the might of the City of the Sun, then the army of eye holders they had just scared away had no chance at all. Do you understand now? Finns may have been too stupid to realize the purpose of the army, but the other eye tyrants were not. They were sacrificial pawns, and most of them would have died before even harming a single member of the Daybreak clan, with only a few lucky ones managing to escape. After the death of so many eye holders by the hands of an organization in the Eternum Empire, the individuals in the shadows would no longer have to hide and could use their true power against Zadiel Daybreak. Understanding appeared in the eyes of all the eye tyrants other than Haki. Their knowledge about wars was excellent, but the movements in the shadows that powers in a principal world do are too complicated for them. Anyway, let's not bother with this anymore. I have paid part of my debt to that man, so we will not meddle with the affairs of other people for a while. All of you should focus on getting ready to take the holy trial. Remember, if you obtain a Tier 2 completion in the Rank 4 and Eye King bloodline trials, your bloodlines will be enhanced. The Eye Tyrants noted, and fighting spirit filled their hearts as they flew away. Chapter 292, Rank 4 Neo-Demon. Inside the true Neo-Demon Doomsday Chamber, Zadiel, who had been unconscious for more than 2 months, finally woke up. An overbearing aura was released from the Neo-Demon that would make those with a weak will tremble. This aura shared many characteristics with killing intent. However, rather than being born of the desire of a person to extinguish life, its origin was an individual's unwavering belief in themselves. Zadiel remained silent for a moment as he analyzed his current condition. Excellent. A low star breaker true will from the start will save me a lot of time and allow me to focus on the other 2 paths of power. Let's start immediately with the next one. Zadiel saw the 2 spheres of primordial essence still present in his soul dimension and focused on the blue one. That one would carry Zadiel's consciousness and spirit essence, the true soul. The Magi path, the path of gods, the cultivator path, and almost every great path of power that existed used the true soul as their core since it granted the ability to reach the peak of the universe. The true soul was widely accepted as the best path when it comes to developing comprehension of the laws in the universe, and one that was gifted by the universe will to all those who had achieved a connection with the laws with their own power. Many magic scholars had researched why the true soul can grant such an amazing insight over the fundamental forces of the universe. A common theory is that due to the true soul containing the consciousness, it enhanced it and allowed it to reach a higher level of perception. Even the incarnation of death and destruction with the help of the Bayer Neloths was not able to improve the core of the path of power concerning the true soul. However, they were able to use their unique properties to develop an ability that not only would increase the speed of a neo-demon comprehension of the laws but also grant them an unmatched survival skill, the soul seeds. Unlike the true will that had much more malleable properties due to its containing something so susceptible to change as the will of an individual, Zadiel could not use elemental chaos to enhance the true soul's power. Under the guidance of the Omega Law, the blue primordial essence was tempered and finally formed a blue humanoid that was the perfect copy of Zadiel. This was Zadiel's true soul. Immediately once its formation was completed, the neo-demon felt an immense power originating from every aspect of his existence. His consciousness became more than 100 times larger and compact, and instead of abyss aura, it was now filled with elemental chaos. Not only his scanning abilities were highly enhanced, but it now could mobilize greater amounts of energy much faster. Zadiel's body was also improved, and although it was not as impressive as the growth of his consciousness, it still became almost 2 times stronger, and its full potential was unlocked. This change allowed his law bloodline to grant his body special characteristics. Unlike other true souls, the one of a neo-demon had 3 black seeds in it. One was in the part of the body known as Danshan, The second one was at the level of the heart, and the last one was at the forehead, between the eyebrows. Only the outline of the soul seeds was present, and none of them were truly formed yet. A neo-demon could once again take advantage of the presence of the Omega Law and the high quantity of elemental chaos in their bodies to nurture the first soul seed. This process was also painful, but due to Zadiel's true being at the Starbreaker rank, his resistance to pain had increased by a factor of 15. While before, the neo-demon would endure such great agony that he would lose control of his body, now it felt almost like a headache. After 17 days of feeding, the first soul seed was finally completed. Although Zadiel was able to take even more elemental chaos, unfortunately, the pressure each soul seed generated on the true soul is immense, and having more than one solidified inside it was not possible. They must also be used before an advance to the next rank, since they can't endure the qualitative change a true soul experienced once an individual reached the next level as a life form if they are solidified. Zadiel did not let his new power distract him and proceed to focus on the last sphere of primordial essence. This black primordial essence shared a metaphysical connection with his body and life force. The body is one of the three great centers of power a life form possesses, and the number of paths of power that focus on it was uncountable, but the truth is that even the best of them reached their limit at the beginning of rank 7. The Titan path, despite originating in the race with one of the greatest bodies that exist in the universe, still used the true soul as their core. However, the path of power this black primordial essence would create was different. It took the body as the core, and just like the true soul, it could allow a life form to reach the peak of the universe. A neo-demon could focus solely on this path and disregard their true soul, and they would still be capable of facing beings of laws without a problem. The black primordial essence would become the true doomsday body. The first step in this path of power is to decide what type of true doomsday body one would want. There was a myriad of types from which a neo-demon could choose, and all of them granted unique special abilities. There was no true doomsday body that was better than the others, and their power depended on how well you could adapt its abilities to your battle style. The one Zadiel chose was the Absolute Solar Yang True Doomsday Body. This True Doomsday Body allowed the user to generate and compact all types of flames and also use the Yang properties of those flames to increase the body's strength, weight, and hardness. Once it is developed to a high enough level, someone with an Absolute Solar Yang True Doomsday Body could even burn the laws. Once he had chosen, Zadiel sent the command, and the Omega Law transformed the black primordial essence into the Absolute Solar Yang True Doomsday Body. Soon a black humanoid that shared Zadiel's figure appeared in the soul dimension. The moment the true doomsday body was formed, Zadiel felt his physical power skyrocket, and the temperature of his skin reached a level so high that it could burn magma. However, things were not over yet, since the Neo-Demon needed to implement the training system of the true doomsday body, the 9 apocalyptic star heavens. The 9 apocalyptic star heavens, as their name indicated, were dimensions a Neo-Demon would build inside his body that could contain stars. There were 5 fixed heavens that were the same for all Neo-Demon and 4 that the individual could choose according to his preferences. These heavens were built in the true doomsday body, and once enough energy was given to them, they would create a dimension in the corresponding part of the Neo-Demon's body. The heavens were also divided into unique heavens and twin heavens. Both could only contain a single star, but twin heavens were able to divide the power those stars would grant into 2 points, which would be helpful for organs like the lungs, kidneys, and in the case of Neo-Demons, hearts. The 5 fixed heavens were located in the stomach, liver, lungs, hearts, and brain. 3 of them were unique heavens, and 2 were twin heavens. Once the heavens were developed completely, and the dimensions inside the Neo-Demon's body were able to seal stars, those organs would obtain all kinds of supernatural abilities. In the black humanoid inside the soul dimension, 7 white dots were formed. My eye of life and creation is a significant part of my power, and the other 2 are not in any way inferior, especially my right eye. It is fundamental for each of them to obtain a unique heaven so they can evolve to an even higher form. Zadiel focused on the true doomsday body, and another 3 white appeared. Only 1 heaven was left to be determined, and the Neo-Demon did not rush his decision. After a lot of thinking, Zadiel decided what would be the best possible location. I have obtained some of the unique characteristics of the shooting star bloodline, and it would be a shame not to take advantage of them. By forming a twin heaven in the true doomsday body's knees, my body would be able to display an incredible speed once a star is sealed in them. And just like that, the 2 final dots of line appeared in the absolute solar yang true doomsday body. Zadiel had now the possibility of feeding the first heaven before the power of the Omega Law vanished. Each heaven inside the true doomsday body must be nurtured to make the dimension appear in the body of the Neo-Demon. The stronger those dimensions were, the more powerful would be the stars they could contain. Once the first star is sealed inside the Neo-Demon, it would nurture this one's body and the next heaven, making the second dimension capable of developing even more and so on. This meant that the 3 first heavens would be the weakest, and the last 3 would be the strongest. The Neo-Demon chose the heaven corresponding to the stomach as the one to be developed first. The Omega Law sent the elemental chaos into the true Doomsday body, and slowly Zadiel felt like a huge dimension began to appear inside him. 9 days after that, a dimension capable of containing a celestial body appeared inside the stomach of the Neo-Demon. Once it fulfilled its purpose, the Omega Law disappeared from the true Neo-Demon Doomsday chamber. Inside Zadiel's soul dimension, the Neo-Demon's true will released a powerful pressure that reached the true soul and true Doomsday body, making these two position themselves beneath him, one to the right and the other to the left. An aura that could crush mountains and dry oceans was released from Zadiel. He had finally completed his advance to rank 4. Chapter 293, the first star. Zadiel was sitting with his eyes closed in the true Neo-Demon Doomsday chamber, and the raging aura his body was releasing kept growing stronger and stronger. Any life form beneath rank 3 that was touched by this aura would feel their skin burning due to the cells in their bodies rotting. The Neo-Demon spent half a day getting used to his new power and restraining the aura and energy inside him. Normally a rank 4 life form would not have to spend so much time adapting to his new strength, but the upgrade Zadiel obtained was too massive. After he was able to restrain his power, Zadiel stood up and opened his eyes. They were all in their active form. The power in them obtained a quantitative development and a qualitative change. When Zadiel was a rank 3 life form, he could not keep his right eye under control, but awakening his true soul gave him the strength to rule over the laws in his eye. My vertical eye is the eye of life and creation. My left eye is its antithesis, so I should call it the eye of death and destruction. The force in my right eye was the result of merging the power of life, death, and soul, and it has a connection with creation and destruction, so the best name for it would be Rebirth Eye. The eclipse inside Zadiel's bloodline heart and its purple flames were the metaphysical representation of the powerful law of rebirth, a law greater than the law of space or the law of time. Artificial intelligence chip, show me my current stats. Also, name my bloodline as the Rebirth Eclipse bloodline and the force it generates as Rebirth Force. BIP. Analyzing the host. Name, Zadiel Daybreak, race, Neo-Demon, Rebirth Eclipse bloodline, paths of power, Animus, rank 3/True Will. Low Star Breaker / True Soul, rank 4 First Origin Circle / True Doomsday Body, First Heaven, Strength, 1234.6, Physique, 2541.2, Speed, 1782.5 Elemental Chaos, 1382.4 Rebirth Force, 1502.1 Mind Force, 452.7 Soul Origin, 1193.2, Laws, Law of Life. Low initial level, law of creation, late potential level, law of death, low initial level, law of destruction, late potential level, soul law, peak potential level, law of rebirth, middle potential level. Note, soul origin was calculated using normal energy pools, but the normal human doesn't have this power, so the estimate is not precise. Thanks to the increase in the power of Zadiel's soul, the abilities of the chip were improved. Now it could quantify the strength of the true soul and even show the law compression. After his advance to rank 4, Zadiel's stats received 2 great changes. One was the evolution of his energy pool from Abyssal to Elemental Chaos, and the other was the appearance of Soul Origin, which is related to the strength of the true soul. The true soul consumed Origin power to increase its strength and produce Soul Origin that is used to form cycles inside it. Zadiel's true soul was in the first of the 5 cycles a rank 4 life form goes through. Once the first cycle is saturated with Soul Origin, the second cycle can be formed, and the strength of the true soul would grow. This meant that a larger capacity of soul origin could be translated into a more powerful true soul. The soul origin can be used for a myriad of purposes, as a healing force, a new energy pool for your spells, a power that increases the might of your body, but its most important function is as the energy source of the law avatar. Unfortunately, soul origin cannot be renewed on its own, and every time some of it is spent, the life form would be forced to draw the origin power of the world or use origin stones to replenish it. One is very slow and the other incredibly expensive. Although spending soul origin would not weaken the true soul, it would slow down its training. For those reasons, unless it is absolutely necessary, most life forms never use their soul origin. Zadiel was analyzing the data the AI chip showed him. Most of his focus was on his laws. Only my law of life and law of death have reached the initial level. It is a little disappointing, but there is nothing that can be done. If other rank 4 life forms could hear Zadiel's thoughts, they would be driven mad with envy. Each of his laws was incredibly complicated and powerful, and he already had 2 at the initial level and another at the peak of the potential level. Not to mention he only needed to look to his bloodline to obtain knowledge over the laws and enhance his comprehension. The current statistics given by the artificial intelligence chip used a normal human as their basis, but now that they have grown so much, the accuracy and help they bring to identify my power, and that of my opponents is affected, not to mention that the value for soul origin is not well defined. After a moment, Zadiel came with a solution that not only would it help him accurately determine the power of an individual but would also no longer show a giant number whose meaning is hard to understand. Artificial intelligence chip, use a standard newborn archangel, as the basis to the calculation of power. BIP. Changing measures. Task completed. Name, Zadiel Daybreak, race, Neo-Demon, Rebirth Eclipse Bloodline, Strength, 3.0, Physique, 7.2, Speed, 3.8 Elemental Chaos, 2.7 Rebirth Force, 2.6 Mind Force, 0.3 Soul Origin, 1.5 Note. Each point of growth is now quantified as an exponential increase of 50%. According to the new system of measurement, someone with 2 points in strength had 1.5 times the strength of someone with a value of 1. In Zadiel's case, his strength was equal to 2.25 times the strength of an individual with 1 point. In the low numbers, the difference is not much, but as the numbers grow larger, the difference increases immensely. Zadiel's physique was 7.2 points, and that meant it was more than 11 times higher than the one of a newborn archangel. Zadiel was satisfied with the new system of measurement and his stats. It was clear that when it came to the starting point, he was superior to the archangels, the self-proclaimed strongest kind in the universe. I need to seal a star in my stomach and plant my first soul seed. After that, I will handle the garbage, and I can return to the Magi world. Zadiel did not waste time, and after sending the command to the Nrai, he appeared right in the void of the Neo-Demon realm. Thanks to my powerful physique, the dimension the first heaven was able to build inside my stomach should be able to handle a slightly more powerful star than other Neo-Demon's first star. Zadiel used the artificial intelligence chip to establish a connection with the Nrai and obtained a list of all the stars he could put inside him. In the Neo-Demon realm, stars are classified according to the energy inside them and the might of the laws they carry. They begin at tier 0 and end at tier 12. Since the dimension is in my stomach, I need a star whose laws are compatible with the natural function of this organ. A star with the law of shadows or the law of devouring would be useful due to their swallowing properties. As he was going through the stars in the list given by the Nrai, one caught the attention of Zadiel. The star was blue, and although it was small compared to other stars, having a diameter of around 5 kilometers, its weight was incredible for its size. It created a gravitational pull that drew the elemental chaos around it. A tier 1 star with such an impressive law of gravity. It has some of the qualities of a neutron star. Zadiel was very satisfied with this small blue star. There are neutron stars in the Neo-Demon realm, but they are tier 11 stars, and if Zadiel were to try and seal one of them inside the dimension in his stomach, his body would be destroyed instantly. Actually, a Neo-Demon with a law bloodline that focused on the body and trained it constantly, who obtained countless lucky chances, and had created an extremely steady foundation would still find it very hard to develop a dimension capable of containing a tier 11 star. As for tier 12 stars, Zadiel never thought they could be put inside a Neo-Demon. He just brought them into the Neo-Demon realm in case a miracle happened. They are sealed in the periphery of the realm to make sure they don't harm the other stars and worlds. The blue star Zadiel wanted was millions of kilometers away from his location, and although he could order the Nrai to bring him there, he did not. The Neo-Demon adopted a meditative position and focused on the dimension in his stomach before channeling the elemental chaos that filled his body and consciousness in the first heaven of his true doomsday body. The dimension built by that heaven reacted, and a white whirlwind appeared inside Zadiel's stomach. Once the white whirlwind appeared, the chaotic core inside the elemental chaos heart glowed, and Zadiel sent it the coordinates of the blue star. The moment he did that, another whirlwind, millions of times larger than the one inside Zadiel, appeared above the tier 1 star. This portal was possible thanks to the power of the Neo-Demon realm and the incarnation of death and destruction's Omega law. If the star consciousness was awake, then this blue star could have resisted, but since it was in a stasis state, it wasn't able to do anything other than being swallowed by the humongous white whirlwind. In the white whirlwind inside Zadiel's stomach, a blue marble appeared. Of course, that was just what your eyes would see. Right now, the Neo-Demon had a dimension that contained a 5 kilometers star inside him. The white whirlwind began to tremble due to the immense pressure it was subjected to, but it was able to stabilize itself before beginning to spin faster. The energy inside the whirlwind grew, and its edges started to crystallize. Once the crystallization was over, the seal on the star would be completed, and the Neo-Demon could begin to use its energy and laws to nurture himself. When the crystallization reached 50%, the blue star began to tremble, and a powerful aura surged from it. Due to it no longer being suppressed by the full power of the Neo-Demon realm, and the feeling of danger accompanied by its sealing caused the star consciousness began to show signs of awakening. Chapter 294, Soul Seed. When facing the star consciousness of a star beneath Tier 6, a Neo-Demon with a true will at the star holder rank would be forced to spend several months or even years in seclusion, focusing all their power in suppressing the raging consciousness trying to seek freedom. A Neo-Demon with a true will at the star defiant rank would have an easier time. Although they would still need to spend a long time subduing the star consciousness, they do not need to enter seclusion, and as long they don't use the power of the true doomsday body, they would have no problem going into battle. A true will at the star holder and star defiant ranks would take a moderate approach, slowly weakening the star consciousness until finally sealing it. However, the response of Zadiel's true will was much more direct and aggressive. The three humanoids that formed Zadiel's path of powers were all adopting meditative positions with their eyes closed. But the moment the star consciousness began to resist the sealing, the golden humanoid opened his eyes, and an extremely overbearing and prideful will could be seen in them. He was the king of the triad formed in the soul dimension and would not allow any consciousness or will to challenge its might. The true will's eyes shone like two imposing suns, and an invisible beam of energy was fired from them. The offensive power that the true will could display in a battle between life forms at the same rank was average at best, and it could not compare to the battle power a Neo-Demon could express using the true soul or true doomsday body. Nevertheless, when it comes to fighting an alien consciousness inside the Neo-Demon, there was no path of power in the universe that could equal it. Inside the dimension where the star consciousness of the Tier 1 blue star was beginning to awake, what could only be described as a golden sword of apocalyptic proportions appeared. Without giving its opponent an instant to understand what was happening, the sword buried itself into the star. To the naked eyes, one would see that the sword had pierced the blue star, but no damage was done to this one. It was like they operated in two different planes of existence. But although no physical damage was done to the blue star, the star consciousness was shattered. Only when the star consciousness was thoroughly defeated did the true will close his eyes once again. Without any resistance, the crystallization of the dimension advanced without a problem, and once the white whirlwind was fully crystallized, it began to compress itself. Finally, what was left inside Zadiel's stomach was a bright stellated dodecahedron with a blue orb in its center. Now that the dimension formed by a heaven had finally sealed a star, it became an apocalyptic star, which are the energy cores of the true doomsday body. From the apocalyptic star, a wave of unbelievably dense and heavy energy filled every cell of Zadiel's body and charged him with amazing power. This was astral origin, the equivalent of the true soul's soul origin and the energy pool unique to the true doomsday body. The changes inside Zadiel were not over. From the apocalyptic star, pieces of the laws contained in the blue star were being guided into fusing with the stomach's cell. Unlike in the law engraving rank, when life form would obtain a subtle control over the laws engraved in their bodies and automatically enhance their comprehension of them, Zadiel did not receive any of those benefits regarding the laws fusing in his cells. However, just like ancient dragons could display their dragon breath and drive the power of the laws due to the lore runes fused in their flesh and blood, the Neo-Demon's body would obtain supernatural abilities due to the star's laws that were fused in it. Zadiel remained in a meditative position until the changes on his body finally stopped. A new form of energy was contained now inside him, and while his stomach's external appearance had not changed, its cells became something completely different from what they were before. Astral origin, although it is not as flexible as soul origin with whom you could even create a continent if you have enough of it, the enhance in power it granted the body is superior to its counterpart. The Apocalypse Star can replenish it by itself, and it allows me to activate the unique ability of the true Doomsday body, Doomsday Incarnation. It is supposed to be as powerful as a law avatar created by the true soul, but that was only in theory, and I would need to test it in a battle. Zadiel was extremely satisfied with the power he felt in his body. Artificial intelligence chip, display the changes that astral origin and the creation of the first apocalyptic star have provoked in my body. Also, use the power and density of soul origin as parameters to quantify astral origin. Immediately after the command was given, the chip showed Zadiel's enhancements. Dip. Strength, 3.0 to 5.0, Physique, 7.2 to 7.4, Speed, 3.8 to 5.9 Astral origin, 1.4 inches not bad. By increasing my astral origin and elemental chaos, my body will be tempered, and its power will constantly increase. Now I need to feed my true doomsday body the broken star consciousness of the blue star and slowly nourish the second heaven while I improve my body so the dimension it creates can be stronger. From now on, I can only take things one step at a time since the true doomsday body path of power is all about building a solid foundation. If I focus on quickly rising in the ranks, it will be ruined. Before going into a world and planting his first soul seed, Zadiel decided to try the new ability the apocalyptic star and the laws fused into his stomach had granted him, and since he was in the void, there was no better place to do it. The Neo-Demon opened his mouth, and the image of a black hole appeared in it. This obviously was not a true black hole, but the manifestation of the ability the law of gravity developed in his stomach. This black hole released a powerful gravitational force that drew immense quantities of elemental chaos into the Neo-Demon's body. Zadiel's stomach refined this elemental chaos and divided it into 3 portions. The first went to the consciousness that originated in the true soul, where it would be used to supply energy for spells. The second was mixed with astral origin and circulated in the body. The last one was compressed into a small orb and left inside the stomach, where it would be used to replenish the elemental chaos in the consciousness or body when they need it. Impressive. My stomach now has devouring, purification, and collection skills. After getting used to his new power, Zadiel did not waste more time and sent the command to the Nrai to teleport him into one of the 81 middle world. He appeared in the center of a large forest that covered almost a tenth of the world. Zadiel focused on his true soul and made the matured soul seed appear on his hands. A Neo-Demon would plant the soul seed in a world where it would feed on the natural energies, origin power, and even parasite the world consciousness and consume pieces of it. Slowly the soul seed would grow and form a connection with the laws of the world where it resided and allow the true soul from where it was created to tap into this connection. In that state, the Neo-Demon would achieve a level of attunement with the laws in the world that would allow improving comprehension over them 10 or even 100 times faster and easier. The help in law comprehension that a law bloodline granted was much better than the one a soul seed could offer, but the last ones granted a greater range of laws. To improve his comprehension of the law of life or the law of death, Zadiel would focus on his bloodline, but with laws like the law of space or law of time, the soul seed was the fastest path. However, the marvelousness of the soul seed did not end there. Once it was planted in a world inside the Neo-Demon realm, it could act as a beacon in case the Neo-Demon soul was shattered and ended in the eternal river of the afterlife. The Neo-Demon realm could use the Omega law of the incarnation of death and destruction to resurrect a Neo-Demon whose soul had been shattered by the laws. Of course, this type of resurrection had severe drawbacks. First, you would lose your body and forced to train all the way back from the rank 0 life form, and while your bloodline would not be lost since it is part of your primordial essence, the purity of it would be damaged, and you would be forced to spend a lot of time and resources nourishing it back to its prime. There was also the fact that the more thorough the destruction of your soul was, the more time it would take for you to be resurrected. Normally a Neo-Demon would choose a low world to plant his first soul seed since it would not have the strength on its own to feed on the consciousness of a higher world, but just like Zadiel's true soul was connected to its true will and could use it to enhance its defenses, the soul seed could draw its force to help it consume the world consciousness of a middle world. This was possible due to Zadiel's true will being at the Starbreaker rank, something almost all Neo-Demons would find impossible before reaching rank 5. Zadiel planted the soul seed very carefully and looked at it with a smile on his face. Despite all the disadvantages of this type of resurrection, he was incredibly satisfied with it. A phrase that Zadiel heard in his past life came to his mind as he focused on the soul seed. As long as there is life, there is potential, and as long as there is a potential, there will be a success. We Neo-Demons will sprout again when we are cut down. We will rise again even when we fall. Chapter 295, The Final Purgatory. The White Sun was the core of the Neo-Demon realm, and there were several dimensions built inside it. Some of those dimensions were very small, while others were larger than high worlds, and every single one of them had a purpose. The surveillance and level of protection the Nrai applied to those dimensions were based on how important they were. There was a dimension that was located exactly in the center of the White Sun Day. Although it was smaller than an average low world, it was the place Zadiel Daybreak considered the most important in the entire Neo-Demon realm. Not even the true Neo-Demon Doomsday Chamber could compare with how significant this place was for the ancestor of the Neo-Demon race and how much it affected the plans he had for the universe and his ultimate goal. If one of the absolute powerhouses of the universe were to reach this dimension, then Nrai had orders to use all the power at its disposal to annihilate him, no matter the consequences. Even if it needed to suck dry the more 800 worlds connected to the White Sun and permanently harm the Neo-Demon realm, the trespasser had to be eliminated. Instead of the spherical form of the world, this dimension had the rectangular structure of a plane, and it was covered by a chaotic black sea that rose from the ground and reached all the way to the sky. The waters that formed this sea were ethereal, and although they caused no harm to physical matter, they were extremely harmful to anything related to the soul. There was a powerful seal in this dimension that made unauthorized access next to impossible, whether it was physical by using powers like teleportation or incorporeal like astral projection. To enter this dimension of the White Sun, You needed to be a rank 4 Neo-Demon who had passed through the 3 severing and have authorization from the ruler of the Neo-Demon realm. Only then would Danzō perform a full scan of you by using a power that not even a being of laws who had formed its own Omega Law could hide from, and then transport you to this place. Any individual that behaved suspiciously would be restrained, and if they resisted in any way, then Danzō was authorized to exterminate them even if they were Neo-Demons. Above the sea level, a fluctuation in space occurred, and the next moment Zadiel, who was using the black hole runic set, appeared, and he was not alone. Behind the Neo-Demon, there were 372 members of the heavenly race and a cocoon made of shadows. Due to the Beta Heavenly World now being part of the White Sun, Zadiel could use the black hole runic set in every part of the Neo-Demon realm. However, the energy source of the runic set was limited, and he would not use its powers unless he absolutely needed to do it. Surrounding Oliver, Thomas, and the rest of the members of the heavenly race, there was a white membrane protecting them. The white membrane was a defensive spell cast by the Danzō that stopped the force in the black water from twisting the personality of the members of the heavenly race and shattering their ego. The same membrane was covering Zadiel's body, but this one was millions of times stronger than the one shielding the Dukes and the rest. The Neo-Demon did not need any help to fend off the maddening force in the black water since, the moment his true will reached the Starbreaker rank, his will became too strong to be affected by it. The reason why Zadiel was using the membrane was due to something much more important, something for which not even the assistance of the black hole runic set was enough. The Neo-Demon did not lose time and flew forward, with the members of the heavenly race and the shadow cocoon behind him. He felt a powerful scanning force present every moment of his journey, not only on him but also on the people he was carrying. The only reason Danzō did not erase the existence of the members of the heavenly race and the individual inside the cocoon was due to Zadiel's authority as the ruler of the Neo-Demon realm stopping it. It did not take long for Zadiel to reach the center of the dimension, and what appeared on his sight was a maelstrom of apocalyptic proportions that originated in the bottom of the plane and rose all the way until reaching the firmament. Just like the waters that filled this dimension, the maelstrom and its powerful winds did not harm physical matter, but they distort the personality of anyone who entered in contact with it. To advance past this maelstrom, you either needed to be a peak rank 5 life form or a Neo-Demon with a true will at the Starbreaker rank. Even without the help of the black hole runic set or the Danzō's protection, Zadiel was powerful enough to resist the force of the maelstrom, so he pierced the exterior and entered the center of it. What welcomed Zadiel on the people he carried was a black pyramid floating by itself on the core of the maelstrom. Countless runic lines were moving through the surface of this pyramid. They shined with all kinds of colors and represented a myriad of laws that were even more complex than the laws that formed the universe. Not even the almighty Omega laws would be able to express a power capable of surpassing these runes. If Danzō was the brain of the Neo-Demon realm, then this black pyramid was definitely the heart. A stream of black fog was released from the pyramid, and once it passed through the maelstrom, it fused with the black waters that filled the plane. Originally, the only thing in this dimension was this pyramid, but after millions of years of releasing that fog, it formed the sea that surrounded it. Zadiel knew that this sea would be formed once he left the pyramid in this dimension and had decided to name it Will-Forging Sea. As for the black pyramid, its name was the Final Purgatory. Without wasting time, Zadiel put his hand on the pyramid. The next moment, the Neo-Demon, the members of the heavenly race, and the shadow cocoon disappeared. Zadiel and the rest appeared in a terrain with a metallic floor that extended for an unmeasurable distance and where not a single sign of life was present. Filling that floor, there were countless statues made of black crystal that had all different kinds of runes carved on them and from which a black fog was being released. These statues took the form of millions of different life forms, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that 99% of the species of the universe were represented here. Even though there were statues that belonged to massive beings like dragons, titans, and leviathans, and small life forms like elves, humans, and dwarfs, they were all between 2 and 3 meters tall. Unlike their size, the runes that covered each statue were unique. Not even the slightest resemblance could be detected between them. The eyes of the statues that surrounded Zadiel began to shine. The next moment, sounds depicting a deranged state of mind filled the area. Zadiel did not care about the noise or the statues, but he did take a moment to analyze the black fog that filled the space around him and allowed a piece of it to pass through his defenses and enter his body. This black fog did nothing to his body or energy, but it was able to infiltrate his soul dimension without a problem. Like a ferocious beast, it focused on the 3 entities formed by Zadiel's primordial essence and launched itself to them. Just like when the star consciousness made itself present inside Zadiel's body, the true will opened his eyes, and this time, instead of only his eyes, the entire body of the golden humanoid radiated a majestic light. The black fog clashed with this light, and the two of them wanted nothing more than to destroy the other. Finally, it was the true will's light, the one that proved to be superior. Just like a muscle that is submitted to stress by lifting a heavy object, the true will can be trained by fighting this black fog, and then by supplying it with origin power, its might would increase. My true will is powerful enough to handle the pressure a rank 5 consciousness is capable of generating, but it took me a considerable amount of time and energy to handle the soul resentment fog of the 9th layer of the final purgatory. I guess the start of my training will begin here. Once the test was done, Zadiel turned around and focused on Thomas, Oliver, and the rest of the members of the heavenly race. By using the power of the Nrai, Zadiel had expelled the energy the sage left in the dukes and returned them their personalities to their original state. They were still xenophobic garbage, but they once again cared about the people of their race. Nrai, handle the people of the heavenly race according to the instructions I have given you before. Make sure the 2 dukes witness the person they love the most die in the most horrible way possible and then continue with the rest one by one. When all of them are dead, make them experience a billion years of solitude before creating an illusion in which they are saved and then force them to see their loved ones die again. The cycle must never end, and in case they are driven mad by the pain, erase their memories and start all over again. Chapter 296 to 2nd Layer BIP. Following the ruler's command. After the voice of the Nrai manifested itself in Zadiel's mind, an invisible force entered Oliver, Thomas, and the rest of the members of the heavenly race. They trembled, and the next second, their souls were extracted from their bodies and poured into the metallic floor. Zadiel's eyes were cold as he saw the hundreds of new crystal statues that appeared in the 9th layer of the final purgatory. Oliver and Thomas were at the center while the rest of the members of the heavenly race were surrounding them. The faces of the dukes displayed what could only be described as unbearable regret, while the rest of their people showed pure agony. Unlike the rest of the statues in the layer, the ones of Oliver and Thomas were tiny, measuring less than 10 centimeters, and the ones of their people were even smaller. Slowly runic lines began to appear on the surface of the statues of the members of the heavenly race. If your soul was strong enough to resist the pressure they generated and your perception reached a high enough level, you could see the true nature of these runes. Their bloodlines, their law comprehension, their techniques, their mentality, their hopes and desires, everything about them could be understood through these runes. Due to these characteristics, they were a treasure trove to any life form. A skilled rune master could decipher the mysteries of their bloodlines and create a runic set that emulated the abilities they granted, or a magic creator could integrate them into his creations. Powerful individuals could learn the theory behind the technique they learned through their lives and benefit from the experience they developed over them, allowing them to copy those skills or even improve them and make something suitable for them. One could use the runic lines in the statues to obtain their law comprehension. Emulating the law comprehension of others would harm your foundation and make the advance to the minor completion level almost impossible, so for the Neo-Demon race who had the soul seeds was not worth it. But if you only use them as a reference and not the core of your law comprehension, they could be beneficial. So the soul of a rank 4 life form creates a statue of approximately 10 centimeters. Zadiel focused a moment on the statues of Oliver and Thomas before looking at the more than 2 meters tall statues around him. Every single one of the millions of statues present in this layer was a rank 6 life form before having their soul placed into this black pyramid. Some of them were the absolute leaders of their worlds, while others were puppets put in place by beings of law to control their territories, but either way, they were existences worshipped by countless people. Life forms like them were so powerful that their emotions could manifest themselves in the physical plane. The extreme hate and resentment that corroded their soul were so great that it formed a black fog the statues were constantly releasing. The power of the incarnation of death and destruction was high enough to have stopped this gas from being created, but why would he stop such a great training tool and weapon from developing? The noise that depicted the madness that invaded the mind of the individuals in this layer kept filling Zadiel's surroundings, but he couldn't care less. They may have enjoyed glorious lives before, but now they were nothing more than batteries, and in fact, they were the lowest type present in the pyramid. Zadiel gave one final look at Oliver's statue, and a smile appeared on his face as he imagined what he would have to endure from now on. Enjoy eternal torture. After having fulfilled his promise, the Neo-Demon picked the shadow cocoon and flew to the sky, where a runic formation was present, and the moment he touched it, he and the cocoon vanished from the 9th layer. He appeared in another layer, just like the previous one, with a metallic floor and crystal statues filling it. The difference, however, was that these statues were larger, almost 10 times bigger than the ones present in the 9th layer, and the black gas they released was more powerful. Zadiel appeared in the 8th layer of the final purgatory. This was not his final destination, but the seal and protocols put in place inside the black pyramid forced him to begin at the last layer and gradually progress to the first one. The Neo-Demon ignored the cries of agony around him, and he advanced to the runic formation in the sky before disappearing once again. He kept advancing through the layers of the final purgatory. The higher the Neo-Demon rose, the greater the crystal statues became, but their numbers decreased. It wasn't long before the black gas that filled the layers grew powerful enough to affect beings of laws. By the time he reached the third layer, there were less than 10 statues, but they were even larger than stars. The runes that covered them were unimaginably complex and released a pressure that could crush even the strongest rank 6 life form if they take even a glimpse of them. They adopted all kinds of monstrous forms that portrayed the true nature of their souls, and not a single one of them could be considered anything else than a completely evil being. Zadiel was so small that he could not even compare to a finger of these statues, and they were just a representation of the might of their souls. They were beings of absolute power, and if they managed to escape, they would throw the entire universe into chaos for hundreds of thousands of years. Luckily, he had the protection of the black hole runic set and white membrane, or else the power of the black gas and pressure of the runes would have erased his existence. Just like in the statues in the lower layers, they reacted to Zadiel's presence, but although they released an aura full of negative emotions, they all still had their rationality intact, and wisdom could be seen in their eyes. The souls sealed in the final purgatory experienced time millions of times faster than in the rest of the universe. However, to the entities in the 3RTH layer, even eons of solitude and agony could not break their wills. The Neo-Demon felt all types of messages reach him, but he ignored them. The more time he spent on this layer, the more energy the white membrane would consume, and since he had nothing to say to them, he just flew to the rune formation in the sky and proceeded to the next layer. The second layer of the final purgatory was different from the others. Unlike the black gas that filled the previous layers, this one was saturated by a white fog. Instead of negative emotions, what this fog expressed was peace, harmony, and order. Nevertheless, this did not mean the white fog was less dangerous than the black gas. The white fog could push the soul of an individual into a quiet dream, from where they may never wake up. In this layer, there was only one crystal statue, and unlike the others that were black, this one was white. The fog was so thick that it concealed the figure of the statue, but if the ones in the third layer could compare to stars, the size of this one could equal a moon. Zadiel focused on the white statue and saw how its eyes glowed. The next moment, less than 10 meters away from the Neo-Demon, a man materialized. This man was averagely handsome, with short blonde hair and a kind face. His appearance was nothing special, but the aura that overflowed his body made clear he was someone unique and that even the great powerhouses of the universe would only bring shame to them if they compared with him. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race could feel a righteous spirit coming from this man and a resolute personality that would never back down under any situation. Zadiel knew that his senses were not tricking him since this man was someone who would endure the most horrible fate possible if that meant protecting his people and the rest of the life form in the universe. The man kept his eyes closed, but it was clear he had no problem perceiving his surroundings. He focused on Zadiel and gave a small bow before speaking. I have been in this place for a very long time, and I have managed to understand some of its properties and unique capabilities. I know how special this floor is, and for you to be the first person to arrive at this place means your identity can only be one. It is an honor to meet the Blight of the Nine Hells, the Butcher of Archdevils, the Master of the Ancient Bayer Neloths, the Devourer of Baatar and Abyss, the one and only incarnation of death and destruction. Chapter 297, The Monster in the First Layer. Zadiel wasn't surprised about this man knowing his true identity. Actually, if he had not figured it out with all the information he had, the Neo-Demon would have found it odd. Why do you speak as if this was the first time you see me? Didn't we meet a long time ago, when I defeated you and extracted your soul from your body? Zadiel was speaking peacefully, and his attitude appeared to be extremely relaxed, but the truth was he had his guard up and attempted to discern the authentic nature of the man in front of him. The final purgatory was strong enough to contain this man and stop him from using his power. The reason why he could form an incarnation of energy was due to Zadiel allowing him to do so. Therefore, the damage he could do physically was almost null, but just like the ancestor of the Neo-Demon race could trick a unique entity like the sage with just his words, the blonde man was also capable of such a feat. The reason why Zadiel was so cautious of this man was due to his identities. He was once the ultimate leader of the forces of the universe, the champion of justice and order, and the greatest powerhouse of this epoch. However, the incarnation of death and destruction knew him as the embodiment of evilness and deceits. The man kept smiling after hearing Zadiel's words and softly shook his head. The one that fought you was an empty shell, a puppet that guided his action based on the desires of someone else. I was never truly him. The man paused for a moment before continuing. Or at least that's what I tell myself. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he heard that and understood the meaning behind his words. So are you telling me you have been purged from his contamination? The man displayed a self-mocking expression on his face when he heard that and shook his head. His power has infected me for too long and managed to corrupt the core of my existence. Even with the amazing purging skills of your creation, it is impossible to purify my soul. but enough of it was expelled for my ego to return to its original state, and as long as I have the help of this place, I can suppress what is left of his filth from affecting my mind. Although Zadiel took his words with caution and did not trust them, he could not help but feel disappointed. If this man could help him, the chances of achieving his ultimate goal would be higher, but now it appeared the assistance he could bring was severely limited. I see. If I had been able to act on your soul the moment the corruption started, I may have been able to help you more, but I guess giving you back your ego is the best I can do. After all, we are talking about that individual's power. Zadiel shook his head and focused once again on the man. Both the incarnation of death and destruction and the champion of justice and order were entities who had forgotten the meaning of fear a long time ago. Nevertheless, neither of them dared to speak that individual's name out loud. I know you don't trust me and won't risk speaking about your plans with me, at least until you are strong enough that I can't hide anything from you, so I can only assume that the reason you came to this place and took the time to chat with me is due to that thing. The blonde man focused on the shadow cocoon. Zadiel waved his hand, and a tear appeared on the cocoon, showing the amorphous mass of tentacles that was contained in it. When the man saw the figure of the sage, he frowned, and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. How odd, I have never seen this type of life form before. Although I can detect some characteristics of the Mind Ruler race, this thing is something different. Is this a new race born in the last couple of millions of years I was absent? I don't think so. Although my grasp over the events occurring in the universe is not what it used to be, at least there is no information about a race of beings like him in the archives of a principal world. What an odd being. Well, it doesn't really matter where it came from. I will take care of it if that is what you want. The blonde man could feel the evil aura that surrounded the sage's body, so he had no problem annihilating him. You are mistaken. I did not come here to ask you to kill him. For that, I am going to use the thing that is on the first layer. Zadiel looked to the sky of the second layer, and there was a solemn expression on his face. Unlike the other layers of the final purgatory, there was no runic formation in the second layer that led to an upper layer. However, the Neo-Demon knew that there is a hidden entrance, covered by the power of the Omega Law, that can only be opened by the Nrai, with the authority of the ruler of the Neo-Demon realm. What? The champion of justice and order was startled, and he lost his composure for a moment. I don't know what you have trapped in there, but I can perceive that it is a true monster with an extremely ominous aura. Even at my peak, I don't think I could handle such a monstrosity. If you allow me to use my full power, I assure you, I can send enough force to the creature in the cocoon to annihilate his existence and anything connected to it, even if this thing's true identity is that of a being of laws. The capabilities the blonde man claimed to possess appeared too incredible to be true, since beings of laws were known for being very difficult to kill, and trying to do that by attacking an incarnation or avatar of them was unbelievable. Zadiel knew how high this man's control over the laws and fundamental forces of the universe was, so he was confident that he could perform such a feat. However, the Neo-Demon wanted to submit the sage to something even more definitive than just stopping his soul from reaching the eternal river of the afterlife. I have already made my decision. The reason I am speaking with you is that although the being in the first layer will not be able to escape, and the gate between the layers will shut down instantly, he may send an attack that will reach this layer and interfere with your recovery. So, I will allow you to use your power once to neutralize it. The blonde man understood that once individuals like Zadiel make a decision, it is impossible to convince them otherwise. He limited himself to nodding and focused on the sky. Zadiel was not afraid of the man using the chance to attack him. Once the sage went through the gate and reached the first layer, he would use the power of the Nrai and teleport out of the final purgatory. While climbing the Black Pyramid must be done one layer at a time, leaving was much easier. The white membrane grew stronger, and after using the black hole runic set to fill his body with amazing strength, he grabbed the cocoon that contained the sage and threw him to the sky. As he saw the enemy that forced him to so many setbacks rising into the sky, Zadiel's eyes glowed with determination, and he sent the command to the Nrai. Right? In front of the flying cocoon, a tear, less than 3 meters long, appeared in space. It was impossible to see what was on the other side of the tear, and the sage vanished inside it. Once that happened, the Nrai used his power to make Zadiel disappear from the second layer before allowing the blonde man to use his strength once. The tear in space began to shut down the instant the sage reached the first layer, but despite the amazing speed at which it happened, it was not fast enough. Roar! A roar full of chaotic madness was heard in the second layer, and a dark shockwave that originated in the first layer passed through the tear. The entire second layer began to tremble, but the blonde man was ready, and the moment Nrai allowed him to use his power, he made the white fog that covered millions of kilometers gather into a palm less than 4 meters wide and struck the portal with it. Although the fog hand may not seem much, it had the power to pierce a high world from one end to the other without a problem, and yet the shockwave originated from the roar of the monster in the first layer was proving to be superior. Luckily, the tier closed, and the shockwave vanished. The palm made of fog was full of cracks, and once the opponent was no longer present, it lost its form, and white fog once again filled the second layer. The thickness of the fog diminished greatly, and it was clear a great amount of it was lost in that clash. That power. The blonde man was shocked when he felt the aura in the attack, and an extremely solemn expression appeared on his face. What did he seal away in that layer? Chapter 298, Erased. The number of low worlds in the universe is immense, and it could easily reach dozens of millions. One of these worlds was dominated by the human race, and its name was Xenitis. It was relatively young, and it possessed a civilization that had developed for less than 30,000 years. The natural energies, origin power, and laws in this world were relatively weak. There was no need to mention the possibility of soul-forging existences being present in this world, since not a single person had ever surpassed rank 2. The people who strive for strength in this world follow either the path of magic or the path of force. These were two paths of power that originated in this world, but they were extremely deficient since they completely ignored the soul and consciousness. Even though there were individuals in Xenitis that could be considered rank 2 life forms, any advanced rank 1 Magi could kill them easily. The organizations that split control over this world had a political structure similar to a mortal kingdom, with the nobility containing all the power and commoners nothing. Even if you were incredibly talented and extremely hardworking, trying to obtain even the weakest type of path technique was almost impossible. However, there are always people that rise despite the restriction their place of birth generated. In the Gimmer Kingdom, there is a place whose sole purpose is to train powerful warriors and mages, whose name was Royal Academy. A tall wall surrounded the Royal Academy, and you could see runes inscribed in it. Although these runes were the highest level of rune crafting in Xenitis, they were barely equal to the worst rank 0 runes you could find in the Magi world. Dozens of people were coming in and out of the Royal Academy each minute. Standing in front of the massive entrance, there was a group of high-spirited youngsters. At the head of the group was a young man with a courageous aura and eyes full of fighting spirit. His name was Liker, and although he was a commoner, a combination of destiny, hard work, and lucky chances granted him admission to the Royal Academy. From the group that followed Liker, a beautiful woman with blonde hair approached the young man and took his hand before showing a smile full of love and adoration. Liker turned to the woman and displayed a radiant smile before looking at the rest of his friends. In this place is where our path begins. We will reach the legendary Skywalker realm and explore this great world. Liker's words were packed with his determination and aspirations. His friends smiled, and there was excitement in their eyes. The eyes of each one of them were filled with respect and admiration as they focused on Liker. Many of them considered this young man as the most important person in their lives. Liker kept smiling, and just as he took a step forward, his entire body exploded as if it was a balloon full of blood. Things did not end there, since every single atom of his body and fragment of his soul disintegrated the next instant. Liker. The blonde woman screamed with all of her strength when she saw the man she loved with all of her heart die. The friends of the young man were shocked and could not understand what had just happened. There were hundreds of individuals around the entrance to the Royal Academy. They were all surprised by the strange death of the young man in front of them. However, the next second, whether it was the crying woman, the afflicted friends, or the curious outsiders, they were all filled with confusion. What occurred? Why am I crying? The woman looked at the surrounding, but no one appeared to be able to give her an answer. What transpired in Xenitis was not an isolated event. People from all kinds of backgrounds in thousands of different worlds suffered the same fate that Liker did. A crown prince of a mortal kingdom leading his army to war. A beggar picking pieces of food from a garbage can. A small girl playing with her friends. A powerhouse from a high world giving lectures about the laws to his sect. A fox that was running from a hunter. A magic creature that was devouring a defeated enemy. Every single one of them was annihilated in body and soul, leaving not a single atom behind. While the people around them reacted with shock to their demise, the next second, they forgot everything about them. This happened 1 second after the sage entrance to the first layer. He and everything that had a connection with him were erased from space and time. No one remembered them, and it was like they had never existed. Back in the Magi world, the pressure the Daybreak clan had to endure just kept growing as attacks from the Ai dynasty and certain powers in the Eternum Empire intensified. There was a gloomy aura in the City of the Sun as people felt the storm that was developing on the horizon. The members of the Daybreak clan were no longer permitted to enter Wasteland or head too deep into the endless forest due to assassins waiting in the shadows. In the Ai dynasty, stories about the Daybreak clan using a rank 4 magic creature to torture and kill 10 Eye Kings of the Blood Eye clan who were hunting in the endless forest began to circulate. Those tales were completely false, and anyone who put a little effort would realize it, but the truth mattered little when the only thing that you wanted was to make people angry. From the Eternum Empire, allegations about the pills sold by the Daybreak clan having disastrous side effects appeared. There were many rank 3 Magi that had been harmed by them, and some rank 2 life forms died. A great number of families and clans ganged up and demanded restitution and punishment for those involved in the creation of the pills. What made things worse was that they showed evidence that the source of the illness that affected the Magi indeed came from the drugs sold by the Daybreak clan. Sophia's name was constantly in the complaints of those clans, and some brazen ones even demanded her to be handed over so they could punish her personally. On the upper floor of the Daybreak Magic Tower, Ezequiel was sitting on the throne and saw a group of individuals entering the room. There were 5 people in total. 3 of them were soul-forging existences, while the other 2 were rank 3 life forms. 2 of the soul-forging existences were having an amicable chat as they walked, and by the attitude they were displaying, people may think this was their home. One of them was a beautiful woman, and the other a refined man. Despite the youthful appearance of the duo, they were extremely old, and their life force was reaching their end. That was especially true of the man who had a decrepit aura around him and from whom a rotten smell was being discharged. He had a muscular constitution with draconic characteristics. There were scales on his face that released backlash. Due to the problem with the pills that came from the Daybreak clan, the people of the Empire Commercial Association requested a meeting to handle the accusations and how to respond to the clans and families demanding restitution and justice. The Supreme Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed when he saw the man with a draconic bloodline. The attitude of the woman from the Empire and the fact he brought that man along told Ezequiel everything he needed to know about this meeting. It was obvious they did not come with good intentions, but Ezequiel did not make them leave. He wanted to know their goals, and they were no threat at all, so hearing what they wanted to say wouldn't harm him. The duo advanced until they were less than 10 meters away from Ezequiel and kept talking for a while before finally looking at the Neo-Demon. The expression on the face of the duo was arrogant, and it was clear they did not put the man in front of them in their sight. Ezequiel couldn't care less what 2 talentless individuals who used magic to hide their decrepit bodies and who would die in less than a century could think of him. He also did not make any effort in hiding the disdain he felt for them. The man and the woman perceived Ezequiel's scorn, and although they did not show anything on their faces, being looked down upon for such a genius with a thriving life force filled them with hate and envy, but they did not lose control. Before the Neo-Demon or the duo could speak a word, the other rank 4 life form yelled at Ezequiel. How dare a rank 3 life form not to kneel in front of Sirius Dragonstone, Prince of the Dragonstone Kingdom, and Lady Jenner Porter, head of the Empire Commercial Association. The man who screamed had a dragon bloodline. His face was full of rage, and it appeared he was ready to launch himself at Ezequiel. Although rank 3 life forms needed to show respect to soul-forging existences according to the codes and rules of the Empire, kneeling to them in your own territory was a little too much. Jenner and Sirius looked at Ezequiel, and a smile appeared on their faces as they waited to see how much they could bully this man. Chapter 299, Invictus. Ezequiel focused on the man who yelled at him, and the only thing the Neo-Demon saw was a rabid dog who followed the command of his master. There was no fear in his eyes, only disdain for the man's pathetic display of strength. I guess it can't be helped. Ezequiel sighed before rising from the throne and approaching the group. The Neo-Demon advanced until he was less than 2 meters away from Sirius and the rest before closing his eyes. The smile on Jenner and Sirius' faces grew wider, and a vicious light filled their eyes. They thought that Ezequiel was taking a moment to swallow his pride before kneeling. They had heard the tales of Zadiel and Ezequiel's talent. The story about the duo's amazing feat of entering a Norwegian runic set and fighting thousands of warriors of the heavenly race without any help was spread throughout the Empire by the Magi who saw them fight in the Beta heavenly world. In the beginning, most people did not believe it since a rank 3 life form reaching the boundary of rank 4 battle power was incredible. But after one of the soul-forging existence that was present that day confirmed them as true, the status as absolute geniuses of the duo was accepted by everybody. They knew that a gifted individual like Ezequiel was destined to reach a level they could only dream of, but due to the people going after the Daybreak clan, he was doomed. Zadiel Daybreak was known for achieving the impossible time after time, to the point that he managed to escape the claws of the heavenly race after being captured, and even if they were stronger, neither Sirius nor Jenner would dare to mess with him. However, for the duo, someone like Ezequiel, who was only known for his talent in battle, was an easy target, and they could take advantage of his lack of experience to push him around. Unfortunately for Sirius and Jenner, things didn't go as they expected. Instead of kneeling, Ezequiel's body began to grow, and the power in him experienced a qualitative change. The Neo-Demon was not returning to his original 450-meter body, but instead using primordial condensation. To rank 4 life forms, the size of their opponent did not matter too much since their attacks had a range of damage that covered thousands of meters and could directly attack the soul, but just like Ezequiel's body increased in size, the natural energy in the surroundings began to act chaotically. The rank 3 life forms in the group were forced to activate their magical defenses since the air felt like knives piercing their skin. Due to Ezequiel's training and increase in power, primordial condensation had developed greatly, and in the end, his body became 15 meters tall, almost touching the ceiling of the floor. The moment primordial condensation reached its final form, something that shocked the rank 4 life forms in the room happened. Ezequiel's body began to harmonize not only with the natural energy of the world but also with origin power, drawing it inside him to increase his power. Only those who had awakened their true soul could act on the origin power of the world, and even then, they needed to focus solely on it, not like Ezequiel's body that attracted origin power on its own. Sirius felt poisonous envy filling his heart. Even though Ezequiel was only able to act on the origin power in the surroundings and the density of this one was very low, the fact he could perform such a feat meant he would need less than a century to saturate his cycles with soul origin, unlike him who wasted thousands of years to fill his 5th cycle despite consuming all kinds of precious resources. The prince of the Dragonstone Kingdom focused on the rank 4 magus that followed him, and when he saw the shock on his face, he sneered and sent a command with his consciousness. Kolo, what do you think you are doing? Why are you not rebuking this brat's actions, or are you waiting for me to lower myself and speak with a rank 3 life form? Kolo understood that his attitude had offended his master. He suppressed the shock that the monster gave him, and once again, fury filled his face. Lowly rank 3 life form. What do you think you are doing in front of? Kolo was not able to finish his sentence because the moment Ezequiel opened his eyes and focused on him, a great terror that originated from his bloodline filled his heart. For a moment, the daybreak magic tower disappeared, and he saw himself in the void. His body was that of a small lizard, and a giant whose eyes resembled red moons grabbed him. From the Magus's true soul, a wave of soul origin was released, taking him back to reality. Kolo's face was pale, and his body was soaked in a cold sweat. The illusion was not generated by a difference in power but due to the immense disparity between their bloodlines and the fact Kolo's will was weakened due to the shock he had just received a few moments ago. How funny that someone who forced the awakening of his true soul with forbidden techniques and could only comprehend the weakest of laws dares to speak so proudly. Your consciousness is filled with cracks, your energy pool is contaminated, and your body has all sorts of flaws. Your life force is diminishing at an accelerated rate, and your potential is completely depleted, so increasing your power is impossible. I wonder how someone so broken like you dares to speak as if he was my superior. Ezequiel did not hide the disdain in his voice. Kolo could not believe what he had just heard. Ezequiel just revealed to everyone his greatest shame and weakness. His bloodline was that of a sand dragon, a bloodline that could barely reach the standard of a rank 4 bloodline. To make things worse, the purity of the one inside Kolo was very low, that plus the fact he never dared to risk his life or put himself in a dangerous situation to stimulate his potential, made his advance to rank 4 almost impossible. To avoid dying of old age at rank 3, he accepted becoming Sirius' servant in exchange for resources and the help to awaken his soul. The process made it impossible for him to advance past the initial stage of rank 4 and left him with severe injuries. But despite all the side effects and the fact he was now essentially a slave, he preferred it to death. Seeing his subordinate frightened by the words of the rank 3 life form, Sirius felt an immense shame. He released a soul pressure that filled the entire room, and the power in it forced the 2 rank 3 Magi that were accompanying them to lay on the floor. The soul pressure of a rank 4 life form was very effective against those who had not awoken their true soul. Sirius thought that since Ezequiel's body was so impressive, his soul would be his weak point. The Magus accompanying Jenner, an old man that appeared to be in the last years of his life, began to cough blood, but the woman did not care about him. Ezequiel looked at Sirius as if he was looking at a clown. During primordial condensation, part of his consciousness fused with his body, which made his soul defense incredibly sturdy. The moment the Prince of the Dragonstone saw the contempt Ezequiel displayed, the same one the other rank 4 life forms in the kingdom he belonged to displayed behind his back, an uncontrollable rage filled his heart. Sirius' origin power exploded, and the laws he controlled began to act. When Ezequiel saw that the man who was so close to him was about to release his law avatar, he simply shook his head. There was not a shred of worry in the Neo-Demon's heart. Before Sirius could even form his law avatar, a crushing pressure assaulted the 3 rank 4 life forms and threw them to the ground. Half of the energy in the 80 Sunshin's core was redirected to the sunlight core at the top of the Daybreak Magic Tower, and from this one, a wave of golden light was sent to the floor where Ezequiel was present. Hundreds of arrows were formed from that light, and they materialized above Sirius, Jenner, and Kolo. Were not Magi supposed to be smart and pragmatic individuals, who can put aside their emotions and analyze their surroundings with a cold mind? How stupid can you be to think I would allow all of you to enter the Daybreak Magic Tower if I could not neutralize you whenever I wanted? Ezekiel was truly disappointed. The fact they behaved this way told him that they were nothing but disposable pawns, that no one with power would fully trust, and that their goal was just to incite mayhem. What kind of magic tower is this one? Sirius screamed, and fear could be seen in his eyes as he focused on the projectiles aiming at him. Despite being a very weak one, he was still a peak rank 4 life form, and yet this magic tower overpowered him easily, and the arrows that were less than 5 meters away from his head had the power to destroy his body and break his soul. It took him a moment to realize that the Daybreak Magic Tower could express rank 5 battle power, and that the moment he entered it, he was at the mercy of Ezekiel. Chapter 300, Invictus, 2. Honestly, I don't understand why those who have reached rank 4 behave so arrogantly. The number of individuals that can awake their true soul with enough effort and a bit of talent is uncountable. You believe yourself to be so magnificent and treat rank 3 life forms as insects when the truth is that you are still so incredibly weak. Ezekiel showed no interest in the reaction of the trio lying on the ground. The 2 rank 3 Magi that accompanied Sirius and Jenner were not bound, but they were so afraid that they did not dare to move a muscle. Other than fear, the emotion that awoke in their hearts was respect. Regardless of their personal feelings for Ezekiel, they could not help but feel admiration for the Neo-Demon. Just like them, Ezekiel was a rank 3 life form, but they would never dare to behave so brazenly in front of soul-forging existences, no matter what kind of background they had. The words of the Neo-Demon made sense to him, but not for the other 2 rank 3 Magi. Ezekiel's mentality made him see only 2 great differences in power, those who are still bound to their lifespan and the ones who had shattered their mortal cocoon and reached eternity. For the supreme Neo-Demon, only those who had become beings of laws were allowed to be arrogant and felt pride in their achievements. The rest of the life forms that have yet to reach rank 7, like him, must never be satisfied with their power and always have to give their best as they move forward, pushing their talent and potential beyond their limits. That type of mentality could only be born in a person who saw his talent as barely acceptable, despite being the highest possible tier in the universe. For him, having the label of absolute genius in a principal world was meaningless. For those like Sirius and Jenner, awakening their true soul was an amazing achievement that should earn them the admiration of everybody. Even if their talent was greater, that type of reasoning was bound to limit how much they could grow. The pressure on the duo kept rising, as did the power in the arrows. It did not pass long before every single one of those hundreds of projectiles reached a strength equal to a rank 4 spell. If you kill me, my father will exterminate you and every single person in your clan. Sirius was bleeding from his eyes and mouth as he screamed like a crazy beast. The higher-ups from the Empire will butcher all of you if someone so important like me, the head of the Empire Commercial Association, were to die. Jenner was having a better time resisting the pressure from the tower, but she still could not refrain from coughing blood. Those threats only made Ezekiel's disappointment grow larger. The Neo-Demon waved his hand, and the duo rose in the air until they were in front of his face. Another stupid behavior. A powerful background can indeed protect you from certain people, but what about those who are crazy enough to ignore the consequences and kill you on the spot? They could be hunted by the organizations behind you and eventually perish, but you would still be dead. The fear in the hearts of Jenner and Sirius grew when they heard those words. Being avenged would not bring them any satisfaction if they were dead. It is true that killing you two would have dire consequences and allow those rats in the darkness to attack us. I don't know the precise power of those behind you two, but I am sure they are at least law-engraving existences. Although we have the means to face off a rank 5 life form, even if we win, the casualties would be too high among the weak members of the clan. The duo was able to relax when they heard Ezekiel's words, but that did not last very long. The Neo-Demon made a black tablet appear and allowed the Magi to read the words in it. To the right hand of Zadiel Daybreak, Ezekiel. According to our deal, I grant you this tablet that you can use to instantly summon a squad led by the first prince to slay any group attacking your people and then relocate the Daybreak clan to an island near the Hueco continent, where they will enjoy the protection of the Scientia Kingdom. King of the Scientia Kingdom, John Eric Rebellion. Sirius and Jenner's bodies trembled when they read the message on that table, and the shock they felt was the greater they have experienced in their lives. They did not doubt the authenticity of the tablet since no one would dare to falsify a message from the greatest powerhouse inside the Magi world, not to mention the words had the power of the laws in them, something only an individual who had reached the Soul Law domain rank could do. Doesn't this mean you have already secured the safety of your people? Jenner did not know how strong the first prince of the Scientia Kingdom was, but thanks to her position, she had learned he was the one who handled the security for the Wisdom Auction House. He was the one who with a single roar pierced the consciousness of a rank 6 life form and forced him to run. When Ezekiel heard the words of the woman, a smile appeared on his face, and then he began to laugh. Please don't tell me you people thought I would wait for my master to come back and fix everything. I mean, When have I ever given somebody the feeling I am some damsel in distress that needs to be rescued? Jenner did not dare to respond since she truly believed the Daybreak clan was hopeless without Zadiel, and unless he came back, they would be doomed. What could someone like you possibly trade with the king of the Scientia Kingdom for his help? Sirius could not contain the envy in his heart. John Eric Rebellion was a legendary being that he could never meet in person, and yet the rank 3 life form in front of him was able to do business with him. Ezequiel saw the despair that was filling Sirius' spirit, and he continued to smile as he told him the price he paid for that help. Nothing much. He will give me 3 names, and no matter who they are or where they are hiding, I will kill them. The eyes of the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom twitched when he heard that. Even if he sold everything he had, he would never be able to obtain the help of the first Prince of the Scientia Kingdom. The only thing Ezequiel needed to do to be able to mobilize a power capable of killing a rank 6 life form is promising he would kill 3 individuals. Unlike Sirius, whose mind was filled with resentment, Jenner was able to maintain a clear head and understand the meaning behind Ezequiel's promise. Right now, the assassination skills of Ezequiel were useless for the king of the Scientia Kingdom, but there was no mention of a time limit to give the name. What if John Eric Rebellion gave this genius a target to kill when he becomes a sole law domain existence? And if Ezequiel were to enter the mythical rank 7, then that meant the value of each of those names would be incredible. If you have fixed everything, why do your people behave as if they were in immense danger? Jenner could not contain her curiosity. When she arrived at the City of the Sun, she clearly detected the gloomy aura that permeated the city. Ezequiel turned to the woman, and coldness appeared on his face. He made the tablet disappear before waving his hand and making the duo crash on the floor. You have mistaken my attitude as the desire to have a conversation with you two. I gave you this information so you know that I can kill you now, and nothing would happen to my people. Ezequiel's voice was filled with killing intent, and terror could be seen in the faces of Sirius and the rest. The Neo-Demon rose his hand, and with coldness in his eyes, he snapped his fingers. The hundreds of golden arrows were fired at the Magi group, and the power in them was more than enough to disintegrate their bodies and break their souls. Right when the arrows were about to land and kill them all, they disintegrated into dots of light that returned to the sunlight core. Jenner and Sirius did not understand what had just happened, but the next moment the pressure that was crushing their bodies vanished, and they saw how Ezequiel had returned to his height of 2.5 meters and was sitting on the throne. The imposing aura on the Neo-Demon frightened them, and no one dared to look at him directly in the eyes. The reason I don't kill all of you is not fear, but the fact that taking your lives is not worth the trouble that moving the clan generates. Now speak what you came to say, and if you are lucky enough to leave alive, then you can tell the ones that control you that the Daybreak clan is not something people like them can bully without consequences. Sooner or later, my master will come back, and then we will have the power not only to defend ourselves but to attack as well. Chapter 301, Invictus. Slowly the 3 soul-forging existences stood up, and the expression on each of their faces was extremely bitter. They came to the Daybreak Magic Tower full of pride and haughtiness as if they were divine beings visiting an insignificant mortal. Only now, after those arrows almost killed them, did they understand that they were nothing but insects in front of a monster, and the only reason they were not dead is that they were not worth the effort. Sirius could not control the emotions overflowing his heart. Despite his lack of talent, he always considered himself a gifted being and was extremely narcissistic. Even though the other rank 4 life forms in his kingdom had a bad opinion about him, he always kept his head high since they did not dare to show their contempt for him in the open due to his father. To someone like him, being humiliated by a rank 3 life form and told that the only reason he was still alive was that he was unimportant, could be even worse than death. Kolo continued staring at the floor and did not dare to look in Ezequiel's direction. Fear had already broken his fragile will, and the only thing he wanted was to leave this place and never come back. Jenner was the first one to regain her composure. Her body was soaked in a cold sweat, and her heart kept beating very hard due to the near-death experience she had just encountered. She looked at the man who accompanied her and transmitted a message to his mind. Deliver the first part of the report we prepared, but do not mention anything about the second part. Be very careful with your words, and if you fail me, I will make sure you suffer the consequences. The message and the tone the soul-forging existence used made clear that the relationship between them was not a good one. The one who accompanied Jenner was someone Zadiel knew, Dritus Funder. He was the old man who had come to examine Zadiel's rune and the link between the Daybreak clan and the Empire Commercial Association. When he first met Zadiel, although he did have the appearance of an elder, his life force was still strong, not like now that he appeared to be with one foot in the grave. A self-mocking smile appeared on the Trias' face as he sighed. He got near Ezequiel's throne before kneeling and bowing. Lord Ezequiel, the contract signed between Zadiel Daybreak, leader of the Daybreak clan, and the Empire Commercial Association stipulated that any blame due to a problem with the goods sold through our channels would fall on him. Since Zadiel Daybreak is not present in the Magi world and we are unable to contact him, the one leading his organization would serve as his representative. Therefore, the association asks you to take responsibility for the rank 3 Magi who end up hurt and the rank 2 that died due to the pills sold by your clan. Tritus talked with a very respectful tone, and even when he spoke about taking responsibility, he posed it as a request and not an order. Ezequiel noted when he heard those words. He was prepared for this since it was the original goal of this meeting. In any deal, trust and responsibility are important. If our pills had indeed harmed the buyers, we would take care of their injuries and even bring back those who had died, regardless of the cost. However, the reason for those people suffering is not because of something that came out of our clan. My lord, evidence was delivered by the clans and families that made the accusations against the Daybreak clan. The association made examinations on them, and we verified that they indeed were pills coming from your clan. The pills those people consumed were indeed made in the Daybreak clan, but they were part of the batch that was stolen more than a year ago. They were altered by a master alchemist, making them time bombs to anyone that consumed them. I am not certain if the leaders of those clans and families knew the true purposes of those pills, but the fact that no one that formed part of the core of those organizations was harmed, led me to believe that they had some knowledge about what was truly going on. Tritus did not know how to respond to that statement. Things had already escalated beyond his capabilities, so he chose to remain silent. Jenner's eyes widened when she heard those words. As a puppet of the people behind the attack against the Daybreak clan, she had some knowledge about the scheme behind the defective pills. If you don't have evidence to prove those. The Mega stopped her sentence when she felt Ezequiel focusing on her with a smile on his face. The Neo-Demon made 2 identical pills appear and sent a crystal to Jenner and Tritus. One of these pills is part of the evidence submitted against the Daybreak clan, and the other belongs to the stolen ones. In each batch of pills created by us, there is a unique chemical chain that serves to identify them. These 2 pills have the same chemical chain. In the crystal, you will find our investigation and irrefutable proof that the harm to those people had nothing to do with us. How did you get that pill? Jenner was shocked, and her face grew pale. As the head of the association, one of her duties was to make sure the evidence against the Daybreak clan was hidden and stop anyone other than the people she served from manipulating them. This type of failure would cost her greatly. There was no need to mention if she could keep her position since even her life was in danger now. A smile appeared on Ezequiel's face when he saw the sense of defeat in the woman's eyes. You have filled the Empire Commercial Association with people like you, incompetent individuals that do not understand the severity of their action and whose reasoning is easily clouded by greed. Hopelessness filled Jenner's heart when she heard that. If Ezequiel's words were true, then all the blame for the failure in the scheme against the Daybreak clan would fall on her. The Neo-Demon did not care about the woman, and he focused on Tritus once again. Now that the problem with the pills has been handled, we will address another subject. Tell me the original message you were supposed to relay to me. Ezequiel's voice was calm and even friendly, but Tritus felt that the slightest mistake would doom him. Even though Jenner had warned him about revealing that information, Tritus understood that what awaited him if he lied would be worse than death. You must hand over the alchemist named Sophia as well and other 10 alchemists of your clan immediately so the organizations headed by rank 4 life form that lost people due to your pills and the Empire Commercial Association can begin their punishment. The alchemists must be people of your clan that have the dragon bloodline, and they. Tritus stopped speaking here as he was afraid of what would happen if he said the next part, but Ezequiel's pressure was too much, and he continued after a moment. They must also be females. I see. Ezequiel's eyes were empty, and no emotion could be seen in them. There was a cold aura that surrounded his body, and a monstrous killing intent began to permeate the entire floor. Tell me the names of the people that made that request, and also everyone who should have taken part in delivering punishment to my clan. My lord, I don't have any information about those people or their desires. Tritus was truly frightened. Aren't you the vice head of the association? Ezequiel's empty eyes focused on Tritus, making this one tremble. I no longer hold that title, my lord. I did not come here by choice. Tritus could not help but display a sad smile on his face when he spoke those words. Ezequiel's eyes narrowed when he heard that. The man was so terrified that he would not dare to lie. Since he was of no use, he focused on Jenner. Do not resist, or you will die. The Magus did not have time to process Ezequiel's words before a strange power reached her brain and began to manipulate it. Ah! Jenner cried as an immense pain began to assault her. The scream stopped in less than 30 seconds, and she fell to the floor. The Magus was only unconscious, but the damage she received would be hard to mend. When Ezequiel saw she was still alive, he no longer cared about her condition and focused on the data the Elder Brain had obtained. There was no information about the one who is attacking the Daybreak clan from the shadows, but he did obtain the names of those who wanted Sophia and the rest of the women. Due to your desires, All that you have known and built will be destroyed, and I will make sure you are defiled until your bodies are broken. Chapter 302, Invictus, If. In the information Ezequiel got from Jenner, the schemes and backstabbing tactics from the Empire Commercial Association were displayed. The Neo-Demon focused on Tritus, and a clearer picture of the events that led to this man's deplorable situation appeared in his mind. Unfortunately for the man, Ezequiel was extremely indifferent to the plight of outsiders. The next moment Tritus vanished from his mind, and he focused on Sirius. "Speak your part, lizard." Sirius trembled when he heard those words, and wrath filled his heart, but the fear of death allowed him to maintain a cold head. He took a moment to modify the original tyrannical speech he had planned to deliver before everything got out of hand and then spoke. "I am aware that my son, Severus, is being detained by the Daybreak clan. He has royal blood running through his veins and must be handed over. This order comes from the king of the Dragonstone Kingdom, and if Severus is not returned or if his bloodline has been harmed, my father will come to ask for an explanation." Initially, Sirius was going to ask for billions of magic crystals and people of the Daybreak clan as slaves, but now he only dared to ask for his son back. The truth was that he did not care about Severus' fate, but when his father found out what had happened, he commanded him to bring the boy back. Unlike his son, the king of the Dragonstone Kingdom appears to be an impressive character according to the information we have collected about him and has connections with one of the organizations that control Estus. If he comes in person, I will be forced to use the tablet to take care of him. Ezequiel frowned as he thought about how to handle this problem. Although the Scientia Kingdom could provide a perfect shelter for the Daybreak clan, that would harm the plan the Supreme Neo-Demon had for the race. The Neo-Demon race was a warrior race. Rarely would a great fighter be born in an environment without danger and where safety was guaranteed. The reason why Ezequiel allowed them to think they were at imminent risk was to engrave in them that only by getting strong could they be safe. Of course, allowing them to think that they were in danger was fine, but truly risking their life was not. That is why he prohibited the entrance to Wasteland after some Sunlight champions were killed and only allowed movement in the periphery of the Endless Forest, where the rank 4 life forms from the clan could keep an eye on them. Another reason why he was against moving the clan was due that the political and territorial structure of the Eternum Empire allowed the growth of a clan by consuming others. The weak perished, and the strong became stronger. How can you be sure that Severus Dragonstone is being held here? Ezequiel was not just going to admit he had Severus since that would make it easier for the other party to put pressure on them through other channels, instead of only depending on their power. The Neo-Demon was also curious about how they were sure the boy was here. The cloaking abilities of the Daybreak Tower made it impossible for any life from beneath rank 5 to scry in the events happening in it, and even then, the information they would get was bound to be faulty. Sirius was prepared for that question, and he made a parchment full of glowing words appear along with a flask containing a small dark golden flame. "This is a truth oath. It is impossible to write a lie in this thing. You can clearly see the statement written in it by the man beside me, in which he affirms that he saw my son enter the City of the Sun the day of his disappearance. There is also this flame that has the aura of Zadiel Daybreak in it, and that was found in the place where my son's guards were butchered." The rank 3 Magus trembled when he heard Sirius mentioning him, and his face became pale the moment Ezequiel focused on him. That day, there was a group of individuals that attacked the City of the Sun, and a few of them managed to escape alive. "You must know something about it." Ezequiel's eyes glowed, and just as he was about to use the Elder Brain to read his mind, he saw how blood began to leak from every hole on his face, and the next moment his head exploded. Surprise appeared on the face of the Neo-Demon due to the man's strange death. He focused on Sirius, who was looking back at him like if nothing had happened. There is no way he could have predicted what would happen here today, so the trigger on that man's life must have been put in place a long time ago. He may have put that contingency on every person under him. Simple death was not something that could stop Ezequiel, but the way the man perished should have harmed his consciousness, making resurrection very hard. After a moment, the Neo-Demon gave up on the dead Magus and focused on the evidence presented by Sirius. Although that evidence is not flawless, it would be enough to involve the higher-ups in the Empire and that organization in Estus. Those rats would be delighted with another way to attack us. A thoughtful look appeared on Ezequiel's face. After a moment, he focused on Colo, and an idea appeared on his mind. "I guess it is time to prove that I deserve one and show them the path forward." A powerful will filled the eyes of Ezequiel, and a monstrous resolution rose from every cell on his body. "Your man will take one attack from me. He can use any defensive spell and even his law avatar to protect himself. If I can't destroy his body, I will give your son back, but if I can, you will make sure your father forgets about Severus and then destroy any evidence you have against us." When Sirius and Colo heard that, they were shocked. A rank 3 life form saying he could destroy the body of a soul-forging existence was preposterous, no matter how weak the latter was. If they were handling any other person, both would have laughed, But for some reason, apprehension appeared in their hearts. If this brat is proposing something like this, he must have faith in his abilities. Kolo's true battle power is truly pathetic among rank 4 life forms, but still should make him invincible against rank 3 life forms. I should not risk it since I have other ways to get that boy, not to mention my father could ask for him in person. By the way, if you refuse, I will eventually have to handle your father. So that means killing you would not really make a difference. Sirius' eyes widened when he heard those words and understood very well he had no real choice. After releasing a sigh, the Magus began to recite words in a strange language, and the next moment a ball of black light appeared. What he did was use the oath-binding spell. This was a simple but powerful spell in which an individual would vow to fulfill a task if certain conditions were met. If he failed to fulfill his oath, a certain penalty would be inflicted on him. That ball of black light was Sirius' oath. To complete the spell, another being of equal power that the one who made the oath must bear it. The one who would carry the oath was going to be the Elder Brain. Although it did not have a proper soul, years of nourishing had pushed its body and energy pool to rank 4. Kolo began to feel cold sweat run through his body when he saw how Sirius had agreed to this deal. Due to the way he had advanced to rank 4, losing his body would not only mean his power weakening but his life force depleting even faster. The Neo-Demon noted when he saw the oath disappear into the Elder Brain. This place will limit us. Ezequiel's body disintegrated into red lightning and left the magic tower. The next moment, Sirius and the rest of the Magi group, even the unconscious Jenner, were teleported and appeared 500 meters above the Daybreak Magic Tower. The place Ezequiel had chosen to perform this contest was the sky above the City of the Sunday, where the millions of people in the Daybreak clan could see him. Chapter 303, Invictus, v. Sirius knew that despite being out of the Daybreak Magic Tower, he was far from being safe. A magic tower capable of displaying rank 5 battle power had an attack range of several hundreds of kilometers, not to mention that its reaction speed and destructive power would reach the level a rank 4 life form could not match. The Magi group soon noticed the towering giant in front of them. Ezequiel had returned to his true form, of 450 meters high, with arcs of red lightning wider than millennial trees moving around his body. The Neo-Demon appeared to be a divine being as he stood in the air and coldly stared at the Magi group. In terms of physical might, no other rank 3 life form in the universe could compare to the supreme Neo-Demon, not the Void creatures nor Dawn Titans. Prepare your defenses, Magus. Sirius and the rest were pushed back, leaving Kolo alone. Kolo was truly surprised by the might of Ezequiel's body since it could compare with the body strength of a weak rank 4 life form, and it was clear he wasn't using any spell or technique to increase his power. Of course, that did not mean Ezequiel had the strength of a soul-forging existence since they possess an immense energy pool and energy output, and they can multiply their strength thanks to their law avatars. He may be invincible in rank 3, but I am a rank 4 life form. I only need to resist one of his attacks, and then everything will be over. Kolo was still afraid, but after calculating Ezequiel's strength, he was sure resisting an attack from him would not be difficult. Law avatar, release. The moment he spoke those words, a wave of energy originated from inside Kolo's heart. The next moment he transformed into a 2,000 meters tall sand dragon. He did not have wings, the scales that covered his body were sand-colored, and an earth armor was formed in the areas where his vital organs resided. The most distinctive feature of this creature was his large and long mouth from where green sand drooled. When Ezequiel saw the body of the dragon that was more than 4 times bigger than his, instead of being impressed, his eyes were filled with scorn. An adult sand dragon would normally have a length of 4,000 meters, and some of them could even reach 7,000 meters. The fact that Kolo could only become a 2,000 meters sand dragon proved how flawed was his advance to rank 4 and the lack of purity in his bloodline. Taking the easy path and giving away your future, just for an increase in lifespan and some fame, truly a coward's path. Rage appeared in the eyes of the sand dragon when he saw the disdain in Ezequiel. Roar. Along with that roar, a torrent of green sand came out from the sand dragon's mouth, and it surrounded the creature's body. The next moment, the dragon began to roll around himself and finally took the form of a ball, with a head hidden in the center. My breath attack can kill any rank 3 life form that enters in contact with it, and my dragon body has toughness equal to a pseudo-rank 4 artifact. He can't harm me. Although he said those words to himself, Kolo still could not get rid of the fear that invaded his heart. The appearance of Ezequiel the sand dragon drew the attention of everyone in the City of the Sunday. Fear and anxiety could be seen in the eyes of some of the people as they did not understand what was happening and thought that calamity had finally reached the Daybreak clan. Ezequiel noticed the feeling that invaded the heart of his people and focused on the enemy in front of him. All of you must remember this. If you want the right to be happy and care for someone, then you must always strive to become more and more powerful. If for a single moment you think that the rules and laws can protect you, then you are far too naive. Those words reached every corner of the City of the Sun, and everyone could feel the resolution in them. The Supreme Neo-Demon's eyes shone, and a red flame appeared on his chest as blood essence combustion was activated. His strength grew greatly, but he had not finished yet. Burn, life vessel. His elemental chaos heart and bloodline heart pounded faster and faster until finally reaching a beating rate of 8,000 beats per minute. The power with which his hearts pulsated was so great that sounds equal to thunder could be heard above the City of the Sunday. Every man, woman, and child focused on Ezequiel, and they felt their own hearts beating faster as they saw one of the two men that carry the weight of the Daybreak clan on their shoulders displaying such might. We live in a cruel and merciless universe, and the only way to survive in it is to be equally ruthless. No matter who gets in our way, whether they are gods, Buddhas, demons, devils, or angels, we will butcher them all, and with their blood, we will carve our path to eternity. If any of you think you are not capable of doing that, then how can you consider yourself worthy of being one of us? Ezequiel's words were packed with savageness and cruelty. However, there was something else, something all those who had come from Wasteland had experienced, but that decades of peace and comfort had made them forget. That feeling was hunger. Hunger for power. They still trained and focused on growing stronger, but they did not behave like they did when they still strived to survive in Wasteland, where they passed every single moment wanting more strength, where the only desire that guided their actions was to become stronger. The Supreme Neo-Demon still had his sight on the Sand Dragon, but he could feel the resolution that appeared in the eyes of the people beneath him. Primordial condensation. Ezequiel's body shrank, and in less than a second, he went from 450 meters to only 15 meters. Contrary to his size, his strength only increased, and the natural energy and origin power of the world began to converge in him. Thanks to his body now fusing with part of his energy and consciousness, he was able to harmonize with the world and everything that surrounded him. The Supreme Neo-Demon reached his most powerful state, but that wasn't good enough. Tribulations and calamities will follow us in every part of our journey. Sometimes it only takes one wrong turn for everything to be over, and even the most glorious destiny can end in an instant. Every member of the Daybreak clan focused on the words of the Supreme Neo-Demon, and even the soul-forging existences like Tato and Nero that were currently in the City of the Sun were not different. Ezequiel took a deep breath and closed his eyes before pushing primordial condensation beyond its limits, and slowly the body of the Neo-Demon began to condensate once again. The connection formed by energy, body, and consciousness began to improve with every centimeter he was able to shorten. This process was not easy for the Neo-Demon since he was forcefully enhancing the fusion of his centers of power, and every second he felt as if his consciousness was being hammered over and over again. The pain he was feeling did not fall short of the one that tearing a piece of his soul would provoke, but Ezequiel kept pushing forward. The only way to predict the future is to be powerful enough to forge it according to your will. To be so strong that space and time can only bow to you. That is the level all of us must reach, in order to be truly free. Chapter 304, Invictus. Final. The words Ezequiel spoke could come from anyone, but all those who heard them felt the determination in the Supreme Neo-Demon to fulfill that goal. To him, attaining immortality was just the beginning of his path. He was set on reaching the point where nothing could escape his grasp and bend reality to his will. As the Neo-Demon body grew smaller, storms filled with red lightning covered the sky and extended all over the City of the Sunday. The amount of natural energy and origin power his body was drawing grew larger, as did his ability to harmonize with the elements and forces around him. When Ezequiel's body reached 9 meters, he began to tremble, and you could see the pain on his face. Blood began to leak from the corner of his eyes and mouth, but he still kept forcefully pushing primordial condensation forward. There was a woman with black hair looking at Ezequiel from the Daybreak Magic Tower, and her eyes were filled with love and concern. Ezequiel clenched his fist as the pain grew, but finally, after pushing his body to the limit, he reached 5 meters in height. The moment that happened, a qualitative improvement occurred in the fusion of his 3 centers of power. A multicolored whirlwind formed around the Neo-Demon due to the different types of natural energy and origin power being drawn to his body, and the storm in the sky grew wider and more powerful. The Supreme Neo-Demon still had his eyes closed, and instead of focusing on the strength that was running through his body, he put his full attention on the connection he was able to create with the world. The moment Ezequiel opened his eyes, Kolo and the rest of the Magi group that was in his sight began to tremble uncontrollably. They all felt that their entire existence was being scrutinized, and there was nothing they could do to stop that from happening. The pupils and iris in Ezequiel's eyes had disappeared, and there was nothing but white in them. What the Neo-Demon saw was worlds without color, and everything turned black. However, slowly another color began to appear in the black universe. Red scars began to fill the sky, the air, the earth, the people, the magic tower. No matter whether they were dead or alive, biological or inorganic, They all had these scars. The only thing that changed was the number of red scars and their size. Everything in the universe was composed of powerful forces. One of them focused on the energy aspect of existence. It made possible the presence of things like abyss aura, elemental chaos, sword light, among others. The other was connected to the physical aspect of existence, allowing the birth and growth of worlds, stars, and even the body of a great number of races in the universe. The last of these forces was the most ephemeral and complicated one, the one that focused on the spiritual aspect of existence and the one that supported the presence of souls, world consciousness, star consciousness, and an uncountable number of other entities. These forces use the laws as their matrix with which they create everything that exists. But this great matrix had flaws, and the ones inside worlds were even more flawed since their laws were weaker than the one that supported the entire universe. Those red scars in Ezequiel's sight were exactly the flaws in the matrix where you would need the least strength to produce the greatest damage and break everything. So this is the flawed universe. The unique physical state Ezequiel achieved was something only those with a primordial bloodline could reach. By thoroughly harmonizing with the universe and its laws, they could push their sight beyond the main plane of existence and see the flawed universe. Primordials were not the only ones that could gaze into the flawed universe. However, every other race or species that was capable of achieving that feat could not compare with the level of perception these beings could achieve. Ezequiel obtained knowledge about this ability from his bloodline the moment he first came in contact with the laws. He had reached the peak of rank 3 a long time ago, and the only reason he did not awake his true soul was due to the interference of the chaotic core. The Neo-Demon focused on his opponent and saw how his poise and breath spell, his body, and everything about him was completely packed with red scars. Some of these scars were thinner than a hair, but others extended for more than 1 meter. After reaching this miraculous state, Ezequiel was ready. Killing intent was released from every cell of his body as he walked until he was right in front of the poisonous sand. He adopted a battle stance and began to accumulate strength in his right fist. Kolo could see Ezequiel's figure. Those white eyes that could see through him and right fist that began to accumulate an unbelievable amount of natural energy and origin power terrified him. A roar was heard once again, and the density and quantity of the poisonous sand grew larger. The Magus knew that running away or attacking would be futile. Even if the Daybreak Magic Tower did not kill him, Ezequiel was too close, and his fist had enough power to break his body the moment he left his defensive posture. No matter how powerful this monster is, he can't break this dragon body that was formed by using my law avatar. He may harm me, but he can't break my body. He can't do it. Kolo was terrified, and he kept repeating those words over and over again. Ezequiel's right fist was filled with arcs of red lightning and all the natural energy and origin power that he was able to draw mixed with them. Soon a golden red ball of energy was formed on his right fist, and the light it generated was so great that it gave the illusion to the people of the Daybreak clan a red sun appeared in the sky. You know, I don't have a last name. Unlike that woman who has chosen to take my master's name, what I seek is another path. This time, Ezequiel's words did not reach every person in the City of the Sunday. Although Kolo was able to hear them, it was clear that it made no difference for the Neo-Demon whether he was paying attention to them or not. I don't seek to match his strength and always be behind him. What I want is to surpass him. The red sun in Ezequiel's right fist kept growing more powerful. The Neo-Demon's body trembled due to the stress he was sustaining, and blood continued to leak from his eyes and mouth, but that did not stop him. I can never equal his wisdom and cunning mind, but what I can do is focus on what makes me special. That is brute power, one so large that can break every scheme and trap in my path. I will reach a strength that will surpass him, even as we reach our absolute peaks. Ezequiel's words made his killing intent so pure that a red mantle formed around him. Accompanying that slaughtering aura was unwavering devotion and admiration. I will be powerful enough to stand by his side, not as a follower, but as an equal. I will help him destroy every obstacle in his path, and nothing can stop me. The Supreme Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed as he focused on the greater red scars in his enemy's defenses and body. My last name will embody that ambition. The goal of being victorious under any circumstance. Ezequiel flashed forward, and the poisonous sand on his path split in two due to the Neo-Demon's monstrous body crashing right into one of his flaws. I will be. Using every ounce of power he had, Ezequiel's right fist hit the sand dragon's tail. The red sun landed in the biggest flaw of the creature. Invictus. No. Kolo's voice was heard as cracks began to appear all over his dragon body before this one exploded into a blast of brown energy, leaving nothing but a blue humanoid floating in the air. Sirius was shocked and could not believe what he had just witnessed. Only one attack was needed to destroy Kolo's law avatar and leave nothing of this one other than his true soul. The Magus' shock did not end there. He noticed that Kolo's true soul remained floating in the sky without moving and how his eyes were closed. That is not possible. Sirius understood that the only reason for a true soul to behave like that was because the damage it received was too large and entered into a comatose state. Kolo's true soul was already weaker than normal, and it could not heal from that. For all intent and purposes, Ezequiel, a rank 3 life form, had killed a soul-forging existence with a single punch. Chapter 305, Hard Choice. After landing that blow and using the red sun to destroy Kolo's dragon body, Ezequiel started to shake as a great amount of blood was ejected from his eyes, mouth, and ears. The next moment, the light vanished from the eyes of the supreme Neo-Demon as he slipped into unconsciousness, making his body return to his titanic size and fell from the sky. Pushing his body beyond its limits and performing an attack with such a massive energy output had put his 3 centers of power under unbelievable stress. The moment his enemy was no longer present, Ezequiel unconsciously relaxed for a second, allowing the backlash from that attack to affect him. Despite falling from the sky with blood leaking from every orifice on his face, a glorious smile was present in the supreme Neo-Demon, and all the members of the Daybreak clan who were seeing him felt an uncontrollable battle intent fill their hearts. The people in the City of the Sun weren't able to hear most of Ezequiel's speech, but there was one word that reached them, and that would be engraved in their minds until the day their souls vanished. Invictus. It is on this day, in a small clan of the Eternum Empire of the Magi world, that the name that will one day become taboo in a myriad of worlds and that could incite fear even in the most fiendish of races was born. While the people of the Daybreak clan saw Ezequiel with eyes full of respect and admiration, one person was looking at him with poisonous envy and immense killing intent. Why? Why does this insignificant brat that came from nowhere possess such a monstrous talent when someone like me, who is the prince of a great kingdom that contains hundreds of millions of subjects, has to rot away in rank 4? Sirius knew that attacking would doom him, but that fear did not stop a vicious murdering desire from appearing in his heart. The thought of killing such a monstrous genius was too exciting for him. He even began to consider whether or not it was worth sacrificing what little was left from his life for the chance of taking away such a great genius from the universe. However, before the Magus could decide what to do, a giant bone hand materialized beneath Ezequiel and carefully supported his body. From the hand, pulses of energy were being released that absorbed the vitality in the sunlight that filled the City of the Sun and redirected it to the unconscious Neo-Demon. 4 people surrounded the bone hand. Their eyes were cold as they focused on the man who dared to show killing intent to one of the 2 most important individuals of the Daybreak clan. One of them was a woman with black hair and green eyes surrounded by particles that were in a constant state of change between light and shadows. Another was a young man with yellow eyes and 7 wings full of black feathers. There was also a middle-aged man with a brutish appearance and from whom a powerful sunlight aura was being released. The last one was a mummified man with eyes full of blue flames. He carried an aura of despair and hopelessness so powerful and dense that manifested itself as a black robe full of screaming faces. Tado took a couple of steps forward and did not attempt to hide the killing intent in his eyes. Did you dare to think of attacking him, you decrepit lizard? Sirius trembled when he heard those words and saw the arrival of these 4 soul-forging existents. He clearly felt that the difference in power was so great that each of them could kill him easily. The Magus' face grew pale, and fear appeared in his eyes as he felt that death was just moments away. Disdain appeared in the eyes of Tado and the rest when they saw the cowardly behavior of Sirius, and just as they were about to restrain him, a voice was heard. Enough. The voice was calm, and there wasn't any ferocity in it. However, the moment it appeared, the storm that Ezequiel had created vanished, and the entire City of the Sun was covered by a golden membrane due to the Daybreak Magic Tower detecting a powerful entity. The energy in the Sunshine cores was redirected to the Sunlight core, and this one was ready to explode into a blast of energy that could decimate stars. The moment Otto, Zydra, Nero, and the brutish man detected that powerful presence, they completely forgot about Sirius and focused on the man that appeared in the sky, just outside the Daybreak Magic Tower's range of attack. The man in the sky appeared to be in his early 20s, with black metallic hair, red eyes, and scales that covered certain parts of his body and released ash. He was very similar in appearance to Sirius, but that was where their similarities ended. His youthful looks were not due to a spell but due to him possessing a thriving life force that burned with unrestrained power. Even if he had been alive for a long time, it was clear that he had used less than 10% of his lifespan. This man released an aura full of ancient draconic savageness, and from every part of his body, an immense physical strength could be felt. Dragons may not be the most physically powerful race in the universe, but no one would dare to say that their bodies were weak. This man was a Magus, so that meant he could use all kinds of techniques to take advantage of his natural gift and push it to the next level. 3 different forces were rotating around this man, and each of them displayed immense strength. One of them was red, another was black, and the last one was green. When Sirius saw this man, a smile appeared on his face, and courage returned to his heart. Father. The man in the sky who appeared to be able to split continents with his hands was the king of the Dragonstone Kingdom, Andris Dragonstone. Tado could feel the immense power of the man in the sky and how the laws were raging around him. He was clearly not like those rank 5 life forms who got lucky and barely managed to push only one of their laws to the initial level. Nero, Zytra, and Tado looked at each other and nodded as they prepared to respond in case this man attacked. A smug smile appeared on Sirius' face when he saw the solemn behavior from the people who had terrified him a moment ago. Ha ha ha, what happened, weren't you? Shut up, trash. The one who yelled at Sirius was not someone from the Daybreak clan, but his own father. Anger could be seen in Andris' face as he focused on his son and rebuked him mercilessly. Haven't you done enough? Not only did you fail to bring that boy back, but now you want to gloat when I was forced to come and rescue you. Sirius trembled when he heard those words, and he looked down to hide the rage and shame he was feeling. Andris shook his head, and frustration filled his eyes when he saw the cowardly behavior of his son. The king of the Dragonstone Kingdom had lived thousands of years and fought in countless battles, so he understood the truth of the universe, that there is no such thing as good and evil, only power. He would not care if his son goes around butchering anyone in his path, but the fact he only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong filled him with disappointment. He no longer paid attention to his son and focused on the soul-forging group. I will take him and my grandson and leave. I don't have any desire to participate in a meaningless battle. Andris' voice was filled with a powerful sense of authority that could only be born in a man who had been in a position of power for a long time. Father. Sirius' voice was weak. He kept looking down as he called his father. I know about your stupid oath. We will destroy the evidence we have against the Daybreak clan, and I will assist you in resisting the backlash for the part you failed to fulfill. Whether or not you survive is up to you. Andris kept looking at Tado and the rest and did not bother with Sirius' nasty expression. Tado and Zytra looked at each other. They were both in a difficult situation. Ezequiel had shared with them the information about the tablet from the Scientia Kingdom, but they also knew that unless it was necessary, he did not want to use it. Although the Daybreak Magic Tower could express rank 5 battle power, it could not compare with the versatility of a true law engraving existence capable of using the laws. They would be forced to restrain him for the Sunlight Court to deal the killing blow, and that battle could generate collateral damage. Since when has my clan been a place where outsiders can come and give orders? A voice full of undisputable might was heard throughout the entire city of the Sunday. When Zytra heard that voice, her body trembled. The next moment, she saw a man appear in front of her. He had 8 wings filled with purple shooting stars, short black hair, 3 eyes, and a golden aura full of will. You are back. A beautiful smile appeared on Zytra's face when she spoke those words. Chapter 306, Unreconcilable Enmity. The moment Zadiel returned, Tado, Zytra, and everyone else felt an immense weight leaving their shoulders and peace returned to their minds. No matter how dear the circumstances were or how powerful was the opponent in front of them, in their minds, it was engraved the thought that Zadiel could always handle any threat that presented itself, no matter how great it was. A smile and admiration appeared in the normal members of the Daybreak clan when they saw their leader's imposing figure in the sky. The reaction of the Neo-Demons was more notable. Devotion filled the eyes of the adults and children as they unconsciously knelt, while a sense of comfort and peace overflowed their hearts. They even felt their chaotic cores began to spin faster and their energy pool growing. Some Neo-Demons babies who had never seen the ancestor before were baffled for a moment, but the next second, an innocent smile appeared on their faces, and they attempted to fly to him. Luckily, their elders were able to catch them, but they kept struggling and extended their little arms, trying to shorten the distance between them. Zadiel's consciousness was able to cover the entirety of the city of the Sunday when he saw those little Neo-Demons doing all they could to get close to him. A kind smile appeared on his face, and warmth filled his heart. He had reached the Magi world a couple of minutes ago by using the world gate that was built on the lower floor of the Daybreak Magic Tower. This was one of the tasks he had given to Dante before sending him out of the Beta Heavenly World. No one detected his presence, except for the Elder Brain, but Dante's consciousness that was controlling it was told to remain silent. The Neo-Demon did not want the news that he had come back to the Magi world spreading. Working in the shadows was easier and allowed Zadiel a wider range of activities in the Magi world, where everything was always being monitored by powerhouses. To the Neo-Demon, fame was meaningless, and there wasn't much he would gain by displaying his might to the world. Unfortunately, he was not an omnipotent being and could not always have things go his way. Andris' arrival had forced him to reveal himself since he would not allow someone who had attempted to harm his people to escape his grasp. Well, it doesn't really matter. Things will be a little messier, but at least this way, they will know who to fear. Zadiel did not bother with the problems of tomorrow and focused on the problems of today. He raised his index finger, and from it, a tiny drop of purple blood heavier than a massive boulder appeared. The drop of blood flew to Ezekiel's head and vanished inside it. The next moment, dense purple flames began to permeate the insides of the Supreme Neo-Demon, and an aura full of vitality and strength radiated from him. When Tado, who had been monitoring the condition of Ezekiel as he sent vitality to him, perceived the effects of the purple flame, he was shocked. Although Ezekiel had not harmed his soul, his consciousness, body, and energy were submitted to immense stress and would be in a weakened state for a long time. The Supreme Neo-Demon would have needed absolute rest for several months along with powerful medicines before returning to his peak. But now, the purple flames were fixing all the damage with an unbelievable speed, and the Lich would not be surprised if he recovered in a couple of hours. Tado's surprise did not end there. After a moment, he realized that the flames were not only healing the damage but also tempering Ezekiel's centers of power, which would allow him to resist even greater burdens in the future. I am aware of everything that happened in my absence. I will have a more meaningful and long talk with all of you after this is over, but for now, return to the Daybreak Magic Tower and focus on the city's defenses. Zadiel kept looking at the bloodline magus in the sky as he spoke those words. The four soul-forging existences that were surrounding the Bone Hand were surprised when they heard that command. The feeling Andres gave to every one of them was of extreme danger, and they were unable to determine with precision his strength. The strength of a rank 5 life form at the 6th engraving stage was almost 10 times greater than that of someone at the 1st engraving stage, not to mention the unique physique one would obtain once your laws had permeated every part of your body. I can feel the massive change in you and understand that your power is immense, but it would be better if we all battled together against him. I can assure you I will not be a burden. Nero's eyes were filled with blue light, and his bloodline began to explode with energy, making the shadow of his 8th wing appear. The fallen eyes fell in Zadiel's wings for a moment, and he did not hide his curiosity, but he knew that this was not the time to ask questions. I can perceive the growth in your powers, and your assistance will be useful against this man, but he is not our only opponent. After saying those words, Zadiel stopped looking at Andres and focused on the distance, where the entrance to Wasteland was located, just a few kilometers away from the periphery of the force field that covered the City of the Sunday. The whirlpool of purple energy in the right eye of the Neo-Demon began to rotate faster for a moment before an invisible blast of energy was fired from it. Time and space appeared to have no effect on this energy because the moment it was fired from the rebirth eye, it immediately reached the entrance of Wasteland. The next instant, a cry of pain was heard, and cracks appeared in the air before the scene changed, and the presence of 9 individuals was revealed. They were all bloodline magi with draconic characteristics, and by the power of their souls, it was clear they were rank 4 life forms. One of the soul-forging existences was a woman with white draconic wings, whose presence was obscured by a strange force. She was grabbing her head while blood leaked from her eyes, and immense pain was visible on her face. The power of the rebirth eye had broken her cloaking spell, and it took advantage of the backlash the woman received to invade her consciousness and began to ravish it. The bloodline magi by her side immediately went to her rescue, but they found it difficult to expel the foreign energy from her consciousness. Nero and the rest were surprised by the appearance of this group. Initially, they thought Andres had come alone and that they would have been capable of handling him with the help of the magic tower, but it appeared they were too naive. From the sky, an immense pressure descended on Zadiel. The entire City of the Sunday, its origin was the king of the Dragonstone Kingdom that released the might of his energy. The golden membrane from the Daybreak Magic Tower protected the City of the Sun and its people, but the land around it began to split apart, and some small mountains were being crushed under the might of this pressure. Go. Zadiel just spoke those words before focusing once again on the man in the sky, around whom radiation powerful enough to melt the body of rank 3 life form was being released. Tado and the rest nodded before returning to the magic tower with Ezekiel. They all adopted battle positions and were ready to intercept the rank 4 life forms from the Dragonstone Kingdom in case they attempted to either attack the City of the Sun or help their leader. Andres could not help but frown as he saw the 3 eyes of Zadiel focusing on him, especially the one that resembled a portal made of raging purple energy. His instincts were warning him about the immense danger that Tai represented. I guess the stories about you were not an exaggeration. You are so young, and I can deduce that you awoke your true soul not too long ago, and yet your power is so high. Truly an impressive genius. I will reiterate, I will take my son and grandson and leave. I am even willing to forget you attacking one of my subordinates. I can assure you that no enmity will be formed between our 2 organizations for at least 100 years if you handed them over and break the oath that stupid son of mine made. Andres' voice was calm, and although he spoke in a respectful tone, it was clear he considered himself superior to his opponent. You got things wrong. The enmity between our organizations was forged the moment your son dared to think of putting his hand over one of the most innocent members of my clan. I will butcher everyone related to him, and that includes your kingdom. Zadiel's eyes were cold and his words extremely tyrannical, making clear that peace was never an option. Are you sure about that? Andre's voice was still calm, but the pressure he released grew, making storms that covered the sky, not only above the City of the Sun but also thousands of kilometers around it. Yes. Zadiel's voice was filled with killing intent. He turned his sight away from Andres and focused on Sirius, who was trying to get away from the attack range of the Daybreak Magic Tower. Chapter 307, Fire vs. Fire. Sirius was terrified when he saw Zadiel's cold eyes focus on him. He was about to scream and attempt to run to his father when a purple plane where life and death were one and the same appeared in his mind. The true soul of the Magus could not even fight back before being sealed. Sirius lost consciousness, and a force grabbed his body along with the one of Jenner. Both rank 4 Magi were pulled into Zadiel's direction, and they remained floating right in front of the Neo-Demon. Andres did not show any emotion when he saw this. Zadiel and Sirius were still inside the range of attack from the Daybreak Magic Tower, and he would not risk receiving an attack with the full power of the Sunlight Core. Zadiel put the palms of his hands on the back of the heads of the duo and closed his eyes for a moment as he concentrated. The eclipse, in his bloodline heart, began to shine with a mysterious purple light, and 2 drops of purple blood, full of minute runes, rose from it. From each of the palms of the Neo-Demon, one of those drops came out. They entered the heads of Sirius and Jenner before covering the duo in purple flame so thick that their bodies could not be seen. The purple fire disappeared less than a minute after it swallowed the bodies of the duo. What appeared instead of Sirius and Jenner were 2 exact copies of Zadiel. The appearance of these copies surprised everyone, but soon that surprise transformed into disbelief as the consciousness of the soul-forging existences from the Daybreak Clan and the Dragonstone Kingdom analyzed them. If it was only the appearance of Zadiel that those copies mimicked, then although they would be surprised and a little confused by his action, there was no reason to be impressed. However, what was detected in them was Zadiel's unparalleled bloodline, his laws, and the unique abilities of his eyes. They even felt the bizarre characteristics of his soul aura that seemed to be formed by different entities and yet still be one homogeneous force. The only thing that separated them was that the physical might the copies expressed was inferior to the one of the Neo-Demon. Andres was shocked for a moment before returning to his calm self. His consciousness was stronger than the soul-forging existences beneath him, so he was able to have a clearer idea about the power of the clones. Clones that can display 50 to 60% of your body strength, and the same control over the laws that the original possesses. To build these things with such ease, what laws are the ones you control? Creating clones and incarnations is not very hard for individuals who have awoken their true souls, like Heinz with his blood incarnation. However, a lot of time and resources are needed to build them. 99% of clones and incarnations were controlled by seeds of consciousness, and the might of the laws they can express is limited. For those whose power is connected to a bloodline, this process is even more complicated. In Andres' case, he would need to hunt down an adult ash dragon and carefully extract his bloodline. Even then, it would be difficult for a clone to express all the power of the bloodline since those at rank 4 and above have a connection to the true soul, a thing clones don't have. To generate these clones, Zadiel used the innate spell his Rebirth Eclipse bloodline granted him once his advance to rank 4 was completed. The spell's name was Rebirth Incarnation. What it did was to use the eclipse in Zadiel's bloodline heart to create a drop of blood that contains a law diagram with all the information about the Neo-Demon. The drop of blood would then be put in a living vessel that needs to be in the same rank that Zadiel. After that, the law diagram would galvanize the soul, energy, and body of the vessel to give birth to a copy of the Neo-Demon. Creating each drop of blood put great pressure on the eclipse in his heart, so Zadiel could not have more than 2 of his rebirth incarnations active at the same time. The true soul and energy pool of Jenner and Sirius were strong enough to transform into a copy of the ones of Zadiel after being ignited. However, their bodies were so weak that they could not fully display the might of the Neo-Demon's body. Zadiel ignored the question of his opponent and instead focused on his rebirth incarnations. Their bodies may be weaker, but by using my rebirth fire and laws, their striking power should be sufficient. They are burning the soul, energy, and body of the duo to remain active. During a battle, the consumption will grow, but they will last enough, at least for this fight. Only after assessing his new spell did Zadiel's eyes landed again in Andres. His perception was powerful, but the might of the Magus Law made it difficult to perform any type of analysis. Aren't you angry that I killed your son? Zadiel detected that even after seeing Sirius being consumed by his purple flames, Andres never showed anger. When the king of the Dragonstone Kingdom heard that, a small smile appeared on his face. He was useless, a complete waste. You did me a favor by killing him since I will no longer have to clean his mess. Of course, you will have to pay for that, or else I will be the laughingstock of the Magi world. Zadiel did not find Andres' answer odd. In a universe where the goal was immortality, The bond between father and son can be strong, weak, or even non-existing. Mortals give birth to children to pass down their bloodline and maintain a piece of them in the world after they are gone, but for beings seeking eternity, children have another purpose. They can be powerful helpers, someone to keep an eye on their territories, or sometimes nothing more than a vessel they can possess in case their bodies are lost. The Neo-Demon nodded to the response of the Magus and proceeded to break the space by his side. He and his rebirth incarnations were sucked into the crack that was formed. Andres looked at the sky and saw the trio appear thousands of kilometers above the city of the Sunday. The king knew that fighting in the sky would allow his opponent to focus completely on the battle, since he would not have to contain himself or worry about his city. However, he also did not want to fight in a place so close to a dangerous weapon that could harm him greatly, and that was filled with people that could injure him if he wasn't careful. The Magus also broke the space by his side, and a moment later, he appeared a couple of thousand meters away from Zadiel. For beings of their power, the distance between each other was insignificant, and they could cover it instantly. But, none of them moved from their position and just focused on their opponent. From Andres' body, the full might of his energy pool was released. A scorching dark red aura full of blazing energy appeared in the sky and launched itself to Zadiel. The eyes of the Neo-Demon and the two rebirth incarnations glowed, and they unleashed the power of their own energy pools. From each of them, a grey aura saturated with extremely dense and heavy energy appeared. The grey aura of Zadiel and the two rebirth incarnation fused into a single force before clashing with the dark red aura. Thunder and lightning filled the sky as the two powerful energies collided. A giant grey and red tornado appeared around the duo, and it extended for thousands of meters. The power in its winds was high enough to tear apart the bodies of weak rank 4 life forms, and if they were closer to the ground, they would contaminate everything in a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Andres' energy pool was several times larger than the one of Zadiel, and he had made modifications to it, enhancing it with blazing attributes. However, the energy pool of the Neo-Demon contained the extremely high-grade energy that was elemental chaos. By combining it with the ones of his rebirth incarnations, he could match the force of the energy pool of a seasoned law engraving existence with a king bloodline. After a minute of fighting, neither of the auras proved to be superior to the other, and both Zadiel and Andres made them return. Neither of them spoke a word, and they only made their weapons appear. Andres made gloves and boots full of spikes with red runes appear on his body. From his back, 2 giant black roots that appeared to belong to an apocalyptic tree emerged. A bone sword appeared in the hands of Zadiel and the two rebirth incarnations. They sent their elemental chaos to the swords, lighting up the runes in them and making a hellish blue fire appear. The purple fire that was filling the body of the trio mixed with the blue fire, greatly increasing the power in the swords, but they did not finish there. They activated the unique abilities of the Absolute Solar Yang True Doomsday body. A torrent of purple and blue fire was released from the bone swords. The next moment, those flames that extended for hundreds of meters began to compress themselves until the only thing that was left was a thin purple and blue line of fire covering the edge of the bone swords. Zadiel and Andres looked at each other before disappearing. The next moment, an explosion of red, blue, and purple fire filled the sky. The heat in it was higher than you would find on the surface of a low-world sun. Chapter 308, Apocalypse Blast. Zadiel and his rebirth incarnations were constantly clashing against Andres, and before a minute had passed, the sky was filled with giant streams of fire. Some of them were dark red and released unbearable temperatures that could burn the atmosphere in low worlds. Others were blue, and their power was linked to the law of destruction in one of the greatest fiend planes of the universe. The last of the streams were purple, and space and time behaved erratically around them. Any life form beneath rank 4 that touched that purple fire would have their vitality transform into death, and their bodies and souls would rot in seconds. Their fight had just begun, and they already made the area of hundreds of kilometers around them a death zone for any life form beneath rank 4. Weak soul-forging existences would be forced to run away if they approached the core of the battlefield. The Neo-Demon and the King of the Dragonstone Kingdom were moving so fast that even if the flames were not covering their figures, it would be impossible for a rank 3 life form to see them. The wings in the Neo-Demon's back allowed him not only higher speed, but he could also use them as a shield. Each feather had the sturdiness of a pseudo-rank 5 artifact. The eyes of life and creation in Zadiel and the rebirth incarnations were constantly absorbing the energy around them. Once they were fully charged, they fired powerful beams of energy. The eyes of death and destruction released a dark force field around the trio. Everything inside it would have its wounds infected by death force, and its vitality slowly fading away. Death force was the antithesis of the life force that was present in every living form. It infected the body and tissues of a life form once they lost vitality, making regeneration harder and worsening the wounds in them. This was a very mysterious force, and trying to perceive it without a very high law comprehension or special bloodline was impossible. Zadiel's mastery over the rebirth eye was not as deep as with his other two eyes, but thanks to his bloodline, he instinctively knew how to use it in battle. The whirlpool of raging purple energy was rotating faster and faster, sending an invisible force that attempted to invade the consciousness and soul of Andres. The king of the Dragonstone Kingdom was an experienced fighter and knew how to use every part of his body as a weapon, combining spells and his physical might to deploy crushing destructive force. Every attack with his fist and legs carried enough power to pulverize entire cities. His body was able to transform into shadows and return to normal at will. He did that to increase his speed and dodge Zadiel's attack, as well as to shrink the distance between them and land devastating blows. The black roots that rose from Andres' back were not only powerful and nimble, but they could also split into smaller and faster roots that were covered by red fire. A massive explosion of three-colored fire occurred when Zadiel's bone sword and Andres' fist collided once again. Zadiel's swordsmanship was sublime, and he was able to reduce much of the force on his opponent's fist by attacking at the correct angle. However, he still felt his arms tremble due to the immense strength of the king. Andres' situation was not better. The flames in Zadiel's bone sword were so powerful that despite his gloves being rank 5 artifacts, he still felt his hands burning and the vitality in them being destroyed. He was forced to send healing energy to them, to stop significant damage from occurring. Another problem Andres had was that the bone swords were incredibly heavy and hard. This was due to the absolute solar Yang True Doomsday body using the Yang properties of the flames to enhance the weight and hardness of each body and sword right before every clash. Both the Neo-Demon and the Magus were pushed back after the clash. The rebirth incarnations took the chance and launched themselves to Andres, but before they could reach him, the roots got in the way. The eyes of the rebirth incarnations narrowed. Past encounters have proven that the strength of the roots was greater than theirs. They fought back and made deep cuts in the roots that were filled with blue and purple fire before being pushed back. The rebirth incarnations used the impulse and regrouped with Zadiel. Once the trio regained control over their bodies, their eyes of life and creation released a beam of energy with all the power they have been charged with. Andres had managed to regain control of his body right about the time Zadiel did and saw the beams of energy heading in his direction with a speed he could not dodge. The energy in the lungs of the Magus erupted. The moment he opened his mouth, a blast of dark red fire was shot and collided with the beams of energy coming from the eyes of life and creation. The two attacks pushed against each other while the sky appeared to be ripping apart. The blast sound and heat they generated were felt in the City of the Sun despite the immense distance between the battlefield and them. After a moment, the clash between the two energies resulted in a blazing explosion that covered both parties. Andres exited the fiery ball the next instant. Although there were some burn wounds on his body, they were not severe, and green energy was healing them very fast. The king immediately focused on assessing the location of his enemy, and his eyes widened when he was unable to detect him. Like him, Zadiel should have come out of the explosion at the other end of it, but neither he nor his rebirth incarnations were visible. Before he could figure out his enemy's position, 3 figures emerged right from where he exited the explosion. Andres was surprised by the ruthlessness of his opponent. He could see the large wounds all over his body due to him passing through the explosion to hide from his consciousness and take him by surprise. The Magus acted fast and attacked with his roots. Unfortunately for him, the rebirth incarnations were prepared, and they intercepted them, leaving the Neo-Demon a clear path to the Magus. Zadiel was not carrying his bone sword, and the Magus was sure he could not harm him with just his body. However, his instincts warned him of great danger, so he attacked with everything he had. Andres punched with his right fist and aimed at the head of the Neo-Demon. The speed and energy he was able to charge in that attack were less than normal due to the ambush. The Neo-Demon's eyes were cold as he saw that fist coming to him. He moved his body at the last moment, saving his head from the attack, but this one still managed to destroy his shoulder and right arm. Zadiel was able to maintain his body next to that of the Magus. By positioning himself on his enemy's right side, he moved away from the range of the left arm of Andres and proceeded to aim his left palm at his head. Apocalypse Blast. The king of the Dragonstone Kingdom felt his instinct screaming in danger when he heard those words and perceived the energy running through Zadiel's body and gathering in his left arm. He moved his body and covered his head with his free arm before a purple torrent of flaming energy was fired from the Neo-Demon's palm. An explosion that broke space and generated a storm of wild and chaotic energy that extended for thousands of kilometers occurred the moment the blast collided with Andres' body. All the rank 4 life forms that were using their consciousness to watch the battle were shocked when they felt the power in that attack. The strength in it was so high that it did not belong to the realm of soul forging. Zadiel was able to generate an attack that reached the might of a rank 5 spell. The most impressive part was that he did not have his law avatar active. From the explosion, 4 figures were thrust away. 3 belonged to Zadiel and his rebirth incarnations that were pushed down. The 4th figure belonged to Andres, who was pushed up. His body was covered in purple fire, and his condition was unknown. The Neo-Demon's face was pale as he fell and lost control of his body for a moment. The Apocalypse Blast Zadiel used was the evolved form of Abyssal Blast. It not only contained wild and chaotic elemental chaos that had been compressed in the chaotic core, but it also supplemented it with all that was left in his energy pool and also the power of his bloodline. If any other life form were to try to perform such a massive energy output at rank 4, their bodies would shatter. Only neo-demons that have extremely tempered bodies and astral origin to enhance the durability of their organs and flesh were capable of such a feat. Zadiel felt as if his head was being split apart due to his abrupt depletion of energy. Soon the reservoir of elemental chaos that was kept in his stomach, thanks to his apocalyptic star, began to refill his energy pool. The rebirth incarnations appeared by his side and guarded him while using their eyes of death and destruction to remove the death force from his body. The Neo-Demon felt his purple flames consuming all the damaging energy in his body and used it to heal him. However, his focus was on the voice in his mind. Bip. Magical defenses of the target have been broken. Initiating scanning. Scan successful. Name, Adriz Dragonstone Path of Power, Bloodline Magi, Rank 5, Peak First Engraving Stage, Strength, 7.9 Physique, 8.1, Speed, 5.3 Energy Pool, 7.1 Soul Origin, 5.2 Law Detected, Law of Fire, Law of Shadows, Law of Wood. Note, the target doesn't contain a true soul. A vessel with similar properties is taking the place of this one. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he heard the last part and looked to the sky. Chapter 309, We Will Meet Again. Andrus's body stabilized after being pushed more than 10,000 meters into the air. Slowly the purple flaming energy that covered the Magus body and hid his figure from everyone began to disperse. The soul-forging existences of both sides were shocked when they saw the condition of Andrus after being hit point-blank for Zadiel's attack. A third of his head was destroyed, and you could even see part of his brain exposed. The right side of his body was completely pulverized, as was the left arm he used to protect his head at the last moment. No blood was leaking from Andrus's body despite the gravity of his injuries. The reason was that most of his blood was incinerated, and the heat in the attack cauterized his injuries. However, the most shocking thing was that, despite the fact he was missing a big part of his brain and that most of his vital organs were incinerated, Andrus Dragonstone was not only still alive, but due to the light in his left eye, you could see he was still conscious. This was the might of a body of a law engraving existence. The moment you engrave the laws into your body, the reality that it cannot work properly with a broken heart or brain does not apply anymore. If the body of a soul-forging existence were in such a state, they would be forced to discard it and escape with their true soul. Of course, no rank 4 life form would have survived a point-blank attack that had the might of Zadiel's Apocalypse Blast. Andrus stared at Zadiel with the only eye he had left. Despite the extremely deplorable condition of his body, there was no anger on his broken face, only peace and calmness. I must say, you are impressive, a truly unique existence. The physical might of my body is almost 2 times larger than those at the peak first engraving stage who follow the body refinement path. Despite that, you, who entered rank 4 less than a year ago, were able to surpass me without the need of activating your law avatar. Andrus could not use his mouth to speak, and there was a problem with his consciousness, but it was very easy for someone with his power to manipulate the vibration in the air and produce sound. Zadiel did not say a word and only kept looking at the Magus. The raging purple energy in his rebirth eye rotated faster and faster. A small smile appeared on Andrus' face when he saw the attitude of the Neo-Demon, and although he did not mean to, due to the condition of his face, it was truly terrifying. There is no need to be on guard anymore. You won this battle. I don't know what kind of energy and laws were in that last attack, but they managed to permeate every cell in my body, filling them with a force that is consuming their vitality and rotting them at the same time. The worst part is they also invaded my consciousness, and they are currently destroying most of it and twisting what is left. Andrus did not hide his words, and the soul-forging existences were able to hear them clearly. Even after awakening your true soul, your consciousness is very important due to its connection with your personality. Damage like the one Andrus described would slowly erode your ego until you were nothing more than a vicious killing machine that could not distinguish friend from foe. The expressions in the faces of the warriors of the Dragonstone Kingdom displayed the rage and sadness they were feeling in their hearts right now. Fusing with my law avatar will only delay the inevitable. Do this old man a favor and use your law avatar to land the final blow in me. I hope to reach the eternal river of the afterlife, knowing all the power that your laws can achieve. There was complete peace in Andrus' face when he spoke those words. Zydra, Nero, Todo, and all the other rank 4 life forms in the Daybreak Magic Tower were surprised by the incredible temperament of this man. Any other law engraving existence would have gone mad with rage if they were in his situation and would try to extend their life by any means, no matter the cost. The group in the magic tower could not help but feel respect for a man with such a will that could remain strong even in death. However, when Zadiel heard those words, he only sneered, and the coldness in his eyes grew. You are too naive if you think you could trick me. The reason you did not use your law avatar in the fight is not that you did not have the chance, but because you couldn't do it. You are nothing more than a clone with a special artifact instead of a true soul. Andres was surprised when he heard that, but the next moment his smile became wider, and he began to laugh. Ha 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 ha, you are truly an impressive foe, a very sharp and cunning one. I don't normally use this kind of trick, but hey, you cannot blame me for trying to understand more of your power. This is indeed a clone, but it was made with the body of an adult ash dragon and had a perfect copy of my body and energy pool when I was still in the peak first engraving stage. It can even use soul origin, thanks to the artifact I used to replicate my true soul. It should be invincible against rank 4 life forms, but you still managed to defeat me. The Magus words surprised everyone, even the people of his kingdom, but soon they were able to accept it. No one could reach the power that the king obtained with his own strength, without having a cunning mind. Andres knew he was bound to lose the moment Zadiel matched his physical might. Even if he proved superiority in the end, he would still lose the moment the Neo-Demon used his law avatar. He felt the resolutions in his opponent's words when he spoke about butchering everything related to his son, so he was set in deciphering as much of his power as he could. However, Zadiel's goal was the opposite. He could have won this battle much sooner if he had gone all out, but there were still enemies lurking in the shadows, so he wanted to hide as much of his strength as he could. The enemy you fear the most is not the terribly strong one, but the one whose strength you don't know. Well, I guess there is nothing more I can do here. We will meet again, but at that time you will see the real me. Our relationship then will depend on how strong you become. Andres' clone trembled before disintegrating into ashes. The next moment, the ashes combined with golden energy and transformed into a 50,000 meters ash dragon. The dragon's scales were dark, red and green fire came out from his mouth, and his mighty wings left shadow trails around them as they moved. Roar! The creature roared before launching himself at Zadiel. Zadiel the rebirth incarnations flashed to the dragon and began a new fight. The Neo-Demon had very little elemental chaos in his body and consciousness, but he still had his astral origin and soul origin so he could fight. The ash dragon was strong and very resilient, but unlike Andres' humanoid body, it lacked dexterity and was slow. Although it took a while for Zadiel the rebirth incarnations to destroy it, this fight was much easier than the previous one, and they took almost no damage at all. The clone's body dissolved into nothing once it was defeated, and only then did Zadiel focus on the entrance of Wasteland. The soul-forging existences of the Dragonstone Kingdom had used the battle between the trio and the Ash Dragon to escape. None of them thought they could survive under Zadiel's might, even if the battle against Andres' clone had tired him. The Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed, but in the end, he did not chase after them. With their speed, they must have reached their headquarters already, and even with his full power, Zadiel did not know if he could overcome the defenses of a place built by a rank 5 life form. He just shook his head and flew down to the City of the Sunday. There were a lot of things he needed to handle. Chapter 310, Rune silence reigned once the explosions in the sky ended and the Ash Dragon was destroyed, but the next moment, as they saw Zadiel descending, the entire City of the Sun burst into cheers. From the children to the elders, all the members of the Daybreak clan released cries of excitement. Ezequiel's red sun fist and Zadiel's bone-flaming sword were engraved in their mind, and they would never forget them. In all of them, an immense hunger for power was raging along with the desire to stand proudly in the sky and show their might to the world. A smile appeared on the Neo-Demon when he saw his people display happiness and admiration. However, the expression of the rebirth incarnations was the opposite. Coldness and killing intent filled their eyes as they waved their wings and disappeared into the distance. Zadiel had a mission for them, and they needed to hurry up before the soul, body, and energy of their vessels were completely burned out. A group of people rose from the Daybreak Magic Tower. They were Ezequiel, Zydra, Todo, Nero, and the bulky man. The Supreme Neo-Demon was still recovering from his wounds, but the drop of blood had healed him enough to regain consciousness and move without a problem. Zadiel was able to recognize the bulky man immediately. He was the rank 4 abomination gorilla, Tiras. The reason for the change in appearance was not a transmutation spell. The magic creature was very proud of his body. He would not change it for something so vain as the opinion of others, and neither would Zadiel ask him to do it. The reason for his body being that of a human was due to a path technique he and almost all the other magic creatures in the City of the Sun were training. The technique name was the mind follows the body. It allowed magic creatures to obtain a human body that could not only express all the power and abilities of their original bodies but also granted them an enhanced dexterity. Another main feature of this technique was the ability to obtain greater control over their instincts and develop their wisdom. Once they complete the first level of this technique, even those rank 0 magic creatures would have perfect control over their instincts, and their wisdom would not be worse than that of a magus. By then, there would no longer be the need for those rank 4 magic creatures to keep an eye on them to make sure they do not go wild. As Zadie and the others got closer, a person drew the attention of the Neo-Demon. He looked to the side and saw the only person in the group that came with Sirius and that remained alive, the previous vice head of the Empire Commercial Association, Dritus Funder. The rest also focused on him when they saw Zadie staring at him. The man was so decrepit that it was just a matter of time before he passed away. Being stared at by so many powerful individuals would terrify most rank 3 life forms, but there was peace in the Magus' eyes. He was already resigned to his fate, and since he did not have much lifespan left, he saw no need to beg to remain alive. A peculiar light appeared on Zadie's eyes, and he proceeded to approach the Magus. When the rest saw this, they were surprised. Tato was about to stop him since it would not be fit for an absolute genius like him to take care of a rank 3 life. It was better if someone else killed him as his reputation was too important. However, before he could do anything, Ezequiel gave him a signal for him to remain calm and see what is going to happen. A small smile appeared on Dritus' face when he saw Zadie's figure approaching. Being killed by a unique being like him would be an honorable end. This old man humbly greets the mighty Ash Dragon's lair, Zadiel Daybreak. The Magus' words were full of respect, and he performed a 90-degree bow. It has been a long time since our last meeting. Are you aware of the cause of your downfall? Zadiel's words had a deep meaning, and if Dritus could not give him a satisfactory answer, there was no point in proceeding with his plan. Surprise appeared on the Magus' face, and he could not help but sigh. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, an extremely cunning light filled them. It was like he had become a completely different person. I know it was Jenner, the one who interfered with the awakening of my true soul and impeded my advance to rank 4. But she was too stupid to be able to see through my mask, so someone more powerful must have helped her. When Tato and the rest heard those words, they were confused. The only one who understood what was happening was Ezequiel. Both the ancestor of the Neo-Demon race and the Supreme Neo-Demon had all the information the Elder Brain was able to extract from Jenner's mind. Dritus Fonder had always given everyone the idea he was a man without aspiration and that he was perfectly comfortable with his position. However, he was, in reality, a very scheming person who preferred to work in the dark and make his moves out of everyone's sight. His deception skills were so great he was able to even trick himself into believing he was really a harmless elder who only wanted the best for his organization. He had managed to get control over almost the entire Empire Commercial Association as the vice head. The only thing he needed to fulfill his goal was to reach rank 4. Unfortunately, someone had warned Jenner about his schemes. The woman used a special artifact to interfere with the awakening of his true soul, which left him in his current situation. Jenner had been careful and left no evidence of her actions, but it was easy for Dritus to figure out what had happened due to the woman's attitude and flagrant abuse from that day on. Zadiel nodded when he heard that. His ambitions vanished due to his current hopeless condition, but his cunning mind was still present. The next moment the rebirth eye released an invisible force that invaded the mind and soul of the Magus. Dritus could not resist the power of that eye full of purple energy. He felt how his life experiences from the moment of his birth until now were being examined. It lasted less than a minute, but Dritus felt years had passed. He found it hard to control his breath, and his entire body was soaked in a cold sweat. You have been blessed with a cunning mind from your birth, and your deception skills have developed over the years until they reached a sublime level, at least for someone who only depended on himself. You follow the principle of equal exchange. Although you do not betray your allies, you do not care about them after they have fulfilled their purpose. You are not fit to become a member of my clan since you would never be able to put the race above the individual. Nonetheless, there are arrangements we can make since it would be a waste to lose such a scheming mind. Dritus was surprised when he heard Zadiel's words. The next moment he was almost sent flying away when golden energy burst out of Neo-Demon's body. Zadiel did not offer an answer and began to act immediately. His true soul that was in a meditative position, inside his soul dimension, opened his eyes and rose his hand before concentrating soul origin in his index finger. The Neo-Demon's body mimicked the movements of the true soul. A drop of purple blood filled with origin energy gathered in his index finger. The next moment, he began to draw rune lines in the air with a dexterity, speed, and control that shocked all those who saw him. They soon understood that Zadiel was making a rune, but the expression of one of them was of utter shock. Tato, who was the oldest and more knowledgeable of all, understood the true nature of Zadiel's rune. He could feel the true soul of the Neo-Demon acting in tandem with him, and that could only mean one thing. He is making a soul rune. Chapter 311, Its Own Soul. When Zytra and Nero heard the Lich's words, their eyes widened. They put their full focus on the small rune that was forming in front of the Neo-Demon, and that already had more than 100,000 runoclines made. They could not hide the shock when they realized the incredible feat that Zadiel was performing. Unlike the other two, Ezequiel did not show surprise. The abomination gorilla was confused since he did not understand how impressive a soul rune was. Tira's magic knowledge had grown over the years, but he never truly cared about things that did not directly help him to grow stronger. The Supreme Neo-Demon, on the other hand, displayed calmness. For him, Zadiel creating a soul rune was not a reason for surprise. In his mind, he and his master performing what others think impossible was normal. When Ezequiel saw the confusion in the abomination gorilla, he shook his head lightly before speaking. You need to learn about this kind of thing. They may not enhance your strength, but it will allow you to react to them when an opponent is using them. You should not always depend on the sun tadpole to give you information about everything. Tiras was very unruly, but although Ezequiel was weaker than him, the abomination gorilla admired him from the bottom of his heart. He gave a respectful bow and made sure to remember his words before using the sun tadpole to gain knowledge about soul runes. Immediately the sun tadpole used its connection with the elder brain to share the information with the abomination gorilla. Rune crafting is considered the hardest profession that exists. Rank 4 runes, and above, use soul origin to be made and have the power of the laws in them. Those capable of making them earn the title Origin Rune Master. The uses that runes have is uncountable. They can be put in territories to give them special defensive and offensive abilities like the golden flames that fill the Daybreak Magic Tower. Runes can also be engraved in someone's body to allow them to use the power of elements and schools of magic from which they have no knowledge. Runic sets are a higher level of rune crafting, in which you engrave runes with different properties before fusing them into a soul entity, whose power is much greater than the mere sum of their parts. This is one of the greatest levels of mastery a rune master can achieve, but they are not the peak. That position belongs to soul runes. They are the absolutely highest boundary and the pinnacle of rune crafting. Soul runes are the runes that can interact with the soul of life forms, and they are the ones who display the greatest of powers. Each of them is in itself a runic set, but the difficulty to make them is more than 10 times than a runic set of the same rank. A rank 4 rune master would need at least the dexterity and expertise of a rank 6 rune master to create a rank 4 soul rune, meaning that the only reason he could not advance in rank in the profession was his energy pool. They would also need to be able to craft runes with their true soul and body at the same time and in perfect synchrony. The reason for Tado's shock was that although there were rank 6 rune masters in the Eternum Empire, there was not a single one who could create soul runes. If Zadiel succeeded, he would be the only soul rune master of the Empire. The Neo-Demon did not care about the shock of the people looking at him and just kept working. His eye of life and creation, eye of death and destruction, and rebirth eye were pushing his perception to a higher level, but that was not all. His true will was also enhancing his discerning skills, allowing him to drive his rune crafting abilities to the limits. Zadiel kept moving his right hand in the air, creating runoclines faster and faster. He raised his left hand, and he dragged Kolo's unconscious true soul to his side. The true soul had been floating in the sky all this time after the dragon body's destruction. There was nothing it could do to resist the Neo-Demon even if it wasn't in a comatose state. Once the true soul was in front of him, Zadiel made a purple aura cover his left hand before clenching his fist. The next moment the blue humanoid was crushed until the only thing that was left was pure soul force. With unbelievable dexterity and with hand moves that were almost too fast for a rank 4 life form to see, Zadiel began to fuse the soul force into the runoclines. The Neo-Demon kept working for several hours, but all those around him remained quiet and kept watching the soul rune forming in the sky. It was the size of a fist, but it already had more than 1,000,000 runoclines, and they were all connected in a way that it was impossible to decipher. Out of nowhere, an explosion of blue and purple fire appeared in the distance, and the light it generated was so powerful that it appeared as if a new sun was rising from the ground. The blast was so potent that although it occurred very far away, even a rank 0 life form in the City of the Sun could see it at plain sight. Tado and the rest were surprised when they saw the explosion and felt they contained Zadiel's power. Less than 5 seconds after the first one appeared, a new purple and blue explosion hundreds of kilometers away from the last one occurred. Ezequiel's eyes narrowed for a moment as he figured out the exact location of those explosions. Soon he matched them with the cities of those soul-forging existences that demanded Sophia and other Neo-Demon women be handed to them for punishment. The Supreme Neo-Demon planned to visit all of them after he advanced to rank 4. However, it did not really make a difference to him if Zadiel annihilated them. He understood the nature of his master and knew that bloodshed would happen. Zadiel kept his full focus on the soul rune and completely ignored the explosion that befell in the distance. More explosions of blue and purple fire occurred while Zadiel advanced in the soul rune. It was only after the 15th explosion occurred that they stopped. Tado and Zytra understood what was happening after a moment, and they looked at Zadiel with worry. Such a wild and unrestrained massacre of clans headed by rank 4 life forms would certainly have consequences. However, although this carnage could involve the powerhouses inside the Magi world, they felt everything would be fine as long as they followed him. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race felt his eyes burning and trails of blood leaked from them, but he kept pushing forward, and right before the day ended, he finished the last runic line. The moment the soul rune was completed, a wave of pure and relaxing soul force filled the entire city of the Sunday. Every single person felt that they entered a magical state in which the doubts and questions that plagued their minds about the natural energy were solved. The wisdom of the magic creatures grew that moment, and all those sunlight champions that were stuck at the peak of rank 0 and 1 advanced immediately. The effect of the soul force released from the soul rune had little effect on rank 3 life forms and was negligible in rank 4 life forms that focused on the laws. However, that did not stop Nero and the rest from staring with shock at the purple and golden rune in front of Zadiel. They clearly felt pulses of energy coming from the rune and the fact that it not only was alive, but it also had its own soul. Moments before the soul rune was completed, in a great room inside a glorious castle, a family was eating a feast. Every piece of food on the table was packed with so much energy that a single bite would make a rank 3 life form explode. In the walls of the room, there were bones, broken armor, and all kinds of weapons. They appeared to be extremely old, and no energy was left in them, but if anyone with a powerful consciousness examined them, they would notice that all of them had the aura of a peak soul law domain existence. A group of young men and women were eating at the table. Each of them had an extraordinary aura, and their temperaments were the ones you would only find in the heroes of the world. The purity and density of their soul origin made clear they had a solid foundation born out of great talent and hard work. At one end of the table, there was a refined middle-aged woman with golden hair and green eyes. She appeared to be in her 30s, but her maturity only added to her beauty and charm. The youngsters and the mature woman had excellent table manners. They did not force that behavior, and it was clear that it came naturally for them. However, at the other end of the table, in front of the mature woman, there was a man who ate his meal like a beast and had a smile on his face the entire time. He had black hair, blue eyes, broad shoulder, and a muscular body full of immense physical might. The energy inside him was immensely dense and powerful. Releasing it without any form of restriction would kill every life form beneath rank 4 in an entire continent. All of a sudden, he stopped eating and looked to the distance. His sight appeared to be able to reach every corner of the Magi world and saw with perfect clarity the purple and golden rune that just came to life. Chapter 312, The Strongest Man in the Magi World. The youngsters and the mature woman were confused by the reaction of the man. Every person at the table had an incredibly high status, and that of the man at the head was the greatest, not only in this group but in the entire Magi world. His sight was aimed so high that nothing short of the destruction of a continent would be able to draw his absolute attention. Excitement filled the eyes of the man, and the next moment he began to laugh with all the strength of his body. The sound of his laughter was like thunders, and the shock waves it released had the power of a peak rank 4 spell. Rank 6 life forms could achieve that feat if they added energy or soul force to their voice, but the man did not do such a thing. The power in his laugh was the result of him not restraining the strength of his body. Those at the table were very strong, and they were familiar with the man's wild nature. A rank 4 spell could not endanger their lives, but they were forced to activate their magical defense unless they wanted to end up hurt. The only one who did not have to do anything to resist the man's laugh was the mature woman. The moment the shock waves got closer to her body, they appeared to clash against an invisible shield. "What excited you so much, husband?" the woman asked with a calm tone. She also waved her hand and erased the shock waves generated by the man's laugh. The youngsters were not able to maintain the grace and calmness of their mother. They waited with expectancy for the answer of their father. It was only when he heard the voice of his wife that the man sealed the power of his body and turned to his family. It is the singularity that created a clan in the Eternum Empire, Zadiel Daybreak. He had just created a rank 4 soul rune, while his true soul is at the first origin cycle. The eyes of the youngsters widened when they heard that news. A peculiar expression appeared in the faces of the two oldest. The mature woman also showed surprise, but her reaction was much calmer than that of her children. It is indeed impressive that he was able to pull such an amazing feat with his energy pool and the current power of his soul. However, that just meant he had reached a very high level in rune crafting in his past life. The woman's power and position could be considered between the top 5 inside the Magi world, and there is almost no mystery that could hide from her. Zadiel had made less and less effort in hiding the fact this was not his first life, to the point that he did not even care if others found out about it by now. His power, expertise, and knowledge could be explained if he had special backing. However, his aura and temperament were clearly that of a legendary being that had lived a very long time and experienced the truth of the universe. She did not look down on the Neo-Demon's achievement since being a rank 4 Soul Rune Master was impressive. Nevertheless, she did not consider Zadiel's feat astonishing since she took into consideration how long he had been alive. You would be shocked if a 10-year-old child could solve a mathematical problem meant for grad students, but you would see things differently if you knew the child had the mind and knowledge of a man who had learned advanced mathematics for more than 20 years. His husband's skills and status were so high that he looked down on rank 4 and 5 soul rune masters, and only those who had reached rank 6 could barely enter his sight. I would not care if he was just a rank 4 soul rune master, but he was able to make his soul rune develop a soul. He is an Animax soul rune master. The smile on the man grew wider when he spoke the last part. When the youngsters heard those words, they were shocked. This time the reaction of the woman was the same as theirs. Although there is only one word of difference between Soul Rune Master and Animax Soul Rune Master, the difference is higher than heaven and hell. An Animax Soul Rune Master is someone capable of creating a soul rune that can develop its own soul. Those runes have the name Animax Soul Runes, and not only they have several times the power of the original soul rune but also constantly refine and nurture the true soul of an individual. The knowledge of how to create Animax soul runes was inside a path technique known as the Ultimate Rune Path. That technique appeared out of nowhere in the mind of every rank 6 soul rune master, who had yet to become a being of laws, a couple millions of years ago. Many theories appeared about where this path technique came from, but no one had been able to find out its origin. The magic knowledge and theories in the Ultimate Rune Path were so deep and complicated that unless you master them and truly become an Animax soul rune master, sharing that knowledge and passing it down was impossible. When some being of laws learned about it, they attempted to forcefully extract the knowledge from the mind of the rank 6 life forms, but they end up with nothing but a bunch of illogical data. As the years passed, awareness about the Ultimate Rune Path became rarer and rarer due to the rank 6 Soul Rune Master that had it dying before becoming Animax Soul Rune Masters and able to pass down the knowledge. Even in principal worlds, it is rare to find people that know about and understand the meaning of the title Animax Soul Rune Master. Such a brazen display of power and skill, without showing any kind fear for the repercussions. It is clear that he doesn't consider rank 6 life forms a real threat. Whoever his previous identity was, he definitely broke the shackles of lifespan. His survival skills must be high enough that nothing inside the Magi world can truly kill him. When they heard those words, they realized that Zadiel's previous identity was definitely superior to that of a rank 6 life form. I was beginning to think that I would have to ascend before entering in contact with another Animax Soul Rune Master. Finally, the Magi world had its second Animax Soul Rune Master. The man could not help but laugh again, and excitement filled his eyes. Before Zadiel created the purple and golden Animax Soul Rune, he was the only Animax Soul Rune Master inside the Magi world. This man had many titles, and Animax Soul Rune Master was the least known. He was known as the strongest man in the Magi world, the definitive hunter, the demon slayer, the king of the Scientia kingdom, John Eric Rebellion. This man also had another title known only by the leaders of the great organizations inside the Magi world, and this won so fear in their hearts. That title was Lore Rival, and he earned it by once fighting a being of laws. If he passes the test, I may obtain some help to fix the flaws in my understanding of the Ultimate Rune Path, which will make my ascension much easier. I should give him something helpful if I want his assistance. I will go for a hunt. An expression of concern appeared on John's wife and children when they heard that last word. He only used the term hunt when it was something dangerous. None of them asked if he needed help. Although together they could level any continent inside the Magi world, they would only be a burden if they accompany him on a journey he found dangerous. I will return in a month if I am lucky, in 3 months if I found a rank 7 threat. If I die, I should be able to return before a decade. Make sure the cardinal rules put by the forefather are respected and only awake my avatar in case of emergency. After seeing that his wife understood his instructions, John turned to one of his sons. Gabriel. The second oldest of the youngsters immediately stood up once his name was spoken and gave a small bow to his father. His eyes were filled with filial piety and admiration. Yes, sir. You have formed a good relationship with the Daybreak clan. Go to the City of the Sun and explain to him the trial and what will happen if he refuses to take it. Be respectful and make it clear that the trial will take place inside the Magi world. It will begin when I return from my hunting trip. John spoke in a carefree tone, but his voice carried a tone full of might and dignity. I will follow father's instructions, Gabriel vowed once again. Be careful while I am away. After saying those words, John Eric Rebellion disappeared from the Magi world. Chapter 313, Eclipse Magi. The rune that appeared in Zadiel's hand released a blinding purple and golden light. Nero and the others focused on it, but they could not comprehend anything. The runic lines that formed the rune created an endless labyrinth that could not be deciphered. The people on the ground could not stare at the Animax Soul Rune for too long. They felt their eyes burning when they saw the rune as if this one was an imposing sun. Zadiel was analyzing the Animax Soul Rune not only with his artificial intelligence chip but also with his consciousness. After a moment, the Neo-Demon nodded slightly and pointed at the Magus, who was looking at him with eyes full of amazement. The Animax Soul Rune moved incredibly fast. Tritus was not able to do anything before this one disappeared inside his head. Tritus could see how the rune appeared in his soul dimension, and the next second it invaded his soul. Immediately, he was assaulted with immense pain and lost control of his consciousness. The Magus lost control over his body and was about to fall when Zadiel waved his hand and made an invisible force grab him. Tritus was feeling immense pain as if his soul was being hammered under an unbearable fire. The agony was so great that he almost fell into madness, but soon he noticed that along with the pain, something else was happening with his soul. His failure to advance to rank 4 had left his soul full of wounds, broke pieces of his consciousness, contaminated his energy pool, and wrecked his life force. Right now, Tritus felt as the Animax Soul Rune was releasing purple tendrils that were mending the wounds on his soul and regenerating his consciousness. Unlike Neo-Demons who use their bodies and consciousness as reservoirs for energy, a Magi's energy pool was contained solely in the consciousness, so the Animax Soul Rune was able to refine it. It wasn't long before the tendrils of the Animax Soul Rune completely fused with the Magus soul. Tritus' soul, consciousness, and energy pool were undergoing a qualitative improvement. Soon they reached a level many times more powerful than their previous peak condition. The lost ambition that once burned in Tritus' heart returned to him as he felt the wounds on his soul being fixed. I need to find a way to regain some of my life force. Then I will be able to, once again, strive to awaken my true soul and this time truly reach rank 4. Tritus could not stop the excitement from showing in his face the moment the process was finished. Healing the damage that his soul had was impossible for him, but there were many ways to regain some life force at his disposal. The soul's healing and strengthening functions of the rune are meant for rank 4 life forms, so it is not a wonder they could completely heal your soul so fast. Let's test its active attributes. Zadiel's voice drew the Magus back to reality, and before he could even ask a question, the rebirth eye began to spin, making the purple and golden rune in the center of his soul shine. The Animax Soul Rune took control of Tritus' energy pool. The Magus could not do anything other than seeing how his energy was being poured into the rune. Tritus was shocked by the power of the rune, but his sharp mind made him understand very fast his current situation. He was sure that Zadiel could destroy his soul with a single thought if he wanted, and there was nothing he could do to stop him. Being under the absolute control of another was not a pleasant sensation. However, Tritus was able to accept it after thinking about the identity of the person he would be following. The Magus was sure Zadiel was someone special and that he would become a powerhouse. He was aware of the severity of his previous condition and not even selling himself to a soul law domain existence would help him, so his current situation was the best he could hope for. The Animax Soul Rune acted incredibly fast. It consumed half of the Magus energy pool in a second. The next moment, it inundated Tritus' body with purple flames. The purple flames permeated his body. It consumed the death force present in it and restored the life force Tritus had lost. In a matter of minutes, the Magus regained his strong and energetic body. Tritus could not stop smiling when he felt how his life force had returned to the point it reached before the accident. However, what happened next shocked him. The Magus life force continued to grow, and soon it reached a level so high that his body began to rejuvenate on its own. The other soul-forging existences that were seeing the Magus were also shocked. One thing is to restore the life force lost due to an accident, and another completely different is to regain the life force that was exhausted due to the passage of time. Technically, if you can regain the second one, then you could live forever. Zadiel did not lose focus and kept his full attention on the Animax Soul Rune. This rune contained a powerful law of rebirth as its core, and due to its potential being higher than of the law of time, giving a rank 4 life form an immortal body was not a problem. Of course, the Neo-Demon knew that having an immortal body is not the same as being immortal. The soul would grow tired with time if it doesn't grow stronger, and eventually, it would dissipate. Nevertheless, the lifespan of those with this rune would rise immensely. The Neo-Demon kept pushing the rune forward, and he only stopped when he felt that there was no restriction on how much life force it could regain for a rank 3 life form. There should be no problem with the life force of rank 4 life forms. As for those at rank 5 and above, I will need to do more experiments to know for sure. Tritus was completely bewildered by the events that had occurred in the last few minutes. Not only the wound on his soul he thought unfixable was healed, but his life force grew so fast and with such potency that his appearance reverted to the one he had when he was 10 years old. Unfortunately for the Magus, Zadiel did not give him a second to comprehend what was happening before controlling his soul once again through the rune. The Magus felt his soul interact with the law of deception he had comprehended to the potential level. Immediately the universal became present, and Tritus' soul started the qualitative change needed to awaken. The Magus life force was burning with immense strength right now. His consciousness was in perfect condition after the tempering of the Animax soul rune. Unless an external force interfered, Tritus would reach rank 4. Nothing could escape Zadiel's sight, and he made sure to maintain surveillance around the Magus. The Neo-Demon felt how Tritus' primordial essence was consuming the soul force that was granted to him by the eternal river of the afterlife. His power began to grow at an accelerated rate, but that wasn't all since purple flames invaded every single one of his cells, strengthening his body, not only granting immense vitality but also great destructive power. The Magus that now had the appearance of a child kept his eyes closed as this happened. Finally, the primordial essence consumed the soul force and was solidified by the universe will. In the soul dimension of Tritus, a blue humanoid that was the perfect copy of him appeared. The 10-year-old boy in front of Zadiel opened his eyes once the true soul was formed, and a blast of purple flames was fired from him in every direction. Todo, Zydra, Nero, and Tiras moved away from the blast area since they felt a dangerous power in those flames. Although they were inferior to the ones of Zadiel, they could harm them. The Neo-Demon did not move from his location. The moment the purple flames touched him, they were devoured by his own, recharging the energy he spent creating the rune. The group was surprised. Tritus' law of deception did not grant great offensive might, but they could perceive his current battle power was equal to that of a rank 4 life form with a peak Emperor bloodline. He would have no problem in defeating a normal angelic paragon. They all understood immediately from where this power came from, and they were shocked by the might a soul rune could grant. Not only it allowed you to regain your life force at will but also granted flames that could improve battle power the same amount as an Emperor bloodline. Tritus was lost in the feeling of power that filled every part of his existence. However, once he examined his true soul, a solemn expression appeared on his face. On the forehead of the true soul, there was a tattoo in the form of an eclipse with 8 wings. From this tattoo, runic lines emerged and covered every part of Tritus' true soul. The Magus felt that the tattoo was not only engraved in his true soul but was the acting core of it. He could rip a piece of his true soul and still survive if someone powerful enough helped him, but if something happened to the winged eclipse tattoo, his soul would be shattered beyond redemption. Before Tritus could say a word, he saw Zadiel's rebirth eye glow. Instantly his body and soul froze, and the next moment a great pain assaulted him. He looked down and saw how the Neo-Demon arm had punched his chest with so much strength that it pierced it, destroying his heart and part of his lungs. Chapter 314, Eclipse Magi, 2. The Neo-Demon's action surprised the Magus and everyone who saw his brutal attack. Even Ezequiel was a little confused by the action of Zadiel. None of them would have cared if he killed Tritus, but they did not understand why he did it after granting him such a powerful soul rune. Tritus could only move his eyes, and he still did not understand what was happening. Just a second ago, he was dreaming about a great future, and now his heart was destroyed along with a substantial part of his lungs. Although now that he was a soul-forging existence, this wound was not lethal to him, his true soul was under the complete control of Zadiel, and there was no reason for him to destroy his body and let his soul run away. The Magus could feel the pain of having his heart pulverized, but things were not over yet since the next moment, the Neo-Demon slapped the top of his head with such force that it crushed it. Ezequiel, Nero, Todo, Zydra, and Tiras frowned after seeing what had just happened. All of them were used to violence, and such a bloody scene could not disturb them. The reason for their expression was the vitality in the Magus body. Now that Tritus' heart and brain were destroyed, the vitality of his body should plummet immediately. However, all of them could feel the powerful life in his flesh and how the rest of his organs were still working. Zadiel showed no emotion as he removed his arm from the Magus' chest. His rebirth eye glowed for a moment, and the seal in Tritus' true soul was broken. The moment that happened, Tritus' body that had a huge hole in his chest and the upper half of his head destroyed, jumped back more than 300 meters and adopted a defensive position. The actions of the Magus shocked all the members of the Daybreak clan in the ground. Being able to act with your heart and head destroyed was unimaginable for any of them. Ezequiel and the rest have more experience and know that powerful life forms can indeed achieve such a feat. However, those people have transformed their bodies with the laws or a top-tier path technique, and the Magus filled none of those criteria. Their shock was far from over. A second after Tritus moved away from Zadiel, his heart and the part of his head that were destroyed filled with purple flames, and the organs and flesh grew back in an instant. Tritus' pale face had an expression of utter shock, and he could not believe what was happening. The moment Zadiel's seal was lifted, even though his brain and heart were destroyed, he could still move his body, and the winged eclipse in his true soul devoured part of his energy to regenerate those vital organs with an impressive speed. I guess my hypothesis is correct. The regeneration may vary in other races and paths of power that perform alteration or have inherently strong bodies. But to those who follow the Magi path, other than the bloodline Magi, this soul rune can grant them an undying body. As long as your true soul is intact and your energy pool is not empty, your body will recover no matter how severe the damage it takes. Zadiel spoke in a flat tone to Tritus as if destroying his heart and crushing his head was nothing important. The Magus' eyes narrowed when he heard Zadiel's words. The Neo-Demon made clear that he was not sure his body could truly survive those attacks, and he had used him as a guinea pig to test the soul rune. Even though he was angry, the soul rune was already a part of him that he could not get rid of. He had two choices, either death or servitude. The way this man acts, the total disregard for the lives of anyone who is not part of his clan, the combination of savageness and pragmatic nature. He is a true monster. After a moment and releasing a sigh, Tritus approached Zadiel and kneeled in the air. This servant humbly greets the Eclipse Lord. Tritus did not say anything more. Swearing fidelity or things alike were useless since he did not really have a choice unless he wanted to die. Zadiel's rebirth eye glowed, and not only was he able to perceive the emotions the Magus was feeling but also read his mind and hear his thoughts. He doesn't love me or would die for me without hesitation like the members of my clan would, but he understands his place and knows that his life is mine. I guess that is enough. Zadiel nodded and was satisfied with the Magus' reasoning. Tritus felt a scanning force reaching his body and soul dimension. He could not figure out its nature but knew that it came from Zadiel, so he did not resist. Dip. Scanning of target successful. Name, Tritus Funder. Strength, 0.4, Physique, 1.0, Speed, 0.3 Energy Pool, 0.7 Soul Origin, 1.0 Not bad. The Animax Soul Rune was able to make the power of his true soul and physique equal to the ones of a newborn archangel. Of course, they are still not a match for them since they had the power of their law bloodline, but it is still impressive. Your true soul will constantly be tempered by the soul rune, making your power and perception of the laws top tier, in essence, granting the same talent that a peak emperor bloodline but without any of the limitations or restrictions. Once you reach rank 5, the help that the rune will grant to your talent and battle power will diminish, so you will have to bring me the true soul of a law engraving existence to improve it. The same will happen when you reach rank 6. Zadiel spoke with an indifferent tone as if the feat he described was small. Tritus' reaction was completely different. He couldn't help but tremble when Zadiel mentioned rank 6. That was the greatest goal in his mind, and right now, there was a path he could follow to the powerhouse level. Zadiel did not care about the thoughts that passed from the Magus' mind, and he proceeded to speak with a voice full of might. You have the Undying Eclipse Knighthood mark in your true soul, and that makes you an Undying Eclipse Knight. From this day on, your life's purpose is to serve and protect the Daybreak clan. Fulfill the reason for your existence, and you will have power and never experience true death. Since you are a Magus, I give you the title of the first Undying Eclipse Magi. Rise, Undying Eclipse Magus, Tritus Funder. Those words may sound too arrogant coming from a rank 4 life form, but those who heard them felt as if a divine decree was being passed down. A serious and determined expression appeared on Tritus' face. He may have yielded his freedom, but in the universe where only strength matters, following a monster that guarantees you great power and eternal life is something many would be willing to do. I will give you 2 tasks. First, you will return to the Eternum Empire and take control of the Empire Commercial Association. You will use your position as head to organize a Soul Rune convention. The convention will take place in 50 years, and only 100 people are allowed to attend. In that convention, I will not only sell rank 4 Soul Runes, but I will also present a rank 5 Soul Rune. Tritus' eyes widened when he heard that. He was confident in his ability to take control of the Empire Commercial Association, especially now that he had his new powers and backing. What surprised him was Zadiel asserting he would become a rank 5 Soul Rune Master in 50 years. A rank 5 Soul Rune was something even Soul Law Domain existences would fight to obtain. My lord, what are the criteria to fill the 100 slots? The Undying Eclipse Magus looked at the Neo-Demon with respect, but he did not hide the greed and cunning light in his eyes when he made the question. Zadiel knew the reason for his feelings. The people that will want to attend a Soul Rune convention will definitely be more than 100. For a cunning person, each slot is equal to a great amount of money or a favor. As long as they are powerful and have a high status in the Empire, I don't care who comes to the convention. A smile appeared on Tritus' face when he heard that. Zadiel was giving him the profits that could be obtained from the slots. Your second task is to find more people like you that have a special quality and are willing to accept the Undying Eclipse Knighthood mark. Tritus nodded when he heard that command, and no emotion appeared on his face, but the Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed when he detected the thought in his mind. Do not let your desire to be the best the Undying Eclipse Knight cloud your judgment. Fulfill your tasks well, and you will gain a reward. Fail, and the punishment will be severe and fast. Remember, I will always know your thoughts and feelings. The Undying Eclipse Magus trembled when he heard that and felt a purple eye appearing in his soul dimension and throwing his true soul into a plane where life and death were one and the same. I will use all my power to fulfill the tasks Lord has given me. Fear appeared on Trita's face, and he made sure to engrave in his mind the last words from Zadiel. Go. Don't worry about keeping me posted. I know everything that occurs around you. Tritas gave a respectful bow to Zadiel before transforming his body into purple flames and fly away with an impressive speed. Chapter 315, A Wave of Space-Time Force. Zadiel saw how the Undying Eclipse Magus was leaving, and all sorts of schemes and plans appeared on his mind. Soon the Undying Eclipse Knights would become a renowned path of power inside the Magi world. Their numbers may be small, but all those with the Undying Eclipse Knighthood mark would be important figures in each organization. His actions would anger many of the leaders inside the Magi world, but the Neo-Demon had a way to handle them, at least for the time being. As for the future, why would he care what a bunch of rank 6 life forms, who in less than 1,000 years would be nothing in his eyes? Of course, Zadiel did not seek to control any of the great organizations inside the Magi world. He may not care about the Soul Law Domain's existences leading them, but he could not ignore the beings of laws behind them. That was especially true for the trio that built the Eternum Empire, I Dynasty, and the Scientia Kingdom. Besides, the Neo-Demon realm had all the land and resources that the Neo-Demon race would need to increase their number until reaching the trillions. The main reason why Zadiel wanted to expand his influence in the Magi world was to establish a connection with the entities that reside in a void around this principal world of the universe. Zadiel turned around and saw how Zytra, Todo, Tiras, and even Nero were looking at him with amazement. They were used to the Neo-Demon displaying incredible battle power, so although they were impressed with the strength he displayed against Hundress, that was not what shocked them. The reason for their awe was the rune he built. He made that rune develop a real soul, a realm that normally only beings of laws could meddle with. Zadiel found the expression of everyone hilarious. The only one that remained calm was Ezequiel, who just gave a small bow to the Neo-Demon when this one stared at him. So he chose Invictus. A superb title and one that is truly fitting for him. I thought I would have an easy time surpassing him now that our bloodlines are at the same level, but it seems I was wrong. If I relax for a moment, I am sure that his battle power will surpass me. His destiny no longer needs me to grow, and its potential could compare with the one of that man when he was young. If he can keep up this driving force, then my chances of surviving the final battle are higher. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he thought about the greatest enemy he would have to face in the future, but the next moment he shook his head and threw those thoughts to the back of his mind. There is a very long time until that happens. I know you all have a lot of questions, but let's wait a moment. 2. No, 3 people are going to join us soon. While Zadiel was speaking those words, the Rebirth Eye was releasing invisible pulses of energy. Confusion appeared in the eyes of Ezequiel and the rest when they heard those words. None of them could feel anything, but they did not doubt the power in the Neo-Demon's right eye, so they waited. Soon the first person appeared. It was a young man with blonde hair and was carrying a bloody black sword in his hand. His face was pale, and he was having a hard time regulating his breath. The man was someone they all knew very well, Heinz. The cultivator took a moment to analyze the situation around him. His eyes widened the moment he saw Zadiel and felt the immense power inside him. The next second, the rage in Heinz's eyes disappeared, and he began to laugh. Ha ha ha. I came as fast as I could, thinking you all were in danger, when in fact everything was already fixed. I am glad to see that you have returned, brother. Why did you take so long to arrive? Zadiel was not reproaching him. The bond he had formed with Heinz was one of true brotherhood, tested in the flames of war. He would not hesitate to put his life in the hand of the cultivator. The reason for his question was that he knew that Heinz would come to the City of the Sun if a threat arrived. That, plus the obvious signs of battle on him, made clear he had found problems. Heinz's eye turned cold when he heard that, and the killing intent of the world reacted to his emotions, making red lightning appear above the City of the Sun. I was in the capital of the Empire when the King of the Dragonstone Kingdom arrived. I left a piece of my consciousness in the Sinnoh's magic tower to alert me of any intrusion that could happen. However, after I detected Andres, someone destroyed it, so I was blind to the events happening after that. The killing intent in Heinz's eyes grew when he thought that someone in his magic tower dared to attack him. The teleportation formations in the capital were disabled, and I was not able to use them. Using my full power, I should have arrived in less than an hour, but I was ambushed on my way back. They were 10 rank 4 life forms and a law engraving existence. The rank 5 Magus was not a threat, but they used a runic formation, allowing them to fuse their energy pools and increase their defenses. They only left after I killed more than half of the soul-forging existences. Tato and Zytra looked at each other when they heard the tale of the cultivator. It was clear that the one targeting the Daybreak clan was the one behind Heinz's ambush. That person could order rank 5 life form and had origin runic formations at his disposal. Zadiel's expression was calm. The Neo-Demon wasn't intimidated by the abilities of his enemy. Some of the blood in the sword belongs to the rank 5 Magus. Zadiel focused on the blood with his rebirth eye. Yes, brother. They all hid their identity during the battle, and the dead dissolved into dust. I thought we could use it to learn something about them, but a force is acting on the blood. I am using the law of blood to stop it from transforming into dust, but I don't know how long I can last. Tato and the rest could not help but sigh when they heard that. It would be impossible to use the blood to identify the attackers with Heinz's law of blood acting over it and the self-destructive power it carried. Zadiel focused on the sword, and the rebirth eye glowed. The blood was grabbed by an invisible force and pulled into the Neo-Demon's right eye. Heinz frowned when he saw the blood disappear inside the rebirth eye. Other than the law of killing, the strongest law Heinz had was the law of blood. It was even more powerful than his law of sword. Nonetheless, the power in the blood of his enemies was too strong. He could felt that Zadiel's right eye was special, but he wasn't sure if it would be enough. He used his connection with the blood to check his state, but the moment he did, the world around him disappeared. The cultivator found himself in a plane full of purple energy where the law of life and the law of death were in a state of absolute harmony. He felt incredibly relaxed and did not notice how purple energy was appearing in the eyes of his true soul. The seed made of the law of killing in his soul dimension detected the danger. It released a wave of red energy that awoke the true soul and purged the purple energy. Heinz coughed blood, and the purple plane disappeared from his sight. His action surprised Hato and the others, but Zadiel just shook his head as a drop of blood fell from his eye. From the cultivator's shoulder, a 10-centimeter man emerged. He had red hair, a long beard, and his skin appeared to be made of rubies. This was the blood ruby centipede, Juntu, in his humanoid form. Are you okay, boy? Juntu was worried when he felt the power assaulting Heinz's true soul. Whatever that force was, it was able to bypass the magic creature's spirit defenses. I am fine now, don't worry. Heinz took a moment to regulate his breathing, and when he saw that right eye again, there was a solemn expression on his face. You have to be more careful. My right eye is too powerful, and I don't have complete control over it. Zadiel could use the rebirth eye in battle, and his body and soul were powerful enough to handle the pressure of its power, but he still had a lot to learn about its full potential. I am sorry. The good news is that we can now learn the identity of those rats hiding in the darkness. Heinz was sure that the blood would succumb to the power in that eye in no time. It doesn't matter. Zadiel did not finish speaking before looking to the sky, and a peculiar light expression appeared on his face. It seems that the last two have arrived. Hundreds of kilometers above Zadiel on the City of the Sun, space broke apart, and a shockwave of space-time force was released. The next moment a young man and woman came off from the crack. Chapter 316, Teacher. The wave of space-time force had the severing power of void slash and the decomposing power of time. Rank 4 life forms would have a hard time protecting themselves from this power. Luckily it occurred hundreds of kilometers above the City of the Sun, so no one ended up hurt. The man waved his hand the moment he appeared, and the streams of space-time force around him calmed down instantly. His comprehension of the laws was so high that he could subdue them with a single move of his hand. The shockwave was the result of the man applying his full power without any form of restriction. He managed to travel a great distance with a single step, but the power he carried was bound to cause mayhem in his arrival spot. Ezequiel, Zydra, and Tato recognized the man immediately. He was the second prince of the Scientia Kingdom, Gabriel Rebellion. The young woman by his side, on the other hand, was a complete mystery. She had black hair, yellow eyes, a beautiful face, and was wearing a martial robe. Her body was well developed, but the most impressive feature was the immense physical might that could be felt from her. Despite her true soul being at the fourth origin cycle, her physical strength was equal to someone at the first engraving stage. Zadiel was a little surprised when he saw this woman. It was not her beauty that called his attention, but the fact that his rebirth eye allowed him to see that her heart, lungs, spleen, kidneys, and liver contained each a unique treasure. They are so well hidden that not even my eye of life and creation could discover their energy, and even my rebirth eye can only detect their power but not their nature. Although I can't say for sure, some of those treasures seem to reach the Suda rank 7. They are slowly fusing with her, enhancing the talent of her body. She should have no problem reaching peak rank 6. Zadiel was indeed impressed that a rank 4 life form had those types of treasures inside her, but he was not tempted to take them. It was clear that they were given to her by a powerful person, and he did not need them. Gabriel took a step forward with the woman and appeared in front of Zadiel. The duo adopted a respectful posture and bowed to the Neo-Demon. Second Prince of the Scientia Kingdom, Gabriel Rebellion, greets Master Demonologist Zadiel Daybreak. Fourth Princess of the Scientia Kingdom, Vanya Rebellion, greets Master Demonologist Zadiel Daybreak. By the way they behaved, Zadiel had an idea of their intentions. The Neo-Demon nodded to them before speaking. I guess you bring an important message from your father. The second prince only smiled and nodded. Gabriel came with the mentality he was speaking with an old monster who had lived for millions of years. Zadiel stared at the duo for a moment before focusing on his people. They were all looking at him with amazement in their eyes. Why are you looking at me so much? Go back to your training and studies. No one likes lazy people. The members of the Daybreak clan were taken by surprise by their leader's relaxed mood. They all ran to their work, and some even flew with a frantic expression on their faces. A smile appeared on the Neo-Demon, and he could not help but laugh at the erratic but safe atmosphere in the city of the Sunday. Let's talk in the tower. On the upper floor of the Daybreak Magic Tower, Zadiel was sitting on the throne, and standing a few meters away from him were the royals from the Scientia Kingdom. Ezequiel and the rest were staring from the sidelines and waiting. Zadiel had chosen to deal with the duo first, as matters with the rest would take a long time. Zadiel told Gabriel to start. The second prince adopted a respectful posture and spoke with a calm and dignified tone. I came here by order of my royal father. Due to your unique identity, you will need to take a test inside the Scientia Kingdom. This test was put in place by the forefather and creator of the Scientia Kingdom. The Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed when he heard that. It was clear to him that the term unique identity referred to the fact this was not his first life. The founder of the oldest organization in the Magi world is not someone I can mess around with. He must be one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful being of law born in this principal world of the universe. He is, at the bare minimum, someone with his own Omega law. What if I refuse to take the test? Ezequiel and the others focused on Gabriel when Zadiel spoke those words. However, contrary to what they expected, the second prince kept his respectful posture and spoke with a calm voice. If you refuse to take the test, then you must leave the Magi world. If you agree to leave within 100 years, we will give you the coordinates of a middle world that have already been pacified. The Scientia Kingdom will also protect you and your people until you all leave this world. The words of the second prince surprised everyone in the room. The Scientia Kingdom was the strongest and oldest power in the Magi world, and they could destroy any organization. Nonetheless, their methods were always so peaceful and well thought. Zadiel sighed, and a small smile appeared on his face. You people really know how to stop enemies from being born. However, I am sure that behind that peaceful side, there is a monster that would erase any trace of anyone they consider a threat. Gabriel remained quiet, but he knew very well the truth in Zadiel's words. The Scientia Kingdom always does its best not to create enemies, but the moment one of them appears, they attack with crushing might, one so great that beings of laws can fall in front of it. Well, I actually like your way of doing things. Okay, if the test takes place inside the Magi world, I will take it. Just tell me the date, and I will go to the Scientia Kingdom as soon as I can. A wide smile appeared on Gabriel when he heard the words of the Neo-Demon. He knew how important Zadiel's help was for his father. However, the biggest reaction to Zadiel's words did not come from him. The fourth princess practically jumped from happiness and her eyes filled with light as she approached the Neo-Demon. Gabriel sighed when he saw the behavior of her sister. He had to put his hand over her shoulder to restrain her. I guess your sister came for another reason. Zadiel did not like the way the woman was looking at him. It was like a kid who found a good toy and could not help to play with it. I came for a simple reason. I want you to become my teacher. Zadiel was surprised by the request of the woman. Before he could respond, Vanya spoke again. I know people like you don't take students because there is no gain in doing so, but you can consider my request as repaying the favor my brother made you. The Neo-Demon was surprised by the words of the woman. When he stared at the second prince, he saw how this one sighed and nodded to him, signaling she had his approval to collect that favor. Zadiel indeed intended to turn down the request of the woman. There was no gain in helping her, and there was nothing she could offer to him. However, the moment she mentioned the favor the Neo-Demon owed to Gabriel, things became more complicated. The help your brother provided me back then was of great assistance to defeat a powerful foe. I can take you as a disciple, but I warn you, that is the farthest our relationship will reach. Zadiel was aware that his power and abilities would draw people to him. Many would want to form a romantic relationship with him, but the Neo-Demon did not desire to form new ones. His emotions were more susceptible at the beginning of his path when his soul was still weaker, but now trying to stir his heart was almost impossible. Instead of disappointment, what appeared on Vanya's face when she heard those words was distaste. Even if you were not an old man who had lived millions of years, you still wouldn't be my type. The only one in here that remotely interests me is... Vanya looked around the room. Her sight landed on the area where Ezequiel was standing. However, Soon it was obvious she was not looking at the white-haired genius, but the one that was by his side, Zytra. The fourth princess threw a coquettish smile to the magus and winked. Everyone was stunned by the behavior of the woman. Now they understood what she meant by Zadiel not being her type. The Neo-Demon was truly surprised by this turn of events, and the next moment he began to laugh. Ha 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 ha, I guess I was overestimating my charm. Vanya Rebellion, you are now the disciple of Zadiel Daybreak. Chapter 317, Rebirth Nightmare. After Zadiel spoke, Vanya kept looking at Zytra. However, after the initial shock, the magus responded with coldness and indifference. The fourth princess was confused by the reaction of the magus. Normally, even the women that do not share her sexual taste would respond with some interest, but she felt nothing of the sort coming from Zytra. Vanya did not have time to wonder about the reason behind Zytra's behavior as an immense pain assaulted her mind out of nowhere, and her vision went dark. The next second, a plane full of dark purple energy appeared in her sight. The most shocking thing was that she had no clue how she arrived here, and her memory was cloudy, stopping her from remembering anything of the past week. What is happening? Where am I? I need to contact father. Vanya did not finish that thought before the entire plane began to tremble, and the dark purple energy began to act chaotically and full of rage. A giant black monster materialized in front of her. The fourth princess of the Scientia Kingdom felt an uncontrollable and immense terror filling her heart and mind. It reached the point where she could not even think right, and her body could not stop shivering. The horrible head of the monster approached Vanya. She saw how two red eyes that represented pure and absolute massacre focused on her. A dreadful mouth materialized in that head, and the monster spoke with an ancient tone full of viciousness. I take you as a disciple to pay my debt, and I will train you properly. However, don't think even for a second that I won't punish you if you disrespect me. After saying those words, the monster swallowed Vanya's entire body. Ah! Vanya threw a scream full of fear when she saw the horrible mouth devouring her. She thought death was imminent, but the next second, the dark purple plane disappeared, and she found herself back on the upper floor of the Daybreak Magic Tower. The face of the fourth princess was pale, and she slowly turned in Zadiel's direction. The expression on the Neo-Demon's face was cold and stern, and a trail of blood dripped from his right eye. Gabriel frowned when he saw the condition of her sister. However, after seeing that her soul and body were unharmed, he decided not to intervene. He was very protective of his little sister, but since she had chosen to take an ancient monster as a teacher, she had to deal with the consequences. I am sorry, teacher. It won't happen again. Vanya was truly terrified of that dark purple plane and the monster that inhabited it. Her soul defenses were very sturdy due to the treasure her mother gave her, and yet, she was not able to put any resistance to the power of Zadiel's right eye. The Neo-Demon nodded and remained silent with a thoughtful expression. However, the truth was that Zadiel was just taking a moment to allow the pain on his mind to calm down. What he used on the fourth princess was a unique spell he had named Rebirth Nightmare. He took the dream world the sage used on him as an inspiration for this spell, since even with his knowledge and expertise, he still was shocked by the power of that illusion. The sage used his special mind force to maintain his dream world. Zadiel did not have access to that power, so he used the purple plane in his rebirth eye to strengthen the spell. Due to the treasure in her soul dimension, her spirit defenses could equal that of a rank 5 life form at the third engraving stage. The rebirth nightmare defeated her, but the backlash I received was substantial. Soul invasion spells were powerful and efficient, but they also left the soul dimension in a weakened state for their duration, and if the opponent's soul defenses are too strong, the backlash could harm your true soul severely. Luckily for the Neo-Demon, his soul defenses were very sturdy thanks to his true will, and the backlash was not too severe. If Zadiel had used Rebirth Nightmare against Hundress, he could have won the fight in a second, but this was one of the trump cards he had chosen to hide. It was only after the pain ceased that Zadiel spoke to Vanya. I will start your teaching right now. I can see that your law comprehension is advancing at a steady rate, and I can't provide much help in that aspect since we train different laws. Therefore, we will focus on your martial skills and techniques. Tell me what battle style you use. Vanya nodded and took a deep breath before releasing an immense physical might. Her body's strength was equal to the one granted by the third level of the Bloody Madan technique. After unleashing her strength, she took a bastard sword from her space ring. The sword did not have beautiful runes or an impressive aesthetic form, but just the weight in it made it a devastating weapon. I am a body refinement magus. My battle style focuses on using my body and sword to land devastating blows. Heinz's eyes narrowed the moment the bastard sword appeared. After perceiving Vanya's aura with a sword, he realized that their paths were different, and his interest diminished. The cultivator took the sword as the center of his battle style and channeled all of his power in it. The fourth princess, on the other hand, only saw the sword as a weapon that allowed her to display the full power of her body. Zadiel focused on the woman's battle stance, and he figured out the best way to help her. I will give you 3 lessons, and they should have you occupied for the next 50 years. If you master them, your battle power will improve by at least 10% regardless of your rank. The Neo-Demon's words drew the attention of everyone. An improvement in battle power after learning martial skills and techniques was not rare, but the fact they worked regardless of the rank was impressive. We need a place where we can train freely, and I don't want to expose my abilities. Zadiel thought for a moment before focusing on the strongest person in the room. Gabriel, have you already built your inner law dimension? The second prince understood the meaning behind Zadiel's question, and he made a portal appear on the floor. Everyone should enter the dimension. The lessons are specially designed for Vanya, but you could learn something. Ezequiel, the others nodded. Together with Zadiel the siblings, they passed through the portal. The group found itself in a dimension that was approximately a tenth of a continent in size. There was no land in this dimension, only an ocean that extended as far as the eye could see. The sky was filled with raging energies that were constantly generating thunder and lightning. Ezequiel the others could not feel it, but Heinz detected that the laws in this dimension were different from the outside world. The law of space and the law of time reigned supreme in this place. The cultivator felt how his connection with the law of killing, which allowed him to express an immense offensive might, was being suppressed in this dimension. Zadiel also noticed the peculiarities of this place, but he did not lose time analyzing them. He focused on the woman in front of him that had already adopted a battle stance. Since you follow the path of body refinement, I will only use my body and sword to attack you. You can use any spell and technique that you want, but do not release your law avatar. The Neo-Demon saw Vanya nod to his instruction, and he made the bone sword appear. Your current strength is greater than mine. The first lesson will be how to fight a melee battle with an opponent stronger than you. Vanya's full focus was on the Neo-Demon in front of her. She did not dare to underestimate him and immediately made her energy explode and activated a spell to increase her agility. Is he going to wait for me to attack and then seek a flaw in my defense to counterattack, or use his speed to move around me and attack my blind spot? All types of scenarios appeared on Vanya's mind, and she was ready to respond to any of them. However, the Neo-Demon shattered her belief in how you have to handle a stronger opponent and flashed in her direction. Despite the surprise, Vanya was a talented fighter and immediately hacked with her sword at the incoming opponent. The force in that sword could cut a mountain in two without a problem, but Zadiel did not slow down. Just as the weapon was about to connect, he twisted his body and with manometrical precision hit the tip of the bastard sword. Vanya's eyes widened as she lost control over her sword. The attack of the Neo-Demon appeared to be simple, but the skill behind it was sublime. Unfortunately, she did not have time to analyze the attack, as the bone sword continued its path after hitting her weapon and headed to her throat. Gales of winds surrounded her body, increasing her speed. She moved back and parried the bone sword to the left. The fourth princess frowned the moment her weapon collided with a bone sword, as she felt no resistance. It was like she was hitting the air. Zadiel's body made a 360 degrees rotation. The bone sword now came clashing to Vanya's right shoulder. An earth armor appeared on the skin of the fourth princess right before the sword hit her. She was pushed hundreds of meters away and a deep gash appeared on her shoulder. The Neo-Demon did not chase after her and waited for her to regain control over her body before speaking. Erase the notion that just because your opponent is stronger, you can't attack directly. Every attack has a soft and strong point. If you can identify and hit them with the right force and precise angle, then not only can you lessen the power behind your opponent's attacks, you could even neutralize them. Chapter 318, 2.5 years. Zadiel gave Vanya a moment to analyze his words before launching himself back into the fray. The Neo-Demon always attacked directly and never moved away from the woman's line of sight. The fourth princess used all kinds of spells to improve her battle power and break her opponent's rhythm, but nothing worked. The bone sword always found a way to neutralize every obstacle on its path and reach Vanya from an impossible angle. The power in the bastard sword was constantly redirected away from the Neo-Demon's path. When the weapons clashed, Vanya always felt that she hit nothing, and Zadiel used the impulse to strike from a different path. Even though her energy pool was diminishing fast and wounds were accumulating in her body, the fourth princess did not lose focus for a single moment and graved every move of Zadiel in her mind. The Neo-Demon was displaying a battle style that anyone with a sword and a powerful body could deploy, and Vanya knew it would increase her battle power if she learned some of it, even if it was just its most basic elements. Flashes of inspiration appeared in Vanya's eyes from time to time. However, she would need a long time before she could fully comprehend them. Zadiel's battle style was one formed after millions of battles in the abyss, and although he was showing the most basic parts of it, they were still too much for Vanya to learn in this fight. The fight continued for a little more than 3 hours before Zadiel finally ended it. The Neo-Demon was a little tired due to the physical effort, but his energy pool was full, and in minutes he would be at his peak again. Vanya, on the other hand, was exhausted, and her energy pool was dangerously low. She was forced to use spells and the full might of her energy to keep up with Zadiel. Despite that, in the end, she was not able to land a single blow on him. The difference between their martial skills and technique was too great. Here ends the first lesson. What I did could be described as using softness to overcome hardness. You were not only stronger than me, but thanks to your spells, you were also faster. Nonetheless, I still overpowered you with ease. The reasons are simple: you lack skill, you don't know how to make your weapon and body act as one, and you are full of openings. After giving a summary of the battle, Zadiel made a drop of blood rise from his index finger, and a stream of consciousness emerged from his head. The drop of blood and the stream of consciousness reached the fourth princess' heart and head. Purple flames inundated Vanya's body, healing it and recovering her energy pool, but she was too focused on the information in her mind to notice the state of her body. Vanya felt a stream of information appear on her mind. It had all the theoretical knowledge behind using softness to overcome hardness, along with path techniques that center on fighting opponents that are physically superior. I can try something that will grant you a lot of time for training, but you will have to turn down your soul defenses. You don't have to worry about me doing something to your soul. You are too weak to be useful to me, and I cannot hide anything from your brother in his inner law dimension, but the decision is yours. Zadiel spoke in a relaxed tone, and it appeared he did not care if Vanya accepted his proposal or not. Despite her carefree attitude, the fourth princess was not stupid. Allowing access to your soul to another person was dangerous, but after thinking for a moment and seeing that her brother nodded, she was confident she would be safe. After having Vanya's approval, Zadiel put his hand over her head and used his rebirth eye again to put her consciousness in the rebirth nightmare. Vanya was startled at first when she noticed that she was once again in the purple dark plane. However, she calmed down after noticing that there was no monster and her memory was clear. Time in this place runs much faster than in the real world. Improving your centers of power is not possible since you are just a physical representation of your consciousness. However, there is no problem with training martial skills or learning theories behind techniques. Vanya heard that Zadiel's voice coming from the sky. Without wasting time, she adopted a meditative position and went through the information in her mind. She spent the first 3 months in silence, going through the knowledge and techniques until finally opening her eyes. I need my weapon to put into practice what I have learned. The moment Vanya thought of that, the bastard sword appeared in front of her. Vanya was surprised for a moment, but she just accepted it. She took the sword and began to display all kinds of impressive techniques. She practiced on her own for the first 2 months. After she learned the basics of using softness to overcome hardness, she thought of enemies with whom she could train, and the world around her transformed into a desolate place full of vicious demons. The demons attacked like crazy killing machines. Vanya was forced to respond with all of her power, and soon a chaotic battle filled the plain. An advantage she noticed was the fact she did not get tired in this place and could fight without stopping. That was something very useful since no matter how many demons she killed, more appeared. The demons were stronger than her, and they attacked in packs of 10. Once she made a mistake or her rhythm broke, she was crushed. Every time her body was destroyed, she would reappear and immediately be forced back into the fray. Zadiel was thoughtful and did not make her feel pain, but seeing her body being crushed under the demon horde still affected her a little. The fourth princess battled against the demonic horde for a little more than 2 years before the purple plane began to tremble, and she was pushed back to the real world. The moment she opened her eyes, everyone felt a massive change in Vanya's temperament. Her aura was sharper and dangerous. Of course, it could not compare with the one of Ezequiel Eland Hines, who had experienced true life and death battles. Gabriel's eyes narrowed when he detected the drastic change in his sister but relaxed the next moment when he noticed the naive light that was still present in her eyes. Vanya took a moment to adjust herself and looked at her surroundings before focusing on Zadiel, who had his right eye closed. How long has passed? A little more than 10 minutes. The fourth princess was shocked when she heard that. Being able to display such a godly ability with the power of a rank 4 life form was incredible, even for someone like her whose father could equal the might of a being of laws. However, Zadiel was disappointed and a little frustrated when he saw the limits of his rebirth nightmare. The sage could make someone experience a lifetime in his dream dimension in a couple of minutes, while he could only extend 10 minutes into a few years. I need more practice and fully excavate the potential of my rebirth eye. At least the offensive might of my rebirth nightmare is not weaker than his dream. I wonder where that creature originated. Zadiel had chosen to erase the sage at the first chance he got since it was the only entity in a long time that succeeded in making him feel danger and almost defeated him. The incarnation he captured in the Beta Heavenly World did not have true memories, and although he could have used it to try and figure out the origin of a sage, that would have taken too much time. The Neo-Demon was not willing to give him the chance to put countermeasures against his plan. The Neo-Demon shook his head and threw those thoughts away. He stared at the fourth princess that was waiting for his instructions, but after analyzing the condition of his body, he shook his head. I have overused the power in my right eye and need some time to rest. I will impart the other 2 lessons when I go to the Scientia Kingdom to take the test. Although Vanya was a little disappointed, she did not dare respond to her teacher and limited herself to nodding. Zadiel glanced at the second prince, and this one waved his hand immediately, pushing everybody out of his inner law dimension and back to the magic tower. We have fulfilled the goal of our meeting. A message will be sent when the trial is ready. See you soon, Master Demonologist. Gabriel spoke, and after bowing, he teleported along with his sister. Chapter 319, Welcome to the Neo-Demon Race. Once the siblings left, Zadiel sat back on the throne and closed his eyes for a moment as he regained his strength. Allowing the consciousness of a life form, whose soul force borders rank 5 in power, to experience years of training in a little more than 10 minutes was exhausting. Zadiel's most important organs were his bloodline heart that held his eclipse, the elemental chaos heart with the chaotic core, his brain that contained his soul dimension, and the rebirth eye. Excessive pressure on any of them would have dire consequences to the Neo-Demon. Luckily, this time he only needed to rest for a couple of days and would be good as new. It was only after an hour that Zadiel opened his eyes again. His right eye was opened, but the purple energy in it was rotating very slowly. The Neo-Demon focused on the group that had been waiting for him all this time, and his sight finally landed on the fallen. Nero, you and your kind have remained with my people during this challenging time. You were a layer of safety and stability when they needed it, and for that, I offer my sincere gratitude. Zadiel clapped his hand and gave a small bow to the fallen. You are someone who follows his words, even when it is difficult, and that is very rare. It was thanks to you that my people were able to leave that prison. Leaving while you were in a tough spot did not seem right, and we fallen know how to repay gratitude. Besides, Ezequiel handled things on his own, and we did not do much. Nero was aware that Ezequiel had a way to secure the safety of the Daybreak clan. I am aware of that, but it doesn't change the fact that you helped. I would offer you to stay, but I know very well that the Magi world was only a stop in your path. Now that I am back, you and your kind would leave soon, am I right? Nero only gave a small smile to the Neo-Demon and nodded. He was already used to Zadiel's terrifying perception. You are right. My teacher is waiting for my signal to come to the Magi world and bring me and my kind away. Heinz's eyes widened when he heard the words coming from the fallen's mouth. After reaching rank 5 and thanks to his status as a prince of the Eternum Empire, he was granted access to some secrets of the Magi world, and among them was the response of the powerhouses to any alien life forms that approached this one from the void. A peculiar light appeared on the eyes of Zadiel after hearing Nero's words. He was aware of the dangers that hide in the void encompassing principal worlds and planes. His past life was the perfect example. When the original owner of the Daybreak bloodline carelessly approached the abyss, he was killed and his bloodline harvested by the incarnation of death and destruction. There is no problem with teleporting you and your people to another world, where your teacher can come and seek you. I appreciate that, but there is no need for us to leave. My teacher told me that there were some matters he needed to handle in the Magi world, so this would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Surprise appeared for a moment in the eyes of the Neo-Demon when he heard that, but the next second, he returned to normal. As you wish. There is no much I can offer you that you won't have soon, but if there comes a day when you need my help, you just need to ask for it. Nero nodded with a smile on his face. Thank you. I will remember those words. Okay then, now please leave. There are some things we need to discuss in private that concern my kind. I understand. Before I go, can you tell me how you obtained Archangel's wings? Nero's question was motivated by pure curiosity. The wings of the heavenly race had become common weapons after the Daybreak clan began to sell them along with the runes to fuse them with one's body. That was the main reason why no one was shocked by the fact that Zadiel carried those wings when he appeared. Even Andres thought that they were weapons the Neo-Demon had fused with his body. However, the most powerful sold so far were the ones belonging to angelic paragons, and the ones in Zadiel's back clearly belonged to the strongest kind of the heavenly race. These were a pleasant side effect of an experiment I performed during my time away. Zadiel's answer was not very concrete, but the Fallen understood that it was the best he would get, so after nodding, he left the room. Once the Fallen was gone, Zadiel focused on the Lich, the Magus, and the Cultivator, and his eyes glowed with a dense golden light that appeared to be made of solidified will. An extremely imposing and dignified aura could be felt from the Neo-Demon as he began to speak.